it at that and focus on coming out here and winning the Great American.
What is up, motherfuckers and party people?
I just don't know how this is going to work. Sitting here a year ago, what did you
It is
the future was?
the Daytona 500.
At JGR with Toyota and all the folks there with the
The
relationship.
Daytona 500.
He was putting up his personal money to pay me, and I was like, I don't feel comfortable doing that. Like that's just not right.
How did you first learn of the interest from Childress?
It was funny. Austin Dillon called me. I looked at my phone and I'm like, what the hell does he want? You know? So I picked up the phone and I was like, yo, what's up? How's it going? And he got to the point and was like, well, where are you racing next year? How do you feel about coming over to RCR and being with us? And I was like, have you talked to your grandfather yet? There's no way, right? Like, this isn't real. There was some dark days there where we battled it out on the racetrack and
Maybe I should put
but yeah, I mean it all came
a little bit of
Kyle Busch, even though he's had a tremendous amount of success already, his best years could still be in front of him.
Pat Riley once said, there's only two things. There's winning and there's misery.
Yes, I can see that. I could agree with that. Sometimes there's misery in winning as well too. To me, I feel like once you start being comfortable or being okay
Yeah, I don't
with
like
the things
that.
you've done and the things that you've accomplished, you're going to start being on the downslope. What else out there is there for you to achieve in NASCAR? Well, it's the Daytona 500. I have to win that race. I want to win that race. That's the last official box to check of races that I have not won yet. Like, I don't want anybody to say, but he never won the 500. Like, that's why I have to win that. I don't need any more asterisks on my career than what I might already have.
What would it mean to you to win?
Somebody a couple days ago, they asked me, they were like, have you thought about what your victory lane celebration would be? And I'm like, no, I'm not thinking about what my victory lane celebration is going to be. I'm just going to live it out. And when I win the Daytona 500, that I will try to just take it all in, soak it up, and really slow it down and enjoy and grasp the moment.
When asking Kyle Busch
What is up, Jaden? It's Daytona Day.
One he learned the most from, he pointed to this race back in 2016 with a chance to win. Close, he ended up finishing third when he said the team dynamics all broke down, and just as the guy said, Chris, on the desk next to you, it was every man for himself. And that's what he learned. If he has the opportunity here, he's going to seize it. And it's interesting to hear him say, when I win the race that I have to win, not shying away from it. And that doesn't surprise anybody about Kyle Busch.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. It was candid. I mean, the way crowds react to him, win or lose, says a lot about how much they care about what he does.
Absolutely. And the history of the Daytona International Speedway, the top two winners of the facility are Dale Earnhardt and myself, for a total of 53 wins here. Out of the two of us, one Daytona 500 victory. So if you don't think Kyle
So
Busch
Dom's
is
gonna
sitting
be
here
here
thinking about
any minute.
how hard it is to win the qualifying races, to win the July race, and not win the Daytona 500, you're sadly mistaken.
The only thing I took out of the whole interview is exactly what Tom Rinaldi said right at the end. He didn't say, if I win the 500. He said, when I'm going to win the 500. Only champions have that kind of, confidence in themselves, and certainly Kyle Busch has always had that in himself.
Yeah, and the reason this is such a big story is because Kyle Busch is one of the greatest drivers of all time. He was with one of the best organizations in NASCAR. We didn't think he would ever leave there. We thought Kyle Busch is always going to be at Joe Gibbs Racing. Why would you let him go? Why would he leave? Him going over to RCR, I think, is a small step backwards right now, but he has a chance to turn that team around, to make it what it once was 15, 20 years ago. But I think there's a lot of pressure on him, Chris, to do that, because we know Kyle Busch can get frustrated. If things don't go well early on, I worry that he could lose it early on.
He's out of the 18 car. This is his 18th try at the Daytona 500. He'll be in the 8 car. Richard Childress Racing does have 3 Daytona 500 wins. But, Clint, I was going to ask you, and we're not picking on him here, but does he get it in terms of an attitude change? Sometimes after all of this, I mean, this is a different team. You're kind of, as he said, with it, you have to look at yourself about where can I be better? Maybe it's not in the car. It's in your head.
There's no question, and I think we've all seen him do that. I think he took a step back. I think that the move had, made him take a step back. I think he was humbled with this, but he's hungry, and I think he's upset. We've heard Martin Truex Jr. talk about that. I'm mad. That cat right there in that 8 car, he's driving like he's mad. He was fast at the Clash. He was right up front where he needed to be at the dual race the other night. I'm telling you, I don't think it's a step backwards, Jamie. I really don't. I think RCR is poised for him. I think they're ready for him, and I think he's ready for this too. That crew chief, that 8 car, they win races, and so does Kyle Busch.
What he has on his side is that he's young. He's 37 years old. If you look at Jimmy Johnson's career, his championship started around right now. Kyle Busch is still, he started so young. He's still young, has a lot of incredible years ahead of him.
Speaking of young, Ty Gibbs, of his grandfather's Joe Gibbs, Hall of Famer in NASCAR and in pro football, he steps in, a youngest driver in this race at age 20. He's an aggressive driver, right? Clint, his attitude.
Without a doubt.
Now, he's going to have to learn, though, going from one level, and Tony, you were talking about this, it's going to be a little different at this level with the big boys running as a rookie.
Well, you can be aggressive and you can sit there and pick on guys at the Xfinity level or truck level. You get to the Cup level, you're in a whole different standard and a whole different grade of guys that
I think Dom's here. I just heard Chester barking. Chester's barking.
Depends on if he has the speed. They let old Ross Chastain. He's that kid sitting right next to you, Denny Hamlin. That Chastain moved him all over the track, did it again at the Clash. If he can back up the speed to that Xfinity Series, this kid
I'm scared of you.
Last year, he ran 15 races.
You're gonna kill me.
But he's got big shoes to fill. We just talked
You have
about
a
Kyle
history
Busch.
of
The
touching
number
people's
exchange that
dicks.
is Kyle Busch's team from last year at Joe Gibbs Racing. That's a big car to get in.
A rookie along with Noah Gregson, a rookie who's a very entertaining personality, the everyday driver. And
So yeah, they're annoying. It's gonna start at like
Legacy
3:14.
Motorsports.
That
So
much
take a look
delay?
live. We're taking
So
you around
I think
Daytona International
they
Speedway.
say
We get
2:30
closer
because
to
they
the start of the race.
because it's like
Drive
the
with
big
all
events.
these
They want you to
drivers
watch some of the
taking
pre-race
time with
shit.
family, friends, and fans to take pictures.
And then like the usual, like if it starts at 3, it actually starts at
As much
3:14.
practice you can get.
Look how close you can get to them boys. Only in NASCAR.
Like Elvis.
But Jesus Christ, they're so annoying.
Alone to build a factory.
I think it's a
in
collection of
America.
all three of them.
You can't do that.
This is what we were up against.
Nobody builds factories in the U.S. anymore. You can't do that.
Experts claim you couldn't do what we did.
Want to hire workers here in the States? You can't do that.
WeatherTech has been proving them wrong for over 33 years, building our own factories, employing thousands, and making world-class products right here in America. Because when you buy something made in America, we all win. WeatherTech.
But I was wondering if you wanted to order pizza.
I need to try it first.
I just had
Here at
pizza.
Red Arena,
Sure.
we are trying to help people through equine therapy.
I mean, you just had
Working with
pizza.
the veterans has been a very amazing experience. Our little motto that we always say is empowerment through horses. I love what I do. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
He's always the one texting me, be like, "Good morning, motherfucker."
This April, real football is back with the USFL.
We should hang out with him after the race.
The hits, the takes, the dimes, drives so long you have to stop for gas. This isn't some Hollywood knockoff. This is driving USDA prime time
Next,
football.
what do you work next
Just
week?
ask these guys. You
Next
better
weekend?
recognize the real. Except no substitute.
I work Saturday
Football
to
returns
like
this
all day.
April with the
12 to
USFL
10.
on Fox and NBC.
But then Sunday, it's a race, but y'all can come over.
Well, Friday.
Yeah, Friday's also, I think, 12 to 10.
Fucking fat ass. That is your fault.
It is my fault.
Yes. Because he has his parents leave like.
Yeah, Friday and Saturday, 12 to 10.
Is reference going today?
He was going to, and then he was like, he still said he's gonna try to, but he's like doing something for his uncle or some shit. Yeah. Some total bullshit happened at work last night to him. So somebody, it was a total lie too, and everyone, like, Becca even knows it was a lie. But somebody called and said,
Those two together as owners,
Nick, we saw Nick putting hair in my Blizzard.
Yeah, I mean,
He did it on purpose multiple
He
times.
could get it done, and he did it in
Like,
the hardest there when.
and then started calling him like a faggot and all
No
this shit,
containment seats,
like
no
over the
safer barriers.
phone.
He did it when you had to be a man.
And
There's no question
like,
about
they
that.
just want
And I love
free
it.
food. That's
It's
the
not
reason why they
NASCAR
call it. Is
without
just
having
they
that
want
king
They
there.
just
Every
saw his
time
7
name
days
tag.
on a 500.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Clint, and then obviously there's Denny Hamlin. All right, let's get back to driver
What is
introductions.
all
and check
that
back
for,
in
like,
with
maybe a
Gabriel
free
Iglesias.
blizzard?
Yeah, gonna get someone fired maybe. I mean, everyone believes
here are
Nick.
your
So.
top 20 drivers. Stuart Haas Haas and the Wood brothers are going toe-to-toe in row number 10. Zane Smith is
But they like
running
kept
row 9
calling.
with
That was the thing. They kept calling like 10 different times, being like psychotic about it.
Now row 8, Martin Truex Jr. and Bubba Wallace lined up.
All right, where should we order from?
In lucky row number 7, it's Todd Gilliland, and it is the legend, the closer, Mr.
You have to
Kevin
get it when it comes.
Harvick. We got Corey LaJoy and the 2021 Daytona 500 champion, Michael McDowell, rocking row number 6.
I had a little chubbies last night
Share
and
the
last
5th row. Will team
somewhere
owner
else.
Brad
Jalapenos?
first Daytona 500 victory, or will Chris Busher find
Do I
his
have
way
the
to the winner's
Slice
circle?
app?
On to row number 4 with 2020 champ Chase Elliott, who races beside Ryan Blaney, number 12.
Oh shit!
And if you're
I gotta show you my new camera.
Christopher Bell
Yes.
and reigning Daytona 500 champion, Mr.
Beautiful, and then it does this.
Row 2 features Eric Almirola and Joey Logano. Leading the pack to the green is
So I can
Kyle
see
Larson
myself.
and your pole sitter,
Yes, and the
showman,
zoom is even
Alex
better.
Bowman. It's gonna be a speedy
And it's like
race.
not loud as fucking obnoxious when I zoom in.
Alex Bowman on the pole. By the way, last time a pole winner won the
The best
Daytona 500
camera I've ever had.
That was Dale Jarrett.
My
So
biggest
let's check
purchase
the
to date.
Fox Bet odds, and this is how it shifted through the
Fluffy.
course of the week.
Why'd you just call me Fluffy,
Quick
Andy?
thought on the favorites that we see on the
That's mean.
Take one, Jamie.
I'm gonna go
Oh,
with Ryan
Fluffy
Blaney.
is
See, I
retiring
think he currently
after
is one of
this
the
year's
top
show.
2 or
Who's
3
Fluffy?
super speedway drivers in
After
the
this year's
series.
shows?
What a layup.
Wait, isn't he that like stand-up
Good money,
comedian?
Betty. Brad Keselowski's
Fluffy?
my guy. Plus 2,000 all the way. 6 ball
Dude, we
coming
just
your
saw.
way.
All right, and what's
I picked Eric Amarola for my favorite, but
Maybe, yeah.
the long shot, how do you
Yes.
not pick Kevin Harvick? I mean, it's his last.
Yeah, he
attempt
did
at the
like
Daytona
the
500,
this thing of
and
like
he
driver
wins this really
intros.
bad.
Well, so the Clint doesn't criticize.
I
I'm
know
gonna go
if-
Christopher Bell on that.
If
He
he's
was one
talking
of
about
the
what I
hottest
think he's
drivers
talking
at the
about, he
end
did
of
a
last
skit
season.
with
I'm
like the
gonna take
levels
the
of
underdog.
fatness,
I can't believe we're
and
calling
like he
Martin
called
Truex
himself
Jr. the
Fluffy.
underdog.
Oh yeah.
Which was like, I don't know what it was, but like the highest one was damn.
Damn.
He's like, I'm one before damn.
Oh
I'm
yeah, so he
Fluffy.
was doing the driver intro thing, and he was like, the only reason they got me is so I could pronounce Daniel Suarez correctly.
a cup win. So of those groups, who do you think fights towards the finish? Can you give me a couple
Darwinson
of names beyond
Hernandez
some of the
is the
winners you
February
thought? I mean,
picture.
who are we gonna see
Yeah, I
get
know,
into
right?
that?
Like, come on, that's like kind of shows where our team's
I'm gonna
at.
go with him. I think Eric Almirola, all the way, he's been smooth, he's been steady, he's been so close. Austin Dillon knocked him out of the way and won his Daytona 500. He won his duel.
Oh, yeah,
Eric
Paladinos.
Almirola, I'm telling you, he's hot.
But Joey Logano's got to be on that list as well. One of his duels. He's been a factor in just about every race. Great super speedway driver.
And Tony, if you're running with a guy and you know it's Denny Hamlin versus, and I'm not picking on anyone, but somebody who hasn't proven himself in this
How do you
race,
spell
right,
it?
or super speedway, do they get left behind?
Well, I think Austin
They might
Haley is a guy
not
that,
be on
that
Slice.
has run well and just
20 years ago,
hasn't
guys.
really
Alright.
been out front of everybody.
I just don't
He's
like
one of those
Cullen.
guys that if he
Right.
has
It
a
is
decent
kind of
car and he
annoying
puts
to
himself
call.
in the right positions, he can sit there and surprise people.
That's a cool thing about this race.
It's unpredictable.
I'm telling you, attrition's such a big part of it. You get down to the end, you look over your shoulder.
5
I'll never
stars
forget
for
when
all
Michael
the
McDowell won that race.
Yeah.
It was that quick, and Michael McDowell just
The
won
owner's
it.
kind of a dick,
It's the
but
most important race.
I
and yet
still
you can
love
have a
Martin
rookie
Truex.
win. You can have an 80
Oh, I do too,
run,
but the
and,
owner's kind of
we'll
a
be
dick.
watching to the very
Fucking
end.
fat
All right,
redneck.
Tony and Clint head up to the broadcast booth to join Mark.
I remember I
Have a
flipped
great
him
call,
off.
500 miles. Jamie McMurray and I will be hanging out
That was
down
funny.
here. Let's head down
He was
to
being
the
a
track
cunt,
and
like-
Michael Waltrip. Michael?
It's the Grid Walk, Chris, and I'm here with Bubba Wallace, Stephanie Beaches, and I got a question. Can we talk about Bruno?
Oh no, we don't talk about Bruno.
No.
Sunday and
Can we
Monday
talk
they're
about Bubba?
closed?
Oh, I forgot.
I
Yeah.
see on your Instagram you're a big Bubba fan. As
It's
am
usually
I.
not
So,
2 days. It's
got
usually
any
one of the
advice
other
for him
for
today?
places.
Stay calm, don't pee your pants.
Shit, we might have.
I tell you, was an
sometime
older
fun.
driver. I did that a few times.
Yeah, I have not, so I'm not
Liberty
going to.
Pizza.
Beautiful car, beautiful day. Tell me how good
Toss
it feels.
fire.
The vibe.
It's
And
great. This is
Cassie's
the best
ruined it
I've
for
woken
me.
up for a Daytona 500.
Really?
That means a lot.
Like, I'm
Means
dead
a lot for our
serious.
team. McDonald's on our car here.
Cassie's
They deserve a win here. at the
ruined
Daytona
most
500.
margarita
You've been
pizzas for
close.
me.
Pulling for you. Nice to meet you. No. All right, I'm on my way. Find a couple of USFL coaches. This is going to be cool.
You ever had
Buddy
Gino and
Skip
Joe's?
USFL.
Won it all last year.
Fucking lame.
How about that? 11-1, took the
I've had
championship
it.
down.
I've had it.
John DeFilippo. That's fun to say.
I haven't had it in
DeFilippo.
like years
You say
either.
it.
I remember it was good.
He says it better. How did it feel winning that first season on Fox?
You know, it was an unbelievable on Fox. It was just an incredible experience, ready for season 2.
Yeah, you going to take him down?
100%, twice.
Oh, you're in trouble, brother. Hey, Denny, it's your old buddy Mike.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing good. Did you see the USFL coaches? They were a lot of fun.
I love the USFL. They're like the other NFL, but only less rules, which is awesome.
That's awesome on Fox. Hi, Taylor.
Is it though?
Say hi to America.
Oh, awesome. He just has to say it because it's a Fox thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Utica
I've been
Pizza's
waved
pretty
on.
good.
I got to run like this.
No one
because
cares about the
my
USFL. They just have to
microphone
hype it
will
up
fall
for
off my
Fox.
pants if I don't. Noah, I love your
Oh, it's the one. Oh my God, that is a big hat.
Bring it in here.
Yeah, we're getting ready to go here at Daytona 500. I can't wait. I just scanned the square in the fan zone. Got me some Wendy's right there. Scan that, race fans. We're ready to go with Wendy's at Daytona
Shameless
500.
plug.
Doesn't get much better.
Yep, that's all NASCAR is.
Shameless
When you realize it's all just a marketing scheme disguised as a competition, like all it really is just the sponsors, but they got to put some product out there.
I'm cheering for you. You're my underdog to win it all.
Thank you, buddy.
I really thought about that. I was like, they don't actually view this as racing. They just view this as a logo. Like, they got to show their logo on TV. But yeah, there's a Guns N' Roses car.
That's fucking sick.
Good to see you. Michael? That's a cheeseburger. Noah gave it to me. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. How are you feeling?
Have you ever felt more energy at a racetrack in your life?
This is crazy, you know. Like look at whatever
What did-
you look.
what did you
so much
find?
American? So much
No, he's
energy,
Mexican.
So much excitement.
Damn.
We've been here already for 6 days.
You didn't know there was a Mexican
Finally,
driver?
Today is the day to
Oh,
run the
Daniel
Daytona 500.
Suarez?
Yeah.
I thought I knew it was like
92.
Hispanic, but I didn't know it was like
Let's slow it down to
from
opening
there.
ceremonies
Like,
and
still, like,
Adam
American.
Alexander.
Like, I think when he came over, he knew no English.
You got it.
Oh, damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Robertsdale High School Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors.
They're going to get going quicker.
Here to offer today's invocation, representing Advent Health of Central Florida, please welcome Chaplain Farzad Norian.
Farzad.
Lord God, we pause for a moment this afternoon to acknowledge you and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us. Please protect our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our fans, officials, and their families. And please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement. And Lord, please bless their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform today's national anthem, please welcome platinum artist and songwriter Breland.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You got a black guy to sing the national anthem at a NASCAR race.
Oh, to Twitter!
To Twitter it is. I guarantee there's already comments. Breland.
Performance of our national anthem.
You're gonna let Breland come to a NASCAR race?
Thunderbirds for today's flyover.
Start your engines, guy.
I don't even know.
In the more than
Hope it's not like
75-year
some
history
like
of
force.
Wait, I think they said it might have been. I think they might have said Terry Bradshaw, but I'm not sure.
that have included
I don't want it to be like some
across the
forced
decades.
diversity
What if we
influencer.
could put
Oh,
them
yeah.
together all at once into the greatest lap ever turned here
Who the fuck
at the
is
World Center of
Breland?
Racing. Well, now we can.
You guys have enough marketing to afford to, like, you know, a big name.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna get some guy named Breland.
Of the great American race, the Daytona
I mean, he did
500.
good. He had a good voice.
This starting grid is unlike any other, with the greatest
This
racing.
Breland kid sounds like he's got auto-tune in his throat.
It's Lee Petty, the number 42, side by side with his son, Richard. And who could forget the 19th?
They're not even actually on the track. You're just auto-generating.
Yarborough and Donnie Allison certainly won't.
Like, if you're gonna do it for real.
Most famous words in racing.
And there's a fight.
How about the Dale and Dale show in 1993?
Oh, did you see any pizza places that looked good?
His moment in 1998 finally crossed the sport's biggest crown
Was it on
jewel
Slice?
off the list, and the incredible celebration is a moment that is cherished
Utica pizza is
by
pretty
so
good.
many. And coming down the backstretch, his two-time 500 winner, Dale Earnhardt Jr. And look who his drafting partner is.
What the fuck is... It's not even good.
This is what you're delaying start time for.
What other race do you do the icky shuffle after a win, right, DW? Three-time winners, first-time winners, photo finishes. This race has had it all. But as the greatest
Yeah, it's Syndic winning last year.
down the front stretch, look who's out ahead of all of them.
Syndic wins again. I shoot up Daytona.
This is an ending fit.
Because the truck race, the guy who won the truck race won that race back-to-back. The guy who won the Xfinity race won that race back-to-back.
Give it up for the king, Richard Petty, as he walks away with a checkered flag and the greatest lap.
Do they deliver? Richard Petty.
Special thanks to Trace Atkins. The greatest lap coming up live. The greatest race.
It's ABBA night! 2 new masked celebrities join the competition.
You were born to sing ABBA.
An all-new Masked Singer, Wednesday on Fox.
It would appear that the butler did it. But this isn't a whodunit film. It's a Nissan sales event. Now that's a killer deal. Good thing this Rogue has a VC turbo engine, unlike
It says dine-in or takeout.
Now get a low $2.99 per month lease on.
They're not on Slice?
Catch these offers while you can.
Historically, Roswell Park
DoorDash
has
tell these
been
tenders.
a leading cancer center in this country. Most patients want to make sure
Who
that they're
does
getting
that,
the
though?
best treatment
That's
that they can
true.
get
And,
anywhere.
like, if
We
they're
are
not
at the
here
forefront
hot,
of the new therapies
Yeah.
that we can provide our patients.
Hey, Kenneth, how you
Like,
doing?
if pizza shows up
Full
cold, it's
confidence.
okay. If Tully's
They're
temperature
getting
shows
the
cold, it's
best
not okay.
cancer care.
Hey, Matthew.
available. It
Does
makes
Kyle Busch win today?
Roswell Park
Yes.
a
Yes. This will be
destination
Kyle
center
Busch's
for
Daytona
patients
500 win.
all around the world. That's the
In
reason
the
why
weed
you
car.
should spend just
never
one day
won
at
it?
Roswell Park.
Nope.
For over 14 years, Syracuse Fence has brought a quality standard to the Syracuse area, and now you can design your own fence online. Just go to
Can't
our
believe
website and
you
click on the
actually-
link. It's fast and
you don't
easy,
like
and
toss
everything
fire?
can be done online. For everything from added
I
charm
guess
to
I haven't had it in a
privacy,
minute.
Syracuse Fence will have
can
you
do it.
covered.
Call Connors
It's
and
just like I
Ferris,
eat it,
the
it's like,
workers'
yeah, it's alright,
compensation
but
dedicated to
fucking
fighting
passes
for injured workers' rights.
so that you
Yeah.
and your family can focus on
I
your
haven't had it
recovery.
forever, though, so yeah, I guess I'm
So we have $6.90 delivery.
The 2023
$6.90 delivery fee.
with powerful yet precise hydraulics. It is Clarkie's love. It is his passion.
It is 2 miles down the road.
for letting us set the
Yep.
pricing because we're selling them for less. No, Clarkie loves his Komatsus. He never even rents them. He just polishes them with a diaper.
They are so choice, and you can have your choice today at Clarkie's for less.
Yes, this is the one that I like. The Three Little Pigs pizza.
You're watching Fox 68 WSYT 68.1, your
Italian
local
sausage,
broadcast
pepperoni, and
entertainment
bacon.
station.
I'll do that one.
So 2 of those?
Yeah.
Get
Are they like personal ones?
75 years ago, at a hotel
You get
5
like a
miles from where
mini,
we stand,
small, and
a
large.
group led by Bill France Sr. laid the groundwork for NASCAR.
Mini
Let's
is
take a
10
look
inches.
back at some of the sport's
Mini
most
is 10
iconic
inches.
moments with the
that's
premiere
huge.
of NASCAR's
That's
75th
huge.
anniversary campaign.
I don't really know what the sizes are like for pizza. Like how big should you get? 10 inches is huge though.
Yeah.
1 minute, we're doing 110 down a sandy
That's like 8
beach
more
in
inches than
Florida.
you need.
Yeah.
Next, we're bumper to bumper and over 210 on a super
Well, how much is
speedway.
it?
Plus 215 for a
How the
small,
heck we
plus
get here?
865 for a
Progress.
large.
That's how.
And then mini is 10 inches,
75
small
years
is
of
12
twisted
inches,
metal,
large is 16
feet made of
inches.
lead. Of clashing,
They could leave a mini.
fighting for everything,
They got like
not
wings.
giving away an inch. This is about 75 years of legends and their rocket ships. Each one built with one thing in mind. Get out front, stay out there. Because out there is where the future is. And if the first 75 years is any indication, you better brace yourself for the next 75. NASCAR, always forward.
Yes.
And now, let's welcome members of the founding family of NASCAR. Jim France, Lisa France Kennedy, and Ben Kennedy, joined by NASCAR President Steve Phelps.
NASCAR fans, welcome to the 65th running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. This year's Daytona 500 has added significance because it is our 75th anniversary season. We've seen a lot of changes in 75 years, changes to our tracks, changes to our race cars, but the one thing that has remained constant is the most amazing fans in the world, and those are NASCAR fans. They are loyal, they are passionate, and they always stick with NASCAR. So on behalf of the France family and the entire NASCAR community,
MGK might break up.
I want to
still have
say
a
thank
chance.
you
Yes.
for your unwavering support of our great sport.
Why would you marry
Enjoy
Machine Gun
the Great
Kelly?
American
Right?
Race.
Dude's such a creep.
Thank you, Steve. And now it's time to fire the engines for the 75th season of NASCAR. It's the 65th running of the Daytona 500. We've got several legends with us here today who have won both the Cup Series championship and the Great American Race. They're going to give the command for today's event. Let's say hello to him now. A 7-time champion and 7 Daytona 500 victories by the King, Richard Petty. He's a 3-time Daytona 500 champion and the 1983 Cup Series champion. Welcome, Bobby Allison. Here he is, 2-time Daytona 500 champ and the 1988 Cup Series champion, Bill Elliott. And now, 3-time Daytona 500 champion and the man that got the title in 1999. Say hello to Dale Jarrett. Next up, 3-time Cup Series champion and a 4-time Cup Series champion, Jeff Gordon. And now, 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and the 2-time Daytona 500 winner, Jimmy Johnson. Ready to start his final season, the 2007 Daytona 500 champ and 2014 Cup Series champion, Kevin Harvick. The 2017 Daytona 500 champion and 2004 Cup Series champion, Kurt Busch. And the 2015 Daytona 500 champion and 2-time Cup Series champ, Joey Logano. Gentlemen, let's get those engines fired up. Drivers, start your engines!
Wait, but how is Kevin What? Kevin Harvick was in the drivers start your engines. How is his car getting started right now?
Grand marshals who could not attend.
Is there two Kevin Harvicks? I thought they were just doing like some introduction. I didn't realize that was the. Yeah, Jimmy Johnson. What do you?
I'm at this wing joint telling people that Geico's been offering savings for over 85 years.
Remote start.
Longer than a buffalo wing's been around.
Dozen wings.
And did you know that
$51.
Oh, damn.
offers mo?
Yeah.
2 minis and garlic knots?
Motorcycle insurance.
You want to not do that, or?
Ah, my lips are actually
not
burning.
really.
Geico,
Alright.
over 85 years of savings and service. See how much you
We'll
can save
get-
at geico.com.
It's too hot. This is too hot, mate.
Liberty Pizza is good.
Yeah.
I need to try it first.
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Okay, got it.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has the right parts at the right prices. You'll see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. At least you can skip the car wash. For parts that fit your vehicle, look for the green check. Let's ride.
Well, each extra topping will cost $120.
That's the Chewy
You want
Pharmacy
steep
box with
pepperoni?
our flea and tick meds. It's not peanut butter.
The peanut butter boxes.
I'm out.
Pet prescriptions delivered to your door. Chewy.
Being a NASCAR fan just got even more rewarding with the free Fan Rewards loyalty program. Earn reward points and redeem them for merchandise, tickets, VIP experiences, and so much more. Earn points from the track or at home. Check in on your phone, complete your profile, or play fantasy racing to score your first points. Join and start earning today. Visit NASCAR.com/rewards to learn more now.
Everything's better with bacon.
7. She's out, Doc.
WWE sucks.
The 2 small pepperoni and bacons.
Still one big one.
Sure, we see beauty, but never forget,
one big one with
we crave motion.
Extra large 18
From
inch.
the moment we're born, we want to go.
So there's like 10 times.
We want to go.
Yeah.
Faster.
Stock car race in Daytona Beach, on the sand, along the dune road, and around the turns, and don't spare the horses.
That longing for the sudden and the swift has been the starting line for NASCAR for the last 75 years. From the first beach road race in 1948 with Red Byron's Ford taking first,
might be stale,
to the first strictly stock car race in Charlotte a year later where Jim Roper won, and the pole speed was 68 miles an hour.
All right, boss. Right up. Ready? All right, nice. Smooth start here.
Across 3/4 of a century, Pace of Progress has been the engine of obsession. Chased by the blur and caught in the roar.
Turned over. Hang on here, man. Hang.
And who drove us there? The legends.
Richard Petty takes the checkered
They all embody our ancient impulse. The rush of adrenaline, the surge in blood pressure, the need for speed.
Everything you got here, roll, go.
I don't got garlic knots though.
If you have any doubt, just remember, even your heart knows how to race.
A few miles inland from Daytona Beach, the Daytona International Speedway plays host to the greatest day of stock car racing in this or any year.
There's a little
It's
bit
the
left in there, but
65th
it's what we call
Daytona
pizza.
500 on Fox.
Not sure how much you'd want that.
U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds continue to entertain the crowd as the drivers climb aboard and get ready to roll off that
So
starting
was that not
grid
the start yet?
and into history.
No, it was.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Joy alongside Hall of Famer Tony Stewart, who led the white
All right,
flag
give me
lap here
$13.
15 years ago. And Clint Boyer, who 13 years ago led at the race's final red flag, but they patched the asphalt, and he finished fourth. No one knows better than these two gentlemen how important today is, or what it might mean to win the Daytona 500.
Is Jimmy Johnson driving complete season or just part-time? He's just doing part-time.
Ever since I've been able to hold a steering wheel in my hand, this is the racetrack that I aspired to get to.
You're
Finally, when
obsessed
I
with-
got on that track,
There's no rain
I
in
wanted
the
to win
area.
this, baby. I want to win the track that changes your life. You win the Daytona 500 forever. You walk into a restaurant, you're a Daytona 500 champion, and you get to win it in front of the biggest crowd you've ever seen.
Absolutely. And these guys, right now, everybody's in there. They're in their happy place right now, but it's getting ready to get chaotic. But to Clint's point, this is a race that can change your life forever. The guy that wins this race tonight, it's just a feeling. It's hard to explain. I've got goosebumps talking about it just because I know how close we came a couple times, and I know you and I both been in the field. To sit here today, we're up in the booth. We're getting to talk about the race. These guys rolling out. They have a chance to create history today and be a part of something that's legendary.
And how hard it is to win this race. Everything has to be perfect. Not good, Mike. Perfect. Everything. You have to have a perfect race car. You have to make the perfect moves. You have to survive the carnage, the wrecks, the big one. You have to get to the end, and then you have to have that magical push, that magical help behind you, the perfect help to push you off and turn 4 and win this race.
Well, we're not an AFib, but as Tom Rinaldi said, our hearts are racing, and we're ready to get to it. So let's have a look at the starting lineup for the Daytona 500. On the front row, set Wednesday night in time trials, Alex Bowman, a record 6th front row start, and Kyle Larson, the 2021 Series champ. Row 2, Joey Logano won the 500 in 2015, and Eric Almirola won his dual race. He's come close before. Christopher Bell, a 3-time race winner last year, and Austin Cindric, last year's 500 winner. Ryan Blaney, a 2-time runner-up, and Chase Elliott,
Kyle Busch has to
most
start
popular
last.
driver and the
He's starting
2020
last
Series
because he
champion.
crashed in the
Chris Buescher,
qualifying
the Xfinity
race.
champion of 2015, and Brad Keselowski,
Yeah,
the
so
2012
or like
Cup
the way the lineup is set for
Michael
this race is kind
McDowell
of
won this
different.
race in a chaotic
So like
fashion in 2021.
for the first 2
And
spots,
Corey
it's just
LaJoie's
like
been top 10
normal.
in 2 of
Like
his
they do
last
the
3
lap around the
500s.
track, whoever's
Row
fastest
7,
starts first and
Kevin
second.
Harvick, the
But
2007
then
winner, starting
like
his final
they do
500,
2
and
dual
Tom
races, like
Gilliland
one for
right
the
up front
inside
here Thursday
lane
night.
and one for the outside lane.
Let's
And then
call
it's
up
like that's
Kevin
how you
Harvick
start,
here.
like that's how you finish
Hey,
in
Harv,
those.
it's your boss up in the booth. You got me?
Yes, sir.
Well, you got to be a part of the opening ceremonies and give the command to start engines, but now you're in your office where your happy place is. How you feel about today?
I feel really good. You know, I think as we've gone through the whole winter and laid everything out, now we finally get the
Hopefully they
reward
don't take
of
forever.
being able to sit in this race car. So I'm honored to drive this Busch-Light Ford Mustang in what is our sport's biggest race. So
Hopefully the pace car doesn't catch fire. That would certainly be unfortunate.
and the win qualifying races win. We just got to keep this baby rolling and see if we can have a chance at the end. So appreciate the fast car, and hopefully we can keep it
Yeah,
around
this is
to
his
have a
last
chance to win
season.
this thing.
Well, enjoy every moment of it, bud, and
Good,
best
fucking
of luck
get
to
out
you,
of here.
man. We'll celebrate with you later.
Why can't you just retire now?
Kevin Harvick will start 13th. Let's pick up at row 8, Bubba Wallace, a 2-time 500 runner-up, and Martin Truex Jr., the 2017 Cup champion. Row 9, rookie Zane Smith, the Truck Series champ, and Denny Hamlin, a 3-time 500 winner. Then Harrison Burton, second-year driver for the
He was in the
Woodrunners, who had
Xfinity race
5
yesterday when he
500 wins.
crashed.
And Ryan Preece, who's been top 10 in 2 of his 3 500 starts. William Byron
Sheldon
won
kinda
in the summer of
sucked last year.
2020, and rookie Noah
In
Gragson
Xfinity.
had 8 Xfinity Series wins last year.
In the trucks, yeah.
Ross Chastain, runner-up for the championship last year, and Daniel Suarez, the Sonoma winner, teammates in row 12. Eric Jones in row 13, won here in the summer of 18. Tyler Reddick with a new team had 3 victories last year. Austin Dillon, the 2018 winner, and Justin Haley, the summer race winner here in 2019. A.J. Allmendinger makes his first start in the 500 since 2018. It's his 10th. Chase Briscoe finished 3rd last year. Ricky Stenhouse, the summer winner here in 2017, and B.J. McLeod was 7th here last summer. Ty Gibbs, the Xfinity Series champion of NASCAR. Connor Daly's raced in 9 Indy 500s. This is his first Daytona. Cody Ware was 6th here last summer. Kyle Busch, 2-time series champion with a new race team this year. Ty Dillon makes his 8th Daytona 500 start, while Riley Herbst makes his 1st. And out back, getting into the field on speed, 7-time Cup champ and 2-time Daytona 500 winner Jimmy Johnson, rally car champion and X Games gold medalist Travis Pastrana.
Let's check in with old 7-time. How about you, 7-time Jimmy Johnson? You're back. It's Boyer and the boys up in the Fox Sports booth. You got us?
Yeah, buddy, lots clear.
Well, same numbers, different sequence, but same old Jimmy Johnson. 7 times you've won this thing. You've been here 20 years. It's going to be your 20th time attempting the Daytona 500. Tell me about what your feelings are.
Man, I'm excited. I guess I'm officially old too as well, but what an opportunity. Huge thing either
Jimmy Johnson's running part-time. He is arguably the greatest driver in NASCAR history, but I would say Dale
Well,
Earnhardt's
we've all
still better.
learned not to count you out, boy. Get it done. We'll be watching.
Hey, I appreciate it, buddy.
He was the 48, now the 84 with his part-time return to NASCAR. Today, Fox Bet Super 6 giving everybody a chance to win $25,000.
The numbers are farther forward than they
All you
were.
need to do is download the free Super 6 app on your phone, then enter your 6 predictions
I
for
know.
today's Daytona 500 race. Easy, right? If all 6 picks are right, you could win big.
For a fan base that praises real men so much, I think you would whine less.
Breaking stories beginning with Jamie Little.
I hope Bubba wins. Jr.
Me
is
too.
a man on a
Honestly,
mission here at Daytona after almost walking away from the sport last year and not
even because like I love Bubba that much, but just like
in his
Twitter.
belly. He comes to
I love
Daytona
Bubba.
ready
I do, but like
to win this race. It's
I
something
more
he
so
has
want
never
to see
done.
him
He's
win
never
because
even won
Yeah.
on a super speedway race. And sure, you
Remember
can
after
count
Kansas,
him in.
when he
He's gonna
won?
be a factor at some point, but
Someone
can
else's
he get
car
the job
remember
done?
when-
And, hey, if you're a numerology person, he's the one that told me this. The 19 car racing on February 19th in his 19th Daytona 500. I don't know. Regan Smith?
Jamie, there is no more friendly driver in the garage area than 2022 Series champion Joey Logano. But that is with the helmet off. When the helmet goes on, there is no more fierce, intense race car driver in the sport than Joey Logano. As a matter of fact, in his own words, he's two-faced. He will do anything it takes to get a victory for his race team. He did just that Thursday night in the duels, winning. That puts him in the 3rd starting position for today. He feels good about that 22 car. It's been fast. Look at him today as he tries to get his 2nd Daytona 500 victory.
I'm trying to figure out how it
Well,
works.
Regan, it's the start of a brand new chapter.
Can't you just do it like
Two-time
every
Cup Series
week, like you
champion
can
Kyle
update?
Busch,
Yeah.
who admittedly thought he was going to end his career
scoring
with Joe Gibbs
formats.
Racing. Life
Why?
is a funny
I
way
don't
of
wanna
throwing a
do that.
curveball
No,
at
it's like you
and
pick
here
one.
he is in
Like,
his first season now in
This
the
is
8 car
probably
for
why people don't
RCR.
do it like
Speaking of
they do with
curveballs,
football.
the other
Yeah.
day,
Football,
he
everything
said
is
he had a car
it's
good
scored
enough
one
to
way.
finally win the Daytona 500. Well, that car got wrecked during
And I
his
guess
duel.
it's
Went to the
less
backup,
of
so he was
a
going to
line.
have to start
What
from
are
the
like the
back
different
of the
ways?
field. But he said that car just as
Rotisserie.
strong as all the same
The most
tendencies.
common way.
Now the last thing to do.
Teams are
finally
ranked
win
from
the
first
Great
to
American
last
race,
in each
guys.
statistical category.
Thanks, Josh.
Points are then
Before
awarded
we wave the
according to
green
the order
flag
in
for the
each
Daytona
category and
500,
total
and
to
here's
determine
the
overall
Toyota
score.
Rev
Okay.
up to green.
A home run.
For the
Home run is
2023
4 points.
NASCAR Cup
RBI is 1
Series
point.
season, 2 new and young faces are behind the
not
wheel
like
of
each
Toyota Camry TRDs, Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick. Joining other
Yeah, no
young
wonder no one
TRD
does this
drivers,
shit.
Christopher
There you
Bell and Bubba
And
Wallace.
single is a 1 point,
Combined
double is
wins
2
and
points, triple is 3
championships
points,
in the
homer
years
is
to come.
4.
Stabled
Runs is
alongside
1 point,
three-time
RBI
Daytona
is
500
1, walk
winner
is
Denny
1,
Hamlin.
hit by
And Cup
pitch is
Series
1,
champion
steal is
Martin
2,
Truex
a
Jr.
caught stealing is
Toyota's
minus
future
1.
continues to be
Then in
bright.
pitching, if you
Let's
get the
go
win, is
places.
4 points. A save is 2 points. Each inning pitched is 1 point.
Ready to go
And each
racing
earned run
in
is minus
Daytona
1.
Beach. The honorary
If you're gonna
race
do
car
that, I
is
feel like you
headed
have to have a
to
rule of like how
and
many
all
pitchers
the
and how many
drivers
like
will
position
check their
players
pit
you
road
can have.
speeds
Yeah, I
this
think
time
there is.
live. Let's
Or
check
maybe
in with
there's-
our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Sorry about that.
Well, Mike, all 40 of these crew chiefs, they go into this race with a
ESPN.
game plan when they want to make their pit stops throughout this 500-mile race. But like a good head football coach, you have to be willing to adjust that game
Yeah, he
plan
probably does.
based on circumstances.
Except Jeter's
Now,
terrible
with
at
the fuel window
explaining
being about
things,
42
so-
to 46
Well, I would
laps,
just get
what
him
we'll
to
be
set up
watching
and do all
for,
the work.
drivers and teams within a certain manufacturer working
We'll all
together
be able to get
I don't know
to
how
it.
many
do it
people you
together
need for
on
it
these
to
green
be
flag
enjoyable.
pit
Well, we
stops.
could
You
get
have to
me, you,
execute, and
Jeter,
you have to be
I think Jacob
mistake-free,
would do it.
and Mike, that could be the key to victory lane.
Thanks, Larry.
Other than that, I'm not really. I feel like
Beautiful
Logan
day in
should do
Daytona
it.
Beach. Some
If
big,
Jacob
heavy
do it.
clouds off to the west and northwest. 74 degrees. Winds out of the southeast at 5 will hopefully keep those clouds away. Track temp 90 degrees. Let's listen in on
You
Travis
could probably get
Pastrana
Alex to
and
do it
company.
because he knows some stuff.
Hey, boys.
Probably just
We're
pick
in
an
the
all
doing.
Yankees team.
We're at the Daytona 500. Catalina wine mixture. Let's go.
How about Joey Logano?
Brad Marshall, think I look good down there in the winner's circle. So,
Yeah, it's wild that Travis Pastrana is in this race. He is those motocross guys. He's like one of those guys. I think he did the first ever triple backflip on a motorcycle. He's one of those extreme sports guys. He jumped out of a airplane without a parachute. He's broken more bones than he can count.
Michael Jordan, his co-car owner.
He used to wear a shirt that was like the NASCAR logo lettering, but it just said boring. But then he actually got into it and he's like, oh, that's not that bad.
The green flag for today's race has already experienced 9.0 Gs. Jimmy Johnson had it with him when he flew with the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds
All
this
right,
week.
here we go, motherfuckers. Start of the 2023
American
season.
stand-up comedian and actress Tiffany Haddish will have that green flag in hand as the field comes off the east banking and turn 4 down the short chute, and things get very silent as we await.
So the internet says you want like 10 to 12, but you can like do only NL or only AL if you have like only 6 people.
Green flag.
And the 65th Daytona 500 is underway.
I don't know if we could find 10 people, or we just join them. It's not as fun as finding friends.
Still in line.
Well, I think 10 is like recommended, but you could still do less.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, we can do whatever, but if we do less, it's like everyone is just gonna have an all-star line.
I feel like that's kind of fun though.
It is, but I also like.
It is kind of fun when it gets down to like the little
Or it's like I actually know a lot about baseball. I can pick a lesser known player that I think is actually good.
Yeah. Bob Hawkers on Twitter is making it sound like there might be some rain in the area.
As they come to near 200 miles an hour, completing lap 1
for Daytona.
Led by Kyle Larson.
You hear those spotters, that communication is so crucial to every move these drivers will make.
It's not much, but
Tony, so many times you're looking out of a different glass than most people think. That windshield, what's going on in the windshield, you kind of just glance out and see that. But what's in that back glass, out of that rear view mirror, that's where all the juice is.
And listen,
you got spring training games
the
next
guy
week.
that has given you all the information that you need to make your decisions as a driver inside that car. You can't see 2-3 rows behind. You can't see energy building up. So you have to rely on that spotter. That spotter is your best friend for
my radar says there's nothing. So
yeah, trust.
Hope for the best.
And we've built that trust. Some of these guys have been with each other for years. Some of them, just like Jimmy Johnson, he worked with the same spotter Earl forever, his whole career. Different one this time. Gotta have
But the
that
truck
trust.
race the other
He
night was
says clear,
annoying
you
as
gotta
fuck.
trust it
So
and
there
do
was
it
an
now.
hour rain delay, and then as soon as they got the track dry and ready to go, it started raining again.
Yeah, that's
And then they called it.
So why are we pace
Oh,
car
they didn't
formation
finish.
at near 200 miles an hour?
Because nobody can break free and nobody can
Well,
get
it's
far
past
enough out to
halfway,
really
so-
make a big maneuver at this point.
The rule is if it's past
You know,
halfway, it
it's
has
cooled
to
off
end
just
that
a little
night.
bit here. Truck's got a
that
lot
day.
of grip, and these tires are brand new. As they start to wear out, you'll start
Like
to slip
that
and slide
cheater
around.
bubble
Drivers were
ball.
talking about being tight right there off of turn 4 that you see.
So Jimmy Johnson
As
can do like
things
this
start
and
to
just
move
like
around, start slipping and
Talladega.
sliding around, it's going to set.
Well, he has a
right
10 race
then
schedule.
You start figuring
so-
out who's got the fast hot rods and who doesn't. Who needs work to
Like
do.
they're sad. He's just gonna pick
A driver might say,
I think they
"Hey,
are
I'm
sad.
only 2 seconds
Don't
back of the leader.
which ones
And his crew
exactly.
chief would say, yes, but you're 36.
No different than a traffic jam in New
No.
York City.
So you retired in
You've got to
2020.
figure out a way to make it happen. You can get through there. You just got to be methodical about it. The biggest thing is, again, looking at your temperatures. telling your crew chief, if you have handling issues, you need to nip that in the bud right now. You need to get it behind you as soon as you get on. If you have any kind of handling issue whatsoever, balance-wise, and they can fix it, a first pit stop would be for sure. I'd be yelling at Larry, fix this, baby. Can't be having this later in the race.
Gonna like get Camaros
versus the other races we go to. They've had 2 practice sessions since qualifying.
That's a good question.
They've had a chance to get their balance the way they like it. Talk to a lot of drivers.
They might go to the
everybody seems to be pretty happy with their cars.
Which means
they're looking for a little more speed, but they like the balance, and that's really critical.
Which means they'll have them next year. Because they're like, this is the last year they're making them, so they'll come out next year. Like the year after.
Little breakaway of the race. Kyle Larson got about 2 car lengths out in front.
Yeah, maybe.
And all that did was bring the pack right back to him, bumper to bumper.
Big pushes out the back of his car by Joe Logano. You're going to see that a lot. You have to be careful with those pushes. The Fords, all weekend long, we've seen the Fords have been able to push harder on the rear bumpers of the car in front of them. You see the 10 car Eric Almirola pulling right up to the back of Bowman. Have to be careful of those pushes. Don't be too aggressive. You can spin them out.
And the 2 front starters remain side by side. Alex Bowman has the overall record in that purple at Rick Hendrick Chevrolet. 6 consecutive front row starts in this race. Last year's
remember I told you that he was caught at TSA with a gun in his bag and can't kill him? He got arrested and he was able to go. Like, he's probably able to go back to America because he's rich, able to bribe some people. But like, they sentenced him to 3.5 years in prison. So pretty much, if he goes back to Mexico,
look at the other cars. Look at Kyle Larson's car. Look at Chase Elliott's car. And try to figure out what is the combination to get him most comfortable where he can lead like this.
Yeah. What if they get some like guys to come to America and like kidnap him?
Talk to Kevin Harvick. Watch these cow flaps flip up on Joey Logano on the front. He said you're not doing a good enough job pushing if them cow flaps aren't. That's negative air pressure on there. Pulls those cow flaps up. As he gets away from Kyle Larson in front of him, you won't. But as soon as he gets close enough, watch his cow flap. He needs to get closer to him. I'm trying to show the
He's
world.
not there yet.
There he is.
Now watch this. See it starting to flip.
Bro,
right
somebody
there?
in the press conference the other day
It's a
asked
neutral
Kyle, like,
pressure.
why do you feel the need to bring a gun with you? And he's just straight up like, it doesn't matter. Because it really doesn't. It doesn't matter what his reasoning is. It's just stupid that he forgot that he had it.
It's good intel. It's got to save fuel too. You know, when you're running at the front of the pack and you're pulling this charge, you are wide open. You have to be. They'll run you over, right? But if you're back there mid-pack, Tony, you can just be 30, 40, you know.
Who do I think will win? My man Kyle Busch. I think this is the year.
On the pole sitter from Jamie.
Your team got
talking about Alex Bowman. They did have a different direction than their teammates coming in. They
a
wanted
long
this
race.
pole. They focused only on qualifying. It wasn't until Friday they actually put it in race trim just to see what they have. I was told they practiced aggressively to make sure they had something good that they could lead with, that the car was balanced, it drove on, it was comfortable. Checked all those boxes, Mike.
Good enough for now, absolutely.
Yeah, this is your second Daytona 500, but you watched the Daytona 50 2020.
Computer,
Yeah.
why isn't somebody going out making the third lane trying to make something happen?
Well, you said it. There's no reset out here. That resets in the infield care center with some guy standing there, you okay, checking your vitals. You don't have that in iRacing. This is very good point.
I want some pussy.
And after the qualifying races, talking to a lot of the drivers, as soon as you get out, these cars have so much drag in them. To get all the way on and outside, I don't know that you can carry the momentum. I think there's going to be parts of the race where it will come into play, but this is way too early to really worry about getting 3 wide. These guys are wanting to settle in. They're wanting to get some laps on these tires. Like Cliff mentioned, they got stickers. They want to sit there and try to just figure out what their balance is, settle in. They got a long day ahead of them still.
9 laps complete. Alex Bowman has led 8 of them after Kyle Larson led the first. The
Let's go to
pageantry,
a commercial
the
break during the middle of action.
Down to business in the Daytona 500.
Yep. Could have been any other sport. You'd be pissed.
Even when things seem quieter, the urge to protect means staying on the lookout to help keep others from harm.
At Pfizer, we're driven by this impulse. We've reached hundreds of millions of lives with our COVID-19 response.
I just don't want to play a game like that. Like, I wish it was like
whatever comes next,
kind of like a Harry
we will
Potter
respond fiercely.
like story mode game. No, but isn't there like other shit that?
I mean, it's open world, but it's like I don't know much about it. But it is a story game.
Oh, maybe I will play it.
What did you think of it?
I thought it was just like.
Watch his drive for greatness.
Like, I don't know. Like, I thought it was like.
And then watch him break through.
What did I think it was
After
like?
22 years of watching
I don't know
Kevin
exactly what it's like.
we know you can always
story
get
mode,
closer.
but it's like open world like GTA.
That's cool.
I don't know how open really.
I didn't even really know what I thought it was like. It just it sounded weird.
Everyone's hating on it. It's transphobic.
No, J.K. Rowling is transphobic.
Yeah, but she gets part of the money. That's why people hate on it.
Tell me more. One chord's all that you need. Tell me more. Don't you worry about speed.
Nah, but it's fine. Like a good game, I'll play a good game.
I shouldn't call a game transphobic. Who cares if she gets money?
You get upset about. That's a nice $90,000 truck.
$90,000 truck.
I need to try it first.
Welcome back to Daytona, where Christopher Bell has taken the lead from Kyle Larson. Let's take a closer look at this steep banking at Daytona with Larry McReynolds and the Toyota Cutaway car.
Yeah, Mike, we certainly see cars spin out and get wrecked in the corners, but we see a lot of cars spin out and get wrecked on the straightaways here at Daytona. Let's use our Toyota Cutaway car. When it's in the corners, it's in 31 degrees of banking. The car is really loaded and pushed into the racetrack. But as it transitions off of turn 2 onto the flatter backstretch, it only has 3 degrees of banking. The car is light. It's not loaded. It doesn't have as much grip in the race car. That's why we see a car that just gets into another car because the car's light, spins it out. Maybe we even see the big one just like we did last night at the end of that Xfinity Series race.
Thanks, Larry. 13 complete. Christopher Bell on the top side.
That truck. It's probably the fucking base too.
It's the first time a Toyota has led in the Cup Series
And
in
wouldn't
2 weeks so far.
They've been sneaky. Make no mistake about it.
Yeah, spend it on like a
They
cool
always
car.
have the handling and the speed to get the
Not
job
a
done here.
gas
Look no further than
guzzling
Denny
fucking
Hamilton. I'm
truck.
telling you, Christopher Bell just keeps knocking on that door harder and harder and harder. It just surprises me none at all to see him leading this pack. I'm going to go back to what Larry said real quick. He said the car gets light up off of it, and all the guys have been talking about it. Sometimes if your balance is loose, Tony, that thing really wants to step out. We saw that with the trucks and the Xfinity. But these guys have been talking about floating the nose and being tight.
Absolutely, and the two key areas of that in the corners are the entry and the exit. That's where you kind of go up and over the crown to get into the banking, and then same thing on the exit, especially the exit. If your car's tight at all, it gets to that, the front end just gets tight, and then as soon as the right front catches, then it shears the back loose, and so that creates a big handful for these guys.
Well, 2 laps ago, Joey Logano's number 22 got a little impatient with Kyle Larson on the inside here.
Would your friend Jaden do fantasy baseball?
Maybe.
Good push into 3.
Jaden, would you do fantasy baseball?
Christopher Bell got that is exactly why Christopher
Jaden doesn't
Bell
really
got
care
the lead.
about baseball, but maybe.
That'll get your attention.
And that's a really good illustration of what I talked to some crew chiefs. The way the drivers were talking about it, it used to be we wanted to kind of flank off that right-hand side because what it did is it trapped the air to the right corner. Now, because of the skew in the cars, and the bodies are already pointed to the outside, when they get pushing on that corner, it just leverages it around even more. So they really want to be centered up for that push or even a little bit to the left now.
And Logano's reaction to that was... lesson learned. Let's get an update on Kyle Larson.
Yeah, and Kyle Larson has a car that, although they qualified up front, they've been working on that thing all week long to get it where they want it for drafting. And you see Joey Logano, as you guys just showed, keeps giving him those pushes. When they came over the radio, asked him, are you still good with the pushes you're getting from the 22? He
They used to rival
yep,
418. But I think it's at like 4 o'clock.
Yeah, guys, I've been watching the throttle on Kyle Larson in the 5. He is not really wide open at all anywhere around this racetrack. He keeps backing that car up to be able to get those pushes from the 22 car.
Here's Larson's telemetry.
What do they say?
It's like his throttle isn't wide open. He's getting
no
pushed by
brake
Logano.
as Christopher Bell.
Might not be good. Yeah, it looks like he's slower.
Midget and sprint car star before coming to the Xfinity and up to the Cup Series with Joe Gibbs Racing.
Gear 6, what?
Outside 8. Got a gap of 2 behind him at the 31. Don't go.
Back at 25th, Eric Jones. 23rd, Harrison Burton. In the middle of this snarling pack.
So what's your honest opinion on NASCAR now that I've like for the past 2 years kind of gotten into it?
More practice than you would think for a car that won his duel. They weren't overly happy with the handling of it. Crew Chief Paul Rhodes said they made some significant changes to get it a little better to connect the corner for today. So far that has worked out. Only in certain circumstances that race car gets loose on him. Otherwise he's happy with it.
Thanks, Regan. Bell continues out front.
I used to have like the most toxic mindset. Like if the race doesn't have crashes, it's boring. It's like no, crashes makes it fun, but it doesn't like you don't need crashes.
Keep watching for more.
Best car. It is. Besides the weak car.
Fucking sponsored by Jordan.
Who?
For you. Kurt Busch. Or the who's ever driving the Monster.
45. It's Tyler Reddick now.
World Tour.
Yeah, that's Michael Jordan's car. Denny Hamlin.
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin owns a team, but he drives for another team.
Check gunsandroses.com for more info.
Dale Earnhardt did the same thing.
Guns N' Roses.
Yeah.
So, I watched
You
my
allowed to
first
drive
race
for your own tour.
Yeah, Tony Stewart did it.
You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson's technically doing it. He owns that team now that he's driving for. What? Oh yeah. I am my own boss.
Yeah.
Probably make a lot more money that way too.
Your workspace is ready. Looks like you got a corner office. Lucky.
When you're part of Toyota Racing,
I'm
you're
driving
part of
fast.
something greater.
Me too.
Toyota. Let's go places.
No, they do that. Like they, this company like rent out a track
New
and like
house,
pay to
eh?
drive.
Well, you should definitely see how Geico could help you save on highways.
They do that.
Nice tip. I'll give you $2 for the chair.
Probably like a super long
That's a big
3-day
choice,
orientation.
All right. How
Yeah,
much for the
safety
refiner then?
meetings.
Wait.
And to be fair, I wouldn't really know how to drive a car with that much
That is
power.
definitely not for sale.
And then all for like
Is this a
2
yard
laps
sale?
around the track.
If it's in the yard, then it's for sale.
Like by the time I'm comfortable with it to
It's
go
easy
fast
to
enough,
switch and
so-
save on homeowners and renters insurance.
Papa John's just flipped pizza night on its head. This is the new crispy parm pizza, and it puts toasted Parmesan where it's never been before, on the bottom. Introducing the crispy parm pizza, only from Papa John's.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota, Let's Go Places, and by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. 21 laps complete. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, or driven.
It's awesome, though.
Kyle Larson leading Joey Logano and Christopher Bell, Chevy, Ford, Toyota in that order.
Now, I got one for you. Biggest movers
It's
of
like,
the
I think
race,
100,000 in the stands, but then that's just the stands. All the camping people you gotta think about. There's probably been 150,000 people here.
Here he comes. 7 time.
He's definitely slower.
Johnson and Kyle Busch.
But he's still up there.
Spots starting in the last 2 rows of this 40-car field.
Well, we talked about it.
How do you get up there?
Around. You're 23 laps into this stage.
Draft.
This is where you start getting some handling woes, and you see the guys
There's
that are maybe trying to
like,
bail
you just
out.
gotta hope that it's not something that'll become an issue later.
Jimmy likes what he feels. Ty Gibbs likes what he feels.
Sometimes
Reddick's
those
on the way.
happen.
These boys are coming.
Now take a look at the third car on the outside. That's the number 10 of Eric Almirola in a Stewart-Haas Ford. He won his dual race here Thursday night. Regan.
Like one of the fastest cars all weekend long, but from the driver's seat right now, already some concerns over something he's seeing out the front windshield.
I got the hood gasket trying to blow out on the left side. Good for.
So that's not the cow flaps that we were talking about on the 22 car. That's actually on the side of the hoods itself. In between the hood and the fender, there's actually a gasket in there. And those hoods get to bouncing around in that neutral air. If you bounce around too much, spits that gasket out. Might be a problem for them. They could probably take that thing down and bring you the problem in the pits.
And Jimmy Johnson has moved up 11
I imagine they're gonna have to pit within 15 laps.
Mike, it's hard to believe he's been
What?
away from
Probably
our
gonna
sport
pit
for
within
2
15
years. He
laps,
was racing
everybody.
Indy cars, though, and he got in this car the other night for qualifying, and he had a smile on his face and said, "I'm back, boys. This just feels like home." They worked on the car, made good progress, and it's showing up 11 spots, as you mentioned.
He's in 27th position right now. Ty Gibbs, the rookie and Xfinity champion, has moved up plus 12 from where he started all the way to 21st. We saw a little 3-wide racing in mid-pack, but not much. Things have shuffled back.
Best Veep of the year. What the hell?
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. We talked about Jimmy Johnson, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick moving up. Well, okay,
Andy, why'd you send me
Ross
this?
Chastain, Zane Smith, Gilliland. You gotta ride. We talked about riding 500 miles. You gotta survive. If your handling is going away right here, dip down to the back, ride in a place you can. And I think that's what was creating some of that 3-wide, just a little bit of shuffling.
That's already too much work.
I know.
Tony, since he's a Ford team owner, but Toyota, Clint, had not won a lap all week until
Didn't even
now.
hit it.
Yeah, I wanted to see the big fat cloud.
Well,
What the fuck?
the Fords have been fast, strength in
I
numbers.
don't
We
know
talked
anything
about
about
that.
baseball.
Andy, do you know? Well, he does watch. He watches the Durham Bulls,
You can't ever
which is like,
who's going to surprise
yeah, I
you.
think it's like the
And it didn't surprise
Rays.
me one bit that Gibbs
Jason never answered.
talk about. Look at his teammates.
Sam, is lap 69 going to be under caution since the stage break is at lap 60? Oh, maybe it will be. Oh yeah, so I forgot to tell you. I'm doing this new thing on my stream called Mr. 69.
It's different.
So the leader of lap 69 is Mr. 69. And then the guy with the most Mr. 69s in the season is the Mr. 69 champion. And he gets, and the winner of Mr. 69 gets to fuck a bunch of girls.
Even stake with everybody.
Yes.
That's such a great point, and it's easy to overlook, Mike. When you're running those dual races, and as little of practice as you have when you come down here.
So
to
I have this
Daytona,
thing on my stream
the only thing you
that says
have to go
Mr.
off of
69,
that notebook
and then
is
at lap
those duals.
69
When you
I'll
get
put
out
the
here with the whole
leader,
pack,
the winner.
the air, the movement, everything else is
Arguably a more honorable goal than winning the race.
you ever struggling with. It's going to be way worse now.
Special meeting.
How fast is fast?
Oh,
Let's look at our
77.
Xfinity fastest lap of the race as Ty Dillon is on the apron, smoke coming out the pipes. Ty Gibbs, fastest lap of the race, 46.42. Ross Chastain, Connor Daly.
It's kind of
Cody
surprising
Ware,
Ty Gibbs is
back
the
end.
fastest.
Eric Jones. 27 green flag laps complete.
Now a third
Toyota
commercial break.
in front of Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman's Chevrolets, Joey Logano's and Eric Almirola's Fords.
On my pizza.
This small thing is the next big thing. And when I make it go, wow. The all-new Dexcom G7 for all types of diabetes. It shows your glucose.
Does he even have diabetes?
Yeah, right?
Tracks your success.
You're fucking Nick Jonas.
You're invincible.
Just feels that way.
You're like the hottest guy in America. Chris Hemsworth.
Powerful, simple,
He's up there.
diabetes management.
It's probably Chris Hemsworth, followed by Henry Cavill.
Who?
The guy who plays Superman.
I don't think I've seen him.
He's fucking hot. And then he's probably.
I need to try
Where do you put the Rock?
Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, Ryan Reynolds. Alright, he's probably fifth. Probably Hemsworth.
It would appear that
Ryan Reynolds, Henry Cavill, The Rock, then him.
Yeah.
Because Zac
This isn't a
Efron,
whodunit film.
he got some like.
I think Chase Elliott's up there.
Yeah.
Now that's a killer
Jason
deal.
Swanson.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Oh, Joe Burrow. How was Connor Daly kept his car from dying? I don't know, man. He was terrible in the duels.
Catch these offers while you can.
Call Connors and Ferris, the workers' comp attorneys, dedicated to fighting for injured workers' rights.
So that you and your family can focus on your recovery.
Connors and Ferris, your workers' comp attorneys.
The 2023 Komatsu PC-138 with powerful yet precise hydraulics. It is Clarky's love. It is his passion.
It is Clarky's fault for letting us set the pricing, because we're selling them for less.
No. Clarky loves his Komatsus. He never even rents them. He just polishes them with a diaper.
They are so choice, and you can have your choice today at Clarky's for less.
Travel down to Clarky's to get a machine.
Here's great news about used cars from Current Ford. We have them. Rows and rows of used vehicles that are fuel efficient starting under $17,000. That's right, under $17,000. You'll save on the gas alone. Current Ford, West Genesee Street.
You're watching Fox 68.
I'm gonna call him Nick.
WSYT 68.1.
Hopefully he's at least helping his cool uncle.
Harvick's getting a run off turn 4. It's going to be a drag race all the way back to the start-finish line.
No, the footage from 2007 doesn't look like it's from 1986.
I know, right?
Let's show 2007. Like old baseball clips that all look ancient, even though it's like 7 years ago. Did you notice that too?
Yeah.
It's stupid.
He came from 7th to 1st on the final lap to win it. And to celebrate Harvick's final season, Busch Light's giving away $50,000.
Fucking Nick.
Lucky fans' retirement. And
Stupid Nick.
Follow at Busch Beer on Twitter and tweet
Big ass
hashtag
vape. Oh my god, that is a big ass
BuschBorrowK
vape.
and hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a
What the
four for your chance to win.
Oh my god.
Riding,
Can you see him hold it?
Right now, Christopher Bell leading, Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, Eric Almirola. They've been the front four most all day, along with Joey Logano. Last year's winner, Austin Cindric, and his teammate Ryan Blaney. Trading 6th and 7th. Corey LaJoie up for 8th with Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski in the top 10.
What if Cody Ware wins the Daytona 500?
Laps so far in this first of 3
it's
stages.
Cody
This one
Ware.
lasts 65 laps. So Larry Mack, when might we see them on pit road if we stay green?
29th. Kyle's still hanging around at 33rd. That might be a strategy, though. Try not to get into any trouble.
To 2 or 3 crew chiefs from each manufacturer.
Save what you got for the end.
This morning, and I think once we get to about lap 35, that's when we'll start to see manufacturers starting to peel off. But I think it's going to be a little bit of monkey see, monkey do. But one observation, a lot of those Fords are in that outside line right now. When you're side by side, 2 lanes like that, you got to be to the bottom before you make that green flag stop.
Exactly, Larry. Usually when we see, them talking about pitting, 2 or 3 laps to go, they start formulating where they're at, try to find where their manufacturer teammates are so they can all pit together. They may not have this luxury. This is a new one. If they don't get established pretty quick, they're going to be pitting with a bunch of people, and
It looks
might
overcast.
be a lot of trouble here coming on the
Scares
pit
me.
road.
34 green flag laps this time by. Christopher Bell has just led his 18th lap of the race. And where is 2-time 500 winner Michael Waltrip?
Where is Michael, Chris? You know those, excuse me, Mike, those grandstands are sold out. So what do the fans do as an option to that? Well, they watch it on
Ty
Fox.
Dillon's at the garage.
And we got this
Sounds
big
like an
screen
engine
TV
issue.
here,
That
battle
sucks.
for the lead up front. They're watching on
Ty
Fox.
Dillon.
But they're also enjoying a
He's
hot
at
dog
77.
and a cold beer, having a lot of fun in the fan zone. There's many different ways to take on the Great American Race, and this is a pretty good one right here, Mike.
Have
Oh my god, you like went to the race to not see the race.
I know. It's what white people shit.
That's like all the bad parts of it. That's all the traffic, the drive, probably some money.
You know, people do that at like baseball and football games and shit, like
to watch on TV.
Yeah, people do that at like, or they'll have like a big screen like outside the stadium.
Yeah.
As he comes off pit road without benefit of the draft. Ty Dillon
You're gonna
in the
sit
garage.
in traffic for hours to not even see the race.
And Christopher Bell.
I mean, you can still hear the cars, which is cool,
Christopher Bell
but
have quite a history.
it's not
When
the
Larson
same.
went NASCAR racing, Christopher Bell took over Larson's USAC ride. They have been rivals for quite a while, open wheel and stock cars.
I remember being in a motorhome at Atlanta Motor Speedway with Kyle Larson, and we were watching a dirt race from Calistoga, California, and he goes, "You got to watch this guy, Christopher Bell." And I said, "Is he good?" He goes, "He's better than me."
Oh boy.
That's Kyle Larson's words.
Wow. Corey LaJoie has come to second place. Outspoken young driver, third generation star. His dad was a modified star in New England.
No, it looks good. But
His granddad, his dad Randy,
could be like the little pop-up shower.
and now runs Safer Racer, helping short track racers have safer seating and driving environment.
Yeah, Larson's
Corey
not fucking
himself
winning.
owns
I think
the
his
seats
car's
for my son's
some
first
fucks.
race car. And now here he is
Not
in the
fucks,
Cup
but
Series, in the
it's gotta
top
be perfect for
five,
this race.
trying to win the Daytona 500.
Yeah.
I'm seeing these Fords are waving. Them hands are waving. The Fords are coming, I'd say. Watch for all these Fords to try to find each other and peel off. What do the rest of them do?
Yeah, LaJoie's in second.
Remember, execution and no
Imagine he wins
mistakes. That's a
Daytona
big
500.
key.
Okay, here's some people pitting.
The Fords fan out below the double yellow
Corey
line.
LaJoie.
Huge. Look at that.
He's-
Past his teammate Austin Cindric.
No, he's just in one of like the lower, like the
It was all about
smaller.
positioning and getting himself
funded
where he needed to
teams.
be to get onto the bottom for the pit stop. And Eric Almirola, that race car right now, just a little bit too tight and bottoming out. Josh?
Well, the 6 of Brad Keselowski is saying he's got good speed in that car, just a little bit tight off of 4.
Brian Blaney in the 12th. First pit stops of the year. Right sides right now. Just a little bit tight on exit for Blaney. Good stop.
11 Fords all stopped in one group at lap 38.
They're going in a
Learning what we
circle.
learned at the duels, I'd say these other
Oh my
cars are going to
God.
be coming quick, and here they are. Boy, that was close.
Regan?
Corey LaJoie in the 7 car, a strong
Oh my
run so
God,
far.
he's so
He felt like
sexy.
this was coming today out of this race
Look
car.
at
A
yourself.
lot of confidence in it and knew
So
that his
sexy,
competitors
dog.
would be willing to work with him. Josh?
Well, Kyle Busch has been working his way through the field after having to start in the back. He said it's just a 1 to 2 snug on that car.
Beautiful.
Alex Bowman in the 43 started on pole for this race for the 3rd time in his career. Pretty good overall. Just doesn't want the 7 of Corey LaJoie to
Chase.
A little delayed there as they continue to fuel the 48.
Noah Gregson's car
Just concerns me because it got really cloudy really fast.
on the dash, properly timed to pit road speed. He was
You're gonna, like,
noticeably
travel
slower
it
down
up
pit
the
road than the rest of that
Well,
group.
I can tell you why, because he was noticeably faster coming on. Watch him over here. Here he comes. Makes a big move.
I want
Cuts a couple of them off. Goes
Oh,
extremely
there's
fast.
a 15.
Heading for pit road.
Is that gonna be a
around
caution?
goes the Rick Ware Racing number
Oh, that's
15.
Riley Herbst. Fuck you, Riley Herbst.
Not a
You don't even
crash,
deserve this
just a
ride. You're
spin,
literally
and
just
we stay
spoon-fed
green
everything you ever
because he
got.
gets safely to pit road.
Still green. Very important.
Josh.
Yeah,
The
Bass
20
Pro
of
Shop.
Christopher Bell has led a lot of laps. He's been really happy with his car so far.
Do we even have a Bass Pro Shops around here?
I don't know.
Everybody makes
I
it
just do
on
Walmart
to
and then
off pit
Mickey's.
road, and we stay
Never even been to
green.
Mickey's.
39 laps into the Daytona 500.
I knew that was going to be an interesting one. With everybody
Riley
being
Herbst ran out of
jumbled up.
talent. Andy, he had never had talent.
He started last. He's
Travis
running first.
Pastrana.
Travis Pastrana now comes to pit road.
Pretty cool. Lead first lap of the Daytona 500.
Oh yeah, that's also
pit
Michael
road
Jordan's
speed.
car. This is only for like this race though.
As the rest of the field forms up after pit stops, your leader will be Denny Hamlin from Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick. So Toyota wins the first round of green flag pit stops.
Look at the run of the Fords, though. Here comes Eric Almirola and company.
Damn
Cindric,
cheap
Blaney,
Toyotas.
Logano right behind him. Jimmy pulled up to make a block, and here they come.
Commitment line violation for Riley Herbst when he spun at the entrance of pit road. So He'll have to do a pass-through penalty.
I'm telling you.
40 laps complete.
Yeah, I feel like that's
160
penalty
to go
enough,
in the
just
Daytona
spinning around.
500. Riley Herbst, that orange car on the left of your screen.
Oh, he almost got Kyle.
Spins
doing?
around coming to pit road,
I think he
but
braked
no
a
caution
little too
flag.
late.
He had no shot at getting to pit road. He should have waited another lap.
Yeah. He's an idiot. Kid's an idiot. I'll bust his ass.
Can we get a puppy, Mom?
Oh, shut up, kids.
Pets are a big expense.
Maybe try switching your car insurance to Progressive. You could save hundreds.
Thanks, TV Dad. We'll think about it, okay?
Look what I found.
I wish TV Dad was always in charge.
Listen to your TV Dad. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average.
I need to try it first.
Oh, there's that
COVID-19?
Fanta.
And being overweight makes it more risky. I'm calling my doctor. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Authorized for emergency use, Paxlovid is an oral treatment for people 12 and up who have mild to moderate COVID-19 and have a high risk factor for it becoming severe.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Having even one risk
Wild
factor, like
Kush.
being over 50, diabetes, or smoking, increases your chances of severe COVID. Taken within 5 days of symptoms, Paxlovid reduced the risk of developing severe COVID-19 by 86%.
Paxlovid may strengthen or weaken other medicines. Taking it with certain medicines may cause life-threatening side effects or affect how Paxlovid works. So it's critical to tell your doctor about all medicines you take, including herbal supplements, because lab tests or changing the dose of your medicines may be needed. Tell your doctor if you have any serious illnesses,
that's orange.
allergies, liver or kidney disease,
wait,
are pregnant
is
or
it?
plan to become
I mean,
pregnant,
soda doesn't
are
really go
breastfeeding,
bad.
or use birth control.
Sugar
Paxlovid may
and
affect
water.
how your
That might
birth
have been
control
the one.
works.
Did we get one
Don't
last
take
week?
Paxlovid if you're allergic to
I
nirmatrelvir,
might have got it for
ritonavir, or
that.
any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, liver problems, and issues with HIV
It's
medicines.
fucking fine.
Other side effects
Might be
include
like
altered
months
taste, diarrhea, high blood pressure, muscle aches, abdominal pain, nausea, and feeling unwell.
With my asthma, I knew it could be riskier.
That was on the later, like under the lid.
Paxlovid. Ask your doctor or pharmacist if Paxlovid is right for you.
Much has changed over our 75 years. But the one thing that never does, that feeling you get when the race begins again.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance.
Yeah, if you say it tastes fine, then.
Grab an ice cold Coke Zero Sugar and cheer on your favorite member of the Coca-Cola racing family. A little flat. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
44 laps complete. That was Denny Hamlin, and let's get an update on the Coca-Cola Racing family. He is your leader. Newest family member Chase Elliott, 11th, Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, Austin Dillon. Big shakeup on those pit stops, and the two big beneficiaries on pit stops were Chase Briscoe, that red Ford down to the inside, and the number 8 of Kyle Busch in a Chevrolet. They chose to pit with the Toyotas instead of the other cars of their own
Oh,
brand.
yeah, been that long.
I think a lot of that was, like we talked about, you can't pit from the outside. So if you're already out there and there's no room to get down, you just got to come in with the guys that are around you.
And you can be more efficient. With all of that chaos of so many cars trying to pit from wherever they were, you saw Noah Gragson come from the outside all over the place.
I didn't think it'd been in there
Just
for that
coming in
long.
with a small collected group, your performance can be better.
Yeah, that'd be like
shows with Kyle Busch.
No, because that'd be over a year you had unless you bought it expired.
Briscoe took 2 tires. That's how he vaulted from 33rd to the top 5. And there's Kyle Busch, who is the biggest mover since the start, along with Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, and Hamlin. This is our driver's eye camera. It is a tiny camera. You could stack, half a dozen of them on
That was
the
always my
rear
mom's
fingernail.
thing. The Walking Dead was like
And it is
really
mounted
big.
in the foam to the
So
side
Mom
of the
said
driver's
expires, like,
face.
it was a zombie apocalypse
between
you need it.
Yeah,
his
right.
temples and the outer shell of the helmet. Pretty revolutionary. revolutionary, brand new technology, and we're happy to debut it this week.
I literally had one in my hand the other day, and it is
They have
so
to
cool
blur
to
the
see
dash.
how good the technology is. But to have
See
this
that?
kind of
Because
access and see it exactly
it's not
from
really
the
for
driver's
us. It's for like
perspective,
so the other teams can't like see it and try to like steal their data or some
There's
shit.
something with this new car. We had it last year, but it's so cool to see how the old school drivers, maybe a guy like Kevin
Ride the
Harvick,
wall.
Jimmy Johnson that's coming back to the
Yeah,
sport
come on,
after being
Ross.
gone for a
I don't
couple
care what they
years. He
say.
might be still with
Win
the
by
old
any
school,
means necessary.
rear view mirror, but a lot of these guys, the new kids are going, are using that camera. I'll get it out, Tony.
We're starting to see that on passenger cars, too. A camera instead of a rear view mirror. Hamlin, Briscoe.
No, they still had the rear view mirror, you dipshit.
Yeah.
They just also have a camera. No car, no normal car
Because
doesn't
like,
have a rear view mirror.
yeah, that'd be I think illegal. Because what if the camera gets broken?
Yeah. And you can't rely on the camera because you can't see like your peripherals. You
Yeah.
still have to turn around.
47 laps and one pit
Only
stop.
good for like directly behind your car.
Chase
Back
Briscoe
then, so
back.
this motherfucker got his license revoked. I remember.
We've been caution-free so far. So that's
75 years.
Still got 4 commercials in the first like 50 laps.
Around this epic
Yeah.
track.
That's TV.
But we've never stopped moving forward.
You know, you'd think the insane amount of sponsors on the cars would be enough, but
What happened to like the small screen they would put on?
oh, I think they're gonna do that in like the second half. Give me my pizza, you fucks.
Wherever we go in the next 75, we're all better off with an ally.
We have created our own drink company. The fastest growing sports drink in history.
Shut up, Logan Paul. Okay, so.
This season, we are hydrated. The official sports
KSI is kind of funny though.
Yeah, he's fine.
Oh, that's good. To all the Chevy Silverado
The
owners,
drink is actually not bad, but it's still shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
the adventurers, and the doers. To everyone who works hard and plays hard.
Wait, he's in WWE now?
He did one.
Where you
How come like
Thank you for making
some
Chevy
YouTubers
Silverado
do
the #1 best-selling retail
Money.
full-size pickup. Introducing a technological achievement so advanced, it rivals the moon landing.
Wow. Okay. Rude. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
March 7th. Here we go. Buckle up. Baseball's biggest names.
Bro, it was so cringy the other day in Xfinity Series practice, but all the drivers were like, "Yeah, I'm just so glad that my car is as fast as Xfinity Internet." Shut up. Shut up.
Oh, fucking shit. That's bad.
It's like, y'all just gotta do any plug you can think of.
Holy fuck, have some fucking pride.
Charlotte Flair was an
As
honorary
fast as
race official
Xfinity.
here in Daytona today. So, one of our Super 6 questions, which of these drivers will have the best finish
Oh shit, do it. I
today?
still have
Here
time.
are the 6. Take your pick.
That's a tough pick, man. Daytona 500 winners. Brad Keselowski strong.
I forgot to do it. Do I still have time?
Drop to the back of the pack coming off turn number 4.
Oh, I have 2 minutes.
Moved to that
3
top
minutes to
line
do
to get
it.
from behind the 14, who he said was unsteady. Well, once he moved to the top line, he got hit into the fence. They had to come quick, guys.
Right side damage to Bubba Wallace. They'll put 2 tires on it. Send it back out. He was running second. And completes the stop.
You
Who's
make
number
sure that
12?
didn't bend a toe link in the rear. Hit
Ryan
pretty
Blaney.
hard. There it is.
The bump for Martin
Turned him
Truex.
right into the wall. I'd say be able to get that. Man, that's a shot. That car's...
Ooh, Bubba got some damage.
I'd say if they can get it back to this end of the stage, they're going to need to check the toe on that thing and maybe even toe link on the rear.
So a little more. Here's Wallace back out trying to get up to speed. And of course he has lost the draft. The field will inhale him here in about a lap or two. Chase Briscoe, first car on the inside in that Ford, went from 33rd to the lead on pit stops after changing 2 tires like most of the racers did. Larry told us to brake. The reason?
Oh,
he
I think
changed
Food's here.
left side tires. When you come in the pits, the left sides are closer to the crew. They don't have to come around the car. They can change lefts faster than they can change rights.
Good move.
Well, Will said, "Did you order food?" So
Yeah,
that's her tip. Unless he already left.
In order to keep on strategy with the rest of the Chevrolet team. So now he's mired back mid-pack in 26th right now, saying his car's a little bit wiggly.
Never too early. I can't believe I'm saying this because I never had this mentality, Tony. But never too early to start counting points. I didn't ever want to say when I'm in my driving career, I don't want to hear about it. This is my one chance at the biggest race of my career to win the Daytona 500. But I've been talking to Kyle Larson. I've heard Kevin Harvick talk about it. They're already thinking points.
Absolutely. It's the competition keeps getting tighter and tighter every year, and as that happens, you have to start thinking backwards. You can't wait until 5 races from the cutoff in the regular season to sit there and get yourself in position. So every one of these points matters, especially the bonus points going down here now.
Chester, go back upstairs.
Stage end at lap 65 and at lap 130.
Was he still there?
Martin Truex won both stages of the Daytona 500 and picked up those championship points. 55 laps complete. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
In the tip? Yeah.
You've read the books. You've loved the movies. Now, put yourself in the center of the magic. Relive the magic and fantasy of the world created in the Harry Potter books as you explore his world in a grand new story. The magical event of a generation is finally here. Rated T for Teen.
Little Caesar slices and steaks with half pizza, half Italian cheesesteaks is back, so you'll never fight over dinner again. Get hot and ready slices and sticks or order online for new jalapeno or bacon sticks.
Pizza, pizza.
Remember college?
Oh, wait.
5-hour energy got you through then.
I'm gonna grab that fan.
And now, we'll get you through it.
God damn it.
Rediscover 5-hour energy.
Just great.
T-Mobile has the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus for free and price lock guarantee. Do you?
Well...
T-Mobile will never raise my rates for talk, text, and data. Will you?
Well... Drop the ball in water.
Well, yes. T-Mobile has price lock guarantee and a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus.
Switch to T-Mobile and get a free Samsung Galaxy S23 Plus with no trade-in required.
You to have me here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I'm going to get them all tonight.
Yeah, she actually is pretty funny.
I like it. It's mine. The prices blow my mind. I feel so rich. I feel like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Timo, Timo, I'm shopping like a billionaire.
And you're not. That's probably why you're broke.
From Jamaica, I'm shopping like a billionaire.
No, you got it backwards. You gotta act broke, stay rich.
Like a billionaire.
I want to do that.
59 laps complete, working lap 60.
If I won the lottery, I'd probably still work like a shift a week at Dairy Queen, just to stay humble.
Yeah. I don't know what I would do.
After one set of green flags,
Because I actually kind of like my job, but I also don't like getting up.
And rookie Ty Gibbs, last year's Xfinity champion.
Well, is there like a later shift
out in
or?
front of the field, which encompasses
I mean,
7 Toyotas.
Everyone comes in that early.
Ford Mustangs.
Either that or earlier. Some guys start at 5. One dude starts at 4:30 because he has to like check all the cranes and make sure they're like running.
We've watched all these races, Tony. Haven't really said much about
You're lucky you don't
Toyota.
have that
Look
job.
over your shoulder coming to the first stage in, 5 to go here. 1, 2, 3, Toyota.
Yeah, guys that
Bees are at 4:30.
obviously in his
That means you're getting up at 3:15. That's not even morning to you. That's still middle of the night. That's just bullshit.
Yeah. Is getting a great education right now following Denny. That's
Or like working at the radio station like for the morning show. That would suck.
Denny and learn from him.
Martin Truex, 3 top 10s in 18 Daytona 500s. In
I'm actually out before
2016,
like the earliest
driver
one.
filling up his rearview mirror, Denny Hamlin.
The earliest, at least for the radio that I would listen to if I'm listening to the radio, their first show is 6 to 10 a.m.
I think that doesn't keep you up late at night.
So they played yesterday's show.
Where's it going to come from, Tony?
Yeah,
These Fords,
earlier than that.
You see them lined up. The 10, the 6, the 17.
Because I'm driving at like 5:30.
41 behind them, Priest. I think that's where the move's going to first come from, but Logano's already pulled out in the back.
Somebody I'm concerned about right now is Christopher Bell in the 20 car. He was up front in that mix. He has fallen all the way back to 25th right now and has kind of got himself detached from that lead group.
I see the opportunity coming with these lappers. They're going to be pulling up on 2-lap cars. When they start fanning out, boom, there's your chance. Cindric just moved Reddick out of the way. A lot of Fords lined up behind these 3 Toyotas. How do they capitalize on that?
3 laps to go to the end of the stage. They'll wave a green and white checkered flag.
Harvick's not way slow, and there's pit stops. There goes Harvick. They're going to move up in front of him.
Push. They all went with you.
Brian Priest just ahead on the inside.
And you mentioned that, Clint, earlier. These guys are already thinking about those stage points and already trying to put themselves in position to maximize whatever they can get at the end of stage 1.
What happened to Christopher Bell?
And they come. I thought the 10 was going to be the first one. Keselowski jumped on the opportunity, pounced on it. You see the 3 Toyotas pull up, and there's the 2. There is the 2 lap cars. I told you that was going to be the opportunity that would separate those leaders, make them make a move. Keselowski was spot on with that move, like it. Wow.
First air just screwed the bottom lane big time.
Be 3 wide. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Don't understand what A.J. Allmendinger's doing there. I don't know why you'd move intentionally to the middle of the track when you got too wide of traffic.
Because that one right there is
Your order is on the way, but we already got it.
That's a battle for the lucky dog. That was a smart move, bold move, but that's what he's racing.
Bubba Wallace and Zane Smith trying to be the first car 1 lap down and get waved back around to the lead lap on the caution. Truex by inches over Keselowski. 1 more lap to the end of stage 1.
I like that move. Brad Keselowski timed those lappers perfect.
And the top lane is boxed in, held up there by Martin Truex.
Yeah, they got stacked up. When you get stacked up like that, everybody, you know, is forced to hit the brakes, and it just accordions, and look at the damage done.
Coming to the caution flag, Brad Keselowski, part owner now of Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. He won a dual race here a year
Oh yeah, Brad
ago.
Keselowski's a driver owner.
New debut. And
What?
he's going
A
to
driver
win
owner.
Stage 1 as they
Brad
come to the
Keselowski
line.
wins stage 1.
Ryan Priest by a car length. First stage win for Keselowski in the Daytona 500, and what a power move by Priest right at the flag.
That was a slick move. That was really cool. Brad Keselowski knew the timing was right. Eric Almirola did too. He's just a little bit too late. Brad pounced on it, got the win.
Caution flag waves for the first time in Daytona at the end of stage 1.
Brad. He's so
What?
That was so cheesy.
Oh, yeah.
I need to try it first.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has the right parts at the right prices. Let's see, you'll need headlights and a bumper. Or at least you can skip the car wash. For parts that fit your vehicle, look for the green check. Let's ride.
Zach Edey leads third-ranked Purdue against Trace Jackson Davis in Indiana. Fox Primetime Hoops, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern.
Dear Winter, we're not intimidated. A new all-wheel drive 23 Camry safely rules the winter roads. Buy with 4.99 for 60 financing. 20 available now. Signed, your Camry connection. Burdick Toyota in Cicero.
You are in a battle to protect everything. Career, family, kids, freedom. These people around you, this team, they are great at what they do. This team was built to protect the innocent and to help people who've made unfortunate mistakes secure a second chance. That's what this team will do for you.
The women's team.
Duke's your daddy.
Syracuse sucks. Bayheim needs to go.
Dear Winter, we're
The zone
coming.
clearly does not work.
Our squad of vehicles with all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive is ready to take you on. Safety's the name of our
What is
game.
the zone?
Bundle
That's how
up.
they play defense. Instead of like one man guarding another man, it's like two guys at the top and three guys hanging back. Which worked for many years, but you beat the zone by shooting threes, and now every team shoots threes.
Yeah.
Dear Winter, we're not afraid. A new 23 Highlander with all-wheel drive ignores every single snowflake. Get 4.99 APR financing on a gas or hybrid Highlander.
Did you watch the game
Burdick
last
Toyota
night?
in Cicero. Visit BurdickToyota.com.
See, Damar Hamlin was there.
Thanks for watching Fox 68 WSYT.
Get up and gradually reduce grays the easiest way.
Wonder if Denny and
Step into the
Damar are
shower with
related.
Just for Men Control GX shampoo. Blends away a little gray every time you wash for subtle, natural results. Textured hair? Try new Control GX for textured hair.
Introducing a technological achievement so advanced, it rivals the moon landing.
Wow. Okay. Rude.
You see people freaking out about his outfit that he wore at the Super Bowl?
For man, one giant
Damar
leap for
Hamlin.
mankind.
He wore this like it was like this cross on like his shirt. And it's I forgot exactly what it said, but a lot of like religious people got offended by it.
Sold out grandstand and infield here at Daytona. Here's today's big move, sponsored by Bonds.
Yeah, he had made it right there, Keselowski. He was following the 10. Almirola got there, got in position before as they caught those two lappers. Allmendinger in the 15 car. Watch this. Here comes the energy behind them. Priest, a big shot. Keselowski's going to wait just a little bit more energy. He's going to make a move and beat those guys. Just beat them just a little bit to that punch, that 10 car, and that's all it took. Look at the help behind him. Forge in your rearview mirror, that's exactly what it takes.
And they finish the stage 1, 2, 3. Keselowski, Priest, and Chris Buescher to that blue number 17. Then Harvick, Michael McDowell. It's a top 5 sweep for Ford at stage 1. That's your pods. Big move. Highest Toyota, Ty Gibbs in 7th. Highest Chevrolet, Jimmy Johnson from the back of the field to 8th.
I don't think he's forgot how to do this.
All right, we listened in on Martin Truex, who fell back into the pack during that exchange.
It's kind of like when you said the 6 was coming, I thought this 11 was going to move and we were going to go together. I guess they can't do that.
We want to work together when we can, but I can promise you if the roles were reversed right here, the 11 would have left you. So if I see it coming, I tell you, man, we got to go.
73 degrees in Daytona. That sounds nice.
Truex ends up 9th in the stage. Drew Herring, his spotter. And pit road will be open this time. Brad Keselowski to lead them down.
Damn, is that the pace car?
What?
That like blue Corvette or something?
Fuel only. We'll see how things change up here. Regan?
Kevin Harvick in his final Daytona 500 has been silent on the radio till the caution just came out for the stage end. He told the team the car is just fine. Josh? Stage 1 winner Brad Keselowski happy with his car. He's getting 4 tires and fuel. Jamie?
Preece, the newest driver for Stewart Haas Racing in the 41. A little tight to start, a little loose. At the end of the run, they're going to make a small
Right, so we're on lap 69 now. Who would lead this lap?
Overall, very good car.
Did everyone pit?
To the front of his box, had to back up. Going to be a long
It might be some bum if everyone pitted.
Preece lightning Ryan
Cody where?
Preece
Cody where?
leads the
Cody where?
field off pit road.
Oh.
As we look at our race off pit road sponsored by Ram.
Ryan Preece won the race off pit road. So I think it'll be Ryan Preece will be Mr. 69. Unless there's somebody stay out.
Style up old Noah Gregson. Hold the pretty wheel out there. Like this kid. Think he's going to do big things.
Yeah, I think people
hey,
did
Noah
stay out.
Gregson, it's Boyer up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, 10-4.
Man, you guys have had a big week down here. Wendy's has been all over the place. My man up here, Tony's been over there, well, about 3 times a day. Tell me about your car. Tell me about your week.
Ryan Preece,
Yeah,
but I'm ready
great
for it
week
to
down
be
here in
fresh.
Daytona. I think we got a great Wendy's 42 Chevy. It's been a lot of fun with this Legacy Motor Club team, and this week I've been scanning that Wendy's Square, getting some cool prizes, and make sure all your fans do that too. Scan it, get some big prizes out there.
Absolutely, buddy. Good luck out there.
Thanks.
Well, Wendy's has been cutting no corners. In fact, they've been throwing shade at the burger competition on social media this week.
Oh, wait, Wendy's players been throwing shade?
Complete a crowded pit road at Daytona.
Fucking love Wendy's Twitter.
Great seats, am I right? You got this, Carlos!
Thanks, Advance.
Like Advance.
I'm the #1 fan of Advance Auto Parts, and I am
Alright,
here
so yes.
for 3 battery tests.
Ryan Preece is Mr. 69.
Free die-hard battery installations. Let's go! Or when they put out new wiper blades. Evolve! I see we have a new fan. Yeah, but I'm still #1 though, right? No, seriously, I'm still #1? Still #1.
Think it'll ever stop raining?
This is how we advance.
The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. 3 things are required in the great outdoors. Food, drink, and shelter.
Hello, I'm Sarah McLaughlin. For just
How do I put a
$1 day,
fucking...
You can help helpless animals find shelter.
Wrong shelter, Sarah.
What?
Also, that's a wolf. Head for the mountains.
Meanwhile, on Paramount Mountain.
Okay, we have the northern face, the southern face, and...
The Sylvester Stallone face. Of course.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
Is that Doug? Yeah.
No, don't sneeze. Dear God, no. Hold it.
Hold it.
Don't do it. Go. Gesundheit. Thank you.
So our first Mr. 69 of the year is Ryan Preece. He gets to go 69 some girls tonight.
For first responders on the front lines. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for the most reliable 5G network in America. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. From the network America relies on.
The mist on the lake in the morning. The smell of the campfire at night. The feel of an 8-pound test running through your fingers. And that trip to the store just to get ready for it all. The treasured traditions of an entire way of life. And that makes those experiences priceless. Johnny Morris, Bass Pro Shops, and Cabela's, world's foremost outfitters. Voted America's best outdoor retailer. Save even more and support conservation when you join the club.
Much has changed over our 75 years. But the one thing that never does, that feeling you get when the race begins again.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Verizon.
I think Mike Joy might be the best broadcaster in, like, ever.
This time?
Are
Already got some gestures out here, Tony. What do you think they are?
His voice is just so
That one looks
clear.
aggressive. That one looks like it has all the fingers. I'm telling you, the 11 balls, I don't think he had all 5 fingers out the window. What do you think?
Well, we were watching on pit exit
Called
after
a
the pit
baseball
stops
game
there.
one time.
It's a little congested right there, as you can see. And
Except the only video you can find of it is the final out.
Joey out a little bit. I don't know that Joey fully understood at the time how many cars were inside of Denny there that pushed him out.
He didn't answer me. How many fingers?
Josh?
Well, just an update on the 23 of Bubba Wallace. We saw that damage when he hit the wall earlier. Well, they were telling him that the toe link is bent. They're going to run with it for now, but at some point they're probably going to need to change that, guys.
I figured that's that rear toe link. They'll scrub that tire really hard. Tire wear will be key to making it to the end of this stage. Have to be very careful with that. Hoping for a caution where they can.
How long do we have to make
Now
it?
we questioned
I mean, I assume we have to
move coming to the flag, and indeed he was battling Bubba Wallace to be the first car
Still
to
a
lap
month
down,
away. Over.
and he did get the free pass. So Allmendinger is back on the lead lap after pit stops. Coming out of turn number 4, there's the Geico restart zone. When the
they probably
race
will.
leader, the control car, which right now is the 41 of Ryan Preece, enters that zone, and it's marked by lines on the wall of the track and a cone in the fence. Anytime in that green zone, he can hit the gas and accelerate, and the start.
All right, here we are. Green flag back in the air.
The field gets to react.
Important to note, as
Fucking laps under caution.
about 50%
What?
of the restart zone. I think
7
you're
laps
going to
under
see some more
caution?
craftsmanship, some gamesmanship, if you will,
Why?
with these guys. I like that move. I didn't like it. It was almost too short. You would get in there, and when you took off, those guys would be rolling to you, and you would roll on past it. So that craftsmanship there, I like that gamesmanship. You got to be able to jump that guy. That needs to be the leader's advantage.
It was added 25% on the front and added 25% on the back. So it does, and that's exactly what was happening, Clint. The guy that was the control car was holding a steady pace. The guys on the outside were rolling it because the zone was so short that they got really good at timing it. With a longer restart zone, makes it much more difficult for that outside car to time the restart.
Absolutely. Like that rule change.
So we're green in stage 2 because of stage racing. Buddy Baker's
Riley
overall
Herbst
average
after
speed mark for the
spitting
Daytona
on pit
500
road.
is in no
I'm only
jeopardy.
human
We will stop
after
at least
all.
twice for caution flags at the end of the first 2 stages. Brad Keselowski was out front. When the first one ended, now
You see like the presidents with AI voices playing like video games?
Oh yeah.
Dude, that cracks me up every time. Shut the fuck up, Donald, you
All
orange
these
fuck, and
manufacturers
just
are
dog
taking
water.
turns now. They've all had their moment where they've had groups of cars leading this race.
The first Chevy is the
It's
24
like,
William Byron.
when you ask the math
First
teacher
Toyota,
grade
19
quiz from like 2
Truex.
months ago.
Well, I think you don't have to look any further. Oh, that was close.
Don't put the pain on me.
That was kind of retarded about school. They'd all get super strict deadlines about homework, but then take
You don't have to look any
3
further than the
semesters.
first stage and what happened. Strength in numbers. We've been talking
They
about
were
that,
dumb.
right? Those 3 Toyotas were up front, then Ford's pounced on them. Attrition's still going to play a part in this. You hear Denny Hamlin talk about luck being a part of it. You're going to have a big one. How do those 3 cars outrun them? Well, you just wait and see. Get to the end of this thing. Put them Fords in a position where they come off of turn 4 and don't have a choice but to push you. There's too many on the outside. You're right on the yellow line. They're going to push you to the wing. That's how you do it.
Look at Preece in the 41. Give
Kyle Busch up to
Keselowski a
12th,
jolt and put him
to
out
11th.
in front of that pack. Now Almirola with the bubble behind him, between him and the 2 of Austin Cindric, and they are gaining energy. Tell me about that bubble.
It's kind of like a spring. The closer those cars get together, the more it compresses the air. And what that air will do is it will compress like a spring. At some point, that spring's going to push you forward. It pushes that lead car forward. It pushes the second car backwards a little bit. But that is that energy that we've talked about, and that's why you see when you get a second car behind and all of a sudden that first car gets a shot. It doesn't have to have physical contact to push that car forward.
The other side of the energy equation is you know, who's behind you. You heard me talk about it earlier with the rear view mirror, everything out of the back glass. You have to have a dancing partner. That means you have to have people behind you that when you make that move, you don't break. Well, as soon as you break that channel of the car in front of you, it's like pulling a parachute. You have to have people to push you through and continue on with that energy that we talk about.
And the key word in that statement, Clint, was partner. It has to take two people to do it together, and it's not always the first guy just holding it wide open because you don't want to spring too far ahead of the guy in front of you. So when you get that push and you notice that it's going forward, sometimes they'll drag the brake a little bit or just roll out of the throttle a little bit just to maintain that, to help that second car get caught back up.
33 cars on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace, the first car, 1 lap down. Two by two, 17 rows deep, with Brad Keselowski and Ryan Preece leading the Daytona 500 on Fox.
We've come a long way in 125 years. From dirt tracks to super speedways and every track in between. Never backing down, pushing boundaries and giving it everything we've got. Yeah, we've come a long way, but there's still a lot more road to run. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR.
All right, everybody, it's 2 of any of these for just $6.
So, what about a Dave single and a 10-piece nug?
Yes, Tyler.
What about a classic chicken sandwich?
Yes.
2 Dave singles.
That works too.
How much would it cost?
$6. Anybody else? Everybody get it?
Mr. Willie, could you maybe draw something that could help us?
Are you serious? I drew this.
Is that supposed to be lettuce?
Oh my goodness.
When you want the best deal on the best food, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6 today.
Even when things seem quieter, the urge to protect means staying on the lookout to help keep others from harm. At Pfizer, we're driven by this impulse. We've reached hundreds of millions of lives with our COVID-19 response, and we keep innovating. Whatever comes next, we will respond fiercely, like family.
Here's my dip. Yeah, but it's just 7 layers of beans.
Resourceful. Or did you invite all your friends to watch your favorite team?
They're losing, but that's okay.
So you leave. Baby, there's nothing better. I bet you probably done something that deserves a Dr. Pepper. Did you like sports? Your girlfriend's dad would like it better.
What? No, I love sports.
Me too.
We got the house!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
COVID is still out there, and so are you. And you could be out there with fading protection, but an updated vaccine restores your protection, so you can keep doing you.
You finally fixed that transmission, but you have all of these to go. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Brad Keselowski, your leader. We're monitoring the race, sponsored by Dexcom. The first stage went caution-free despite this spin by Riley Herbst. We stayed green. He got a penalty for missing the commitment cone. Bubba Wallace gets a bump on the back straightaway from Martin Truex and gets up and into the wall. Brad Keselowski in the 6th leads Ryan Preece's 41 to win stage 1.
I think it's fucking bullshit that teachers have to pay for school supplies.
You gotta scratch it. You can't stop. You lift the visor up, scratch your nose, put your visor back down.
It's exactly what you said. I don't know why it is or even how to explain it, but your nose, from the vibrations, whatever that sequence is, it's always your nose that itches.
That's the Hale Mellon man, Ross Chastain, in the Advent Health Camp in his number 1. Chase Briscoe, another one of our Fox driver's eye cams in his Mahindra Tractor Sport. Almirola leading. Keselowski. Cindric on the outside with Almirola. Preece inside with Keselowski and Kevin Harvick right in the mix, third car on the inside, in honor of Harv's final season. Busch Light's giving away $50,000 toward one lucky fan's retirement, along with other big prizes. Follow @BuschBeer on Twitter and tweet #Busch401k and #sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 4, like 2 laps from now, for your chance to win.
Wait, did you say every lap that ends in a 4?
Yeah.
Oh, this thing just keeps getting looser and looser. If that thing gets to vibrating too much, you could break a hood hinge. Look how bad that thing's bouncing around. You break a hood pin. I think the hood pin's broken.
It is.
Yeah.
Fuck Syndic.
I thought that thing was bouncing around. Gonna need to get it to the into the stage here. Get it taped down.
Brad Keselowski from Rochester, Michigan. Out in front, he led the most laps in last year's Daytona 500.
41's going to be to you quick. Here he comes.
We should go to Detroit.
It's Brad Spotter, TJ Majors.
It's a nice city. There's good people there. It's perfectly safe, too.
Sounds like an auctioneer, but that information and having it repetitive like that is more valuable than what
So
you
safe that when you call the police, they don't even come because they just assume you're lying.
Things are changing, so hearing that information, even if it's the same thing, just reiterates to that driver.
You'll be a brave soul to be a cop in
The
Detroit.
side of that is you don't want to get out too far. You're already half, 3/4. You don't want to get about a car length and a half. Somebody can come in and fill that void. The other, and if you get out too far, by the time he catches you, he's got to hit the brakes. Well, guess what? That stacks up the whole line.
Like at least NYPD, there's like some nice parts in New York, and there's just like so much fun being in the police department. I don't think it's the same in Detroit.
Both drivers leading these 2 lanes. Keselowski on the inside of the 10, Eric Almirola on the outside, have each come within 1 mile of winning the
Yeah,
Daytona 500.
besides the stage.
Unfortunately, I hate hearing that stat because
you're part of it.
Yeah, my pocketbook.
Somebody else's bumper wanted a part of it.
Another commercial.
5 laps complete. Michigan's Brad Keselowski out in front.
Eagle has landed. That's one small step for man.
Oh, Giannis versus
One
LeBron.
giant. Houston,
In the All-Star
we
game?
have a situation.
Tonight.
How did you get here?
Your character's in our video game.
Video game?
Yeah, that's what we can do with the Xfinity 10G network.
Basically, the greatest achievement since the moon landing.
Think they're talking about us? I know.
You can play from anywhere now.
Is that the actual 2 guys?
I'm at the dentist.
Check this out. It's super
What?
smooth, even when everyone's
Moon
online.
landing, not coming down now.
I think they're both alive, but they could be much older than that. Well, Neil Armstrong is
What the
dead.
heck is that?
Those are the bad guys.
Are they friendly?
Nope.
Okay, here's the plan. On the ship, there's some wire cutters, some tubing, and rubber bands. Now, with our know-how and some elbow grease and a little bit of luck,
You're probably gonna want to start running.
The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. One giant leap for mankind.
I need to try it first.
Your heart is the beat of life. If you have heart failure, entrust your heart to Entresto. Entresto helps improve your heart's ability to pump blood to the body. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Built for Tough. It's a commitment to providing you the capability, productivity, and the technology that you expect from Ford F-Series.
Posted a
The
fucking
best-selling
mock
trucks for
draft.
46 years straight. And now during Ford Truck Month, find out what a Built Ford Tough
But I
truck
thought it
can
was
do
the
for
actual
you.
draft.
Oh no, they're doing that on the court.
This is
Which I think is pretty cool.
North America.
Is there anything better than the sound of 3 races breathing life into a new NASCAR season? Get your tickets now at PhoenixRaceway.com.
Brad Keselowski leads at 89 laps as pre-race was celebrity packed here in Daytona. A lot of NFL stars.
Alvin Kamara.
There's your honorary starter. Loving it. Receiver Brandon Marshall. Money man Pete
Davidson.
Truex fan taking it all in during Daytona pre-race. And Michael Jordan came out and talked to his team before the 500. Celebrating a birthday this weekend.
Well, cool cat. So neat that he's a part of this sport.
When he was down bad comment on a Livy Doom post.
90 laps to go, 10 laps
I would
to
get
halfway.
diagnosed with a terminal illness, so my make-a-wish can be to spend a day with you.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Bro, people say that Brecky girl looks like Livy. I don't think she looks like Livy at all.
Not that much.
That girl's a bitch too.
Livy started it.
After starting out back in a backup car, Josh.
So, Brecky was just... I'm kind of sick for Brecky. She's super hot. But, she really... People just were saying that, and Brecky was just like, okay, I guess I look like Livy. But then Livy blocked her, and then people started calling her Livy Duke, called Brecky Livy Duke, and like...
Wait, Livy said that?
Her friend said it, and then Livy would like the comments and shit.
I don't think that's really bullying.
It's not, but then that's when Brecky started actually
calling him up to drive for SHR. You see that man on the right? Chad Johnston. He even brought him back to the Cup Series. You may know Chad from working with Martin Truex Jr., Tony Stewart, and Kyle.
Livy's hotter in my opinion.
I think they're both pretty equally pretty, but then Brecky just has
record
tits.
speaks for itself. Up in the Northeast, he is awesome at modifieds, and excited to have him. Excited to have Chad Johnston back with us. Probably one of the most fun crew chiefs I ever worked with was Chad. So I think this is going to be a really good pairing this year.
Jimmy Johnson is also in the top 10 after getting into the Daytona 500 on speed and starting in the last row. He's in 10th place. Now, he's going to run about 5 races this year for a team in which he is now an equity partner.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't believe he's in the top 10. Such a phenomenal job by Jimmy to step in this thing. No practice, one dual race, and to be running inside the top 10 again after 2 years being removed from this sport. You can't count him out.
Do we have to remind you he won 7 championships?
I know.
I'm fairly certain he could go across the Lake Lloyd and walk across it. Not swim across it, walk across it.
Johnson may be the oldest driver in the field, but his part-time Cup career started late in 2001. 2002 was his rookie year. This is the first Daytona 500
possible.
in which no
Clog my toilet.
Yo, what?
There's Jimmy's record so far. He's now part of Legacy Motor Club. And just to clear up a little bit of the chatter on social media, Richard Petty was a partner in this team. It was Petty GMS Racing with Maury Gallagher, and it was reported this morning.
I would give up my life to become a tapeworm for a chance to live in your digestive tract.
Jimmy Johnson came on as an equity partner. So Richard out, Jimmy in. Those two
People
were not
post
related.
this on the internet willingly.
Yeah, Mike, 75th anniversary of NASCAR. Here's a Larry McNugget for you at lap 94. The 84 number has never won a cup race
Calm
in the
down,
history of
son. You
NASCAR.
won the down bad competition.
Finished second, but never won.
Albert
Did you tell
Einstein
Jimmy
once
that
said
before he
if there's
selected
still a
it?
competition,
I
you
did
haven't
not.
won yet.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't either.
No. Jimmy said he chose 84, not just because it's the reverse of the 48 with which he won 7 championships, but all through his career. For motocross bikes on up, the digits 8 and 4 had always held special meaning for him. So, he is number 84, and he may change that statistic. 5 laps from halfway in the 65th Daytona 500.
She found it. The feeling of finding the psoriasis treatment she's been looking for. Sotyktu is the first of its kind once-daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis for the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding that outfit psoriasis tried to hide from you, or finding your swimsuit is ready for prime time. Dad, once-daily Sotyktu is proven to get more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known if Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. Ask your dermatologist about Sotyktu for clearer skin. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Bartolo.
Killing it, Bartolo. Give us your body.
Still remember picking out that picture. She like showed it to everyone around. Alright, a bunch of stuff just went through the printer, so I have everything. Here's a report, oh that's me. Here's another report, oh that's me. And a picture.
Hey, what you doing? Ah, just cleaning my trash cans.
My fucking dad does that. He's so adamant about like a clean trash can.
Address and phone number.
Oh my god, that's so.
You can never be too safe. With trash.
Everything has to be in a
protect you from
bag.
becoming your parents, but we can protect
Like
you
it'll
from
be a
not
paper
overdoing
bag
it
in
with
like
us.
the McDonald's wrap, and I'll just throw it in the trash, but not in the bag. Like,
Bro, that's trash. Like the guys are still gonna get that.
pick it up and dump it.
Yeah.
Reborn from the OGs. The hits, the picks, the dimes. Drive so long you have to stop for gas. This isn't some Hollywood knockoff. This is Giants, USDA prime time football. Just ask these guys.
You better recognize the reach.
Except no substitutes. Pro football returns this April with the USFL on Fox and NBC.
I don't know if we're gonna watch it, but I'll play the game first.
Finish the game. It's remastered.
I probably would just like restart the game.
Oh yeah. Watch out for them clickers.
I fucking hate those guys. That's the reason I stopped playing.
The clickers?
Yeah.
They are motherfuckers.
99 laps.
You gotta get like a
It was just one part I just could not get past.
Locked together, leading.
Sometimes you can just sneak by the fight all around. I mean, you're kind of a pussy, but you gotta do what you have to do.
Yeah.
Now the outside lane has
You don't have the
changed.
ammo or
Eric
don't have a
Elwell
weapon
was
to hit
leading
them with.
Martin Truex has gone to the
How
front of
often
the
does that
outside
work?
lane. Kyle Busch behind him, but
I
that
really,
Toyota Chevy
rarely do
combination has fallen
It's
back
usually
in the field.
usually you can't.
Turn to the
Sometimes
inside.
you can.
Getting close again towards the end of stage 2 here. I'm going to
You gotta
tell
like
you
use
probably
the
still
bottles
6-7
and,
laps.
like, get
I
them,
want to
like,
go
go
back to
away
that
from
when we
where
came
you
back
go.
from commercial break. Them Thunderbirds, I'm telling you, showed up to put on a show. Unbelievable job by the Thunderbirds, the ultimate flex of our country, and I'm telling you, it was awesome to see. Tony, I thought that guy was coming in here with us.
I thought they were coming in the motorhome yesterday morning when they were doing their practice flight. It was amazing to hear those guys and to see this show today. They definitely show why we're the best nation in the world right now.
Connor Daly stays up high so that that outside lane can move past without incident. But they are not gaining on the inside lane. Now this is just the opposite of what we saw midway in last year's race when the outside lane seemed to have control.
Spot on. Let's go back to the stage before, the first stage. They started formulating that outside line, and as they do, if he starts marching forward, you're going to see some of these boys starting to pull up, using that block.
All right, so we just passed halfway. Practice allows going to get bigger halfway.
We get to the closing laps of this stage.
I same guy. Living, I would throw myself into a wood chipper for a slight chance I get recycled into your toilet paper. Oh my god. It's the same motherfucker.
Stage points, and you get wrecked out, it doesn't hurt as bad. If you don't get any stage points,
I respect the creativity.
Daytona 500 be there at the end, and then something happens and you don't get that either, you got yourself a big hole to dig out of. It takes months to do.
I've argued with our guys numerous times of you want to sit there a lot of times and go for the end and get those points at the end, but it's never a guarantee. So if you can get those points at each stage, take them. You don't know what's going to happen the rest of the race, especially here at Daytona.
Now Martin Truex has been dropped to the bottom, leaving Kyle Busch to lead the outside lane. There is a graph of his days so far.
See, Tyler Reddick in the monster car, he pulled up. And he didn't pull up. That's that tied off of floor that I'm talking about. In the wake of these cars, you get tied off of floor. A lot of them complained about that after the duels.
The sad part about that is
yeah.
Hear him lift. Trying to keep that nose pointed.
And when he did, you saw the nose of Ricky Stenhouse close quickly.
Reddick last year drove a Chevrolet for Richard Childress after winning the Xfinity Series championship. Moved up to Cup, had a great season, but Toyota came calling, 2311 Racing, signed him once Kurt Busch was no longer cleared to compete full-time. And so Reddick and Kyle Busch have essentially swapped rides for 2023.
Oh, well, I've been doing this long, Mike, but I've been doing it long enough that I think I can get close, and I'm a quick learner. They split that last stage in half, and I think they're going to do the same thing. That tells me it's going to be somewhere around 106. Still got a couple laps, but it's going to be soon.
And while we wait for them to make pit stops,
splitting the stage
how about a NASCAR Daytona 500 Fox? Rank them up.
On you.
Oh, like pitting. That's what they mean. So, yeah, like you pit like pretty much halfway in the middle of the stage.
You'll be bottom of 3 for one road. Three wide on up briefly. 2.5 in front, just 2 wide now. 2 in front. They're up. Still inside. Only deep in. We're going on the jack. Going on the jack. Plenty get off fuel. Get down, you're clear. Park them up 104. Quarter front, and your help's 42-4. Maintaining half. Slower that lap without him shoving you. 10 slower, half back, he's clear by half.
So beautiful.
About the back. All tight there. Half back 34. Push up front now. We're going to be the second group. Copy.
You heard at the tail end of that, we're going to be the second group. They're talking about it. I don't think we'll be long.
Brad Keselowski and the Fords hit the pit road the first time.
Connor
It
Daly's
was the Chevys and it was the
5
Toyotas.
laps down. That car is terrible.
Keselowski, Xfinity champ in 2010, Cup champion in 2012. Acquired an equity stake from Jack Roush and
33rd.
Fenway Sports Group in this team last year.
Lead
Started
lap?
to rebuild.
Yeah.
He continues.
He could win.
Last car on the
Big
lead lap.
crowd
Here's
of
the
cars
pit.
coming to pit road this time, almost half the field.
This time it's the other ones. It's the Chevy boys.
18 cars come to pit road. Josh.
And the 5 of Kyle Larson is saying his car a little tight, but not too bad.
Fuel only for most of these teams. Jamie?
And Todd Gordon with the call for Jimmy Johnson in the 84. He's been pretty happy with the car. Just a little free early on, but a good stop. Roll 7 time.
So, second round of green flag pit stops. 18 cars, most of them Chevys, in that time, and they get away before the leaders can get close enough to sniff a draft off those cars. And Kyle Busch is too fast exiting.
There we go again.
Penalty under green.
Kyle.
Every single race.
The only saving grace to that is the fact that you got 22 laps to the end of the stage, and hopefully he can hang on if he can get out and get tucked back in this group and try to get the lucky dog.
I saw a hand out the window. Costly penalty for Kyle Busch. Maybe we'll see somebody have trouble.
I didn't even know
Might
that
get
was a
caution.
thing. It was entering.
You heard Denny Hamlin talk
they
about
have
luck. Here
exiting
come the
too.
Fords.
A much smaller group, though. Only 6 cars coming to pit road. Led by Keselowski and Priest. Regan.
Eric Almirola been very fast all day long. That race car just a little bit too tight off of turn 4 for him right now. Josh.
Brad Keselowski has led the most laps with 35 on the day. Said he's happy with his car. Got fuel and tires, Jamie.
And Ryan Preece in the 41. Fuel only. Tight bond with that pit crew. Already works out with them all the time. And they are nailing it so far, as you see Michael McDowell for his stop as well.
Priest gets out first because he took fuel and Keselowski chose to take 2 tires.
Well, now I'm sad.
Busch making his penalty drive down pit road now as the Toyotas come to pit lane. Regan.
Why?
Said this may be the best, or excuse me, Ronnie Childers said this may be
The
the
weed
best
man,
car.
you're supposed to take it slow.
Here in
Yeah.
Daytona. Kevin, I think, agrees right now. He is still silent on the radio. Gas only. Jamie.
A lot of quiet drivers on the radio. Martin Truex Jr., one of those, led 13
What if
laps
he
earlier.
smokes
Really
now?
happy with his car this week, but they thought he would take a hit when it came to racing here this
Yeah,
year with
I
the
thought
change to
NASCAR
the
gives a
nose,
shit.
but they've been running really well.
They
The
used
19
to.
Truex
I'm
happy
not sure if
with
they do
it.
anymore.
So that was all the Toyotas plus Kevin Harvick pitting that time.
The MLB doesn't anymore, which is awesome.
Fuel only, don't slide your tires. Ready and now.
Once the player shows up to a game high, it's not
Mike Joey Logano with the
Even if they
22
do,
car, really
who
been
really
struggling
cares?
to handle it just a little bit on that race car and can't get to the car's bumpers in
Yeah,
front
but what
of
if
him
it
like
makes
he
it
would
better?
like, so some adjustments there, fuel only for him.
as long as you win, I don't give a shit.
And his teammate Ryan Blaney right there in the 12, a 2-time runner-up in the Daytona
players can do it just
500. Pretty happy with the car. It's a little tight
I
early
don't
on, and they
think so.
fixed that with an air pressure
Not in
adjustment.
baseball,
No
where
tires.
if
You
you're
see the
like
tear off on the
1
windshield for clear
millisecond
vision.
too
No
late
fuel
in your
to make it to
swing,
the end of the stage.
This entire group, fuel only.
Maybe it gives you better vision.
See the 4 car there? I like that move by Rodney
It'd be worse.
Childers. He pitted
It'd be
Kevin
blurry.
Harvick within Toyotas.
Yeah,
And I think because he saw
blurry.
the efficiency of that smaller
no,
group pitting in that
it'd be
first
better.
stage, they
Maybe it would.
outperformed those guys. I think Rodney Childers saw that and made that move.
Joey Logano
for some reason.
will hang on to the lead from Chris Buescher, Ryan Blaney, and Austin Cindric with 111 laps complete.
His nose is having a period.
Skills. If you encounter a black bear, do not run. It may stimulate the instinct to chase. Instead, make yourself appear bigger. Bigger. And speak firmly in a loud voice. Good boy. Head for the mountains.
Threat's imminent. We need your unique set of skills. Orson Fortune. That is a sexy name. Game on. You can't catch this fish with conventional lures. Ruse de guerre, an unorthodox approach to war. Leave this with me.
You dance, I'll play.
Let's go to work.
I would
killed to see you in action. Shadow me. Do whatever I do. Whatever I do. What do I do?
Operation Fortune, rated R.
So what do you got in that loader, Tony?
Just did my mail run, Chase. 3,100 pounds of letters from the best fans on Earth.
You have this many fans.
Yes.
You sure some of this isn't hate mail?
Nope. All fan mail.
This one's about weight loss.
That's not mine.
It has your name on it.
I'm a popular guy.
It says VIP membership renewal.
Not cool to read other people's mail, kid.
This isn't fan mail.
Mahindra, the official tractor of Tough and Stuart Haas Racing.
I'm at this wing joint telling people that Geico has been offering savings for over 85 years. That's longer than the Buffalo Wing's been around.
Dozen wings.
And did you know that Geico offers motorcycle insurance? Oh, my lips are burning. No, my lips are actually burning.
Geico, over 85 years of savings and service. See how much you could save at geico.com.
It's too hot. Oh, this is too hot, mate.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card and by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. 115 laps complete. Joey Logano leaving Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex and Chris Buescher. But as the field sorted out after pit stops and everybody got in line, things got a little dicey right here.
We're watching this pack. They're catching the guys that have already come off of pit road and haven't got up to speed yet. And all those cars from behind, big toe. Chris Buescher just trying to not get run over in that scenario.
How about Blaney? You know that spotter, he had an earful of his spotter telling block that 45 Reddick, he's coming, and then all of a sudden he shoots down. All right, Truex, block, down. Big block on Truex. Truex didn't like it. Gave him a shot in the bumper.
Chris Buescher, the Texan, back to the front. Best finish in the 500's third. He was the Xfinity champ in 2015. And we've already had more lead changes today than in all of 4 of the last 500s. Brad Keselowski was the leader at the end of stage 1. Now he's still in the mix, but he's back to 22nd.
Chris Buescher in that 17 car. Denny Hamlin told Tony and I in the pre-race, keep an eye out on Chris Buescher. He's got a fast car. RFK has a fast car. It's literally like deja vu. We left the Clash. They struggled. Come here to Daytona, and they were bad fast, exactly like they were a year ago.
Kyle Busch on the bottom, 13 miles an hour slower than the cars in the draft. He's going to try to find a way to get in after serving his penalty for speeding after his pit stop.
There's your help.
83 laps to go in the Daytona 500 as we take you Fox side by side.
And Doug.
Hey man, nice base. Clearly you're a safe driver. You could save hundreds for safe driving with Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Woo! We gotta go get.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The Bush Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. Should you become stranded, be ready to signal rescuers.
How long have I been?
12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
I can't believe this is how you kids talk to your friends. This is talking. Did you have a nice day? Look at the size of these butterfly shrimp. Ginormous. Butterfly shrimp? What? Now she's talking.
Oh, there's a caution.
We've got a report of angry rabbits on drugs.
Have subjects been
Oh, Tyler Reddick.
Get out. Animal Control is the new comedy everyone's watching.
Look at you guys running away from the little rabbit.
We were regrouping. And it's the next great comedy series.
Cougar attacked an officer, broke through his ribcage, and ate his lungs.
Did he survive?
Without lungs?
Animal Control, starring Joel McHale. All new Thursday on Fox.
Much has changed over our 75 years. But the thing that never does, the anticipation, the holding of breath until that first
Blaney's
green
got
flag
damage.
drops, and the crazy
Chase
journey.
Elliott, Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones, Tyler Reddick. The Guns N' Roses
You could
car was
travel
involved.
75 years from now, you might not recognize much at all. But one thing will never change. That feeling you
That was
get
Jaden's
when
pick
the
to win,
race
Ryan Blaney.
begins
No.
again.
I like it. It's mine. The prices blow my mind. I feel so rich. I feel like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Timo, Timo, I'm shopping like a billionaire. I get it straight from the makers. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Timo.
Download the Timo app and shop like a billionaire.
We got the house!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
And he's going to the
Eric
garage.
Jones backing up toward the garage. As you saw in our side-by-side coverage, this Daytona 500 has been a tough one for the 12 of Ryan Blaney and for the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
But where we need to watch is this 45 car and the 4 car on the outside. A little bit of gap here. Kevin closes in, contact with the 45. That's what also catches the 12.
Ooh, Ross barely missed that.
And then it's on.
Ooh.
It didn't take much. It looked like Tyler was having trouble holding on to it, and as soon as that Ford got back to his bumper in the corner, it just unfortunately turned him right into the 12.
Let's listen to Harvick here.
I just got him in the rock spot of the corner there. I don't know if I actually even touched him, but just came out from underneath him.
Man, did you see how close Chastain was to that?
Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez are all collateral damage.
Suarez hit the outside pretty hard. 9.
I only have to sign into the NASCAR
Eric
website
Jones, the Guns N' Roses cam
What?
shows you.
I only have to sign into the
What happened to
NASCAR
him?
fantasy thing once now.
Oh yeah, that's good. It's annoying as fuck.
So much my favorite paint scheme. Welcome to the jungle. Got him.
Home internet, what a pain in the... Hey, neighbor!
Try T-Mobile. It sets up so fast.
It's like Wi-Fi that runs on 5G. Home internet from T-Mobile?
Wait till you see.
Tell me more, tell me more.
One cord's all that you need.
Tell me more, tell me more. Don't you worry about speed.
What the fuck are my starters?
We got the house!
Pods handles the driving. Pack at your pace, store your things until you're ready, then we deliver to your new home, across town or across the country. Pods, your personal moving and storage team.
Dude, what are you doing?
I'm protecting my car. That's too much work. WeatherTech is so much easier. Laser measured floor liners up here, seat protector and cargo liner back there.
Nice.
Out here, side window deflectors and mud flaps and the bump step to keep the bumper dent free.
Cool.
It's the best protection for your vehicle, new or pre-owned.
Great. But where do I
Order? WeatherTech.com.
When do you have to move your garage guy in by?
The bush guy.
Second stage,
Old
right?
and
Yeah,
smooth
the
swire
second stage.
skills. 3 things are required in the great outdoors. Food, drink, and shelter.
Hello, I'm Sarah McLaughlin. For just dollars a day, you can help helpless animals find shelter.
Wrong shelter, Sarah. Also, that's a wolf. Head for the mountains.
Who said football season's over? This April, real football is back with the USFL. Reborn from the OGs. The hits, the picks, the dimes. Drive so long you have to stop for gas. This isn't some Hollywood knockoff.
We're able to figure it out.
USDA.
Oh my. Oh shit.
Hopefully my stream stays on. I'm gonna pull up. Ah, fuck. I just passed it. Nice power. Thank you. Well, it should hopefully come back on before we go back green.
Is getting 4 tires. They're going to look over the car to see if they got any damage in that last wreck. If it's fine, they're going to send him out. Jamie?
Chris Buescher in the 17, he said, this car is pretty stable. We're going to have some good opportunities here, so certainly keep your eye on him.
All right. What did my stream see?
All right. How much for the recliner then?
Wait, how did that get out here? That is definitely not for sale.
Is this a yard sale?
If it's in the yard, then it's for sale.
Here we go.
Geico. It's easy to switch and save on homeowners and renters insurance.
The father of all the gods was stolen. We are at war.
You are very menacing. I just want you to know that.
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Go fight for your family.
Started from the bottom, now the whole team here.
Fight for the world.
What? It's
Shazam! Fury of the Gods. Rated PG-13. March 17.
Ryan Blaney's in that garage, so. Is he out?
Yeah, or he's not going to be competitive at least.
I also have Chase Elliott.
Try it first.
Why is Kyle? Oh yeah, because he had the penalty. Was he going to get the lap back?
The prices blow my mind.
Damn, he lost that much for that penalty. Almost a lap down.
I feel like a billionaire.
I'm not sure
I'm
what
shopping
happened.
like a billionaire.
Was it for that penalty?
I'm shopping like a billionaire. Timo, Timo, I'm shopping like a billionaire. I get it straight from the makers. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Download the Timo app and shop like a billionaire.
Even when things seem quieter, The urge to protect
so
means staying on the lookout to help keep others.
Daniel Suarez had, oh yeah, so I'll replace Bowman with Blaney. I'll take Blaney out, put Bowman in.
Hundreds of millions of lives with our COVID-19 response, and we keep innovating. Whatever comes next, we will respond fiercely, like family.
The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever?
No. The original Coke's the best.
8 laps to go in stage 2. We're about to get the restart.
And Cherry Coke.
No, that's the
Eric
worst.
Jones.
Fuck off.
Cherry Coke sucks.
Ooh, Eric Jones. Ooh, that was a hard hit. Yeah, I know, man. They need to make these cars more like energy absorbent. Like, it needs, like when you see a car get a shit ton of damage, like yeah, it sucks, but it actually is a good thing when the car gets more damage because it's absorbing more of the hit.
Yeah, like the car brakes instead of the human.
Yeah.
That's how like cars today, even though they're like way lighter, they're still way safer.
Yeah.
Just because they'll like brake instead of shoe brake.
Yeah.
Jeter says he's down for fantasy as well.
Ask him if Jacob would be. I'm sure Jacob would because he doesn't watch much anymore, but he does know some stuff. He just put Cedric Mullins in his league.
I mean, I don't know a ton about fantasy baseball because sometimes. I mean, I'm sure the stars are good, but sometimes
like, the Advent Health Care Center.
A player that's maybe not super good in real life is a pretty good fantasy player.
I don't even get how that shit
actually,
happens.
too bad at all.
How does that happen?
For the
Actually, that doesn't really happen, but like Josh Allen's widely considered the best fantasy quarterback, even though he's not the best quarterback in the league. It's because he rushes a lot more than Mahomes, and you get more points for rushing than you do throwing. Like, you get 1 point per 10 yards of rushing, but it's 1 point for 25 yards of throwing. So it's a significant difference.
If I would have known that earlier in the day, I probably would have been more careful about that, but that was really the first.
That's why, like, Lamar's also
all day long, and
because he rushes
Kevin
even
said
more
he
than
thought he might have hit you wrong, but you didn't feel much of a hit, huh?
Yeah.
They're really the weapons.
Like I said, down the back, when he got on my back bumper, it just didn't really seem like, when I had clean air there, that my car was really stable. I thought, okay, it moves around a little bit down the back. I've had this happen before. But yeah, I was kind of caught off guard by what happened in the corner there, unfortunately. Just, that was the first time that we've been put in that situation and got loose, and unfortunately took out some other good cars.
Looking forward to Will and Michael. And
I'm sure that crash happened right before the end of stage 2, so we can change our garage.
Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick out of the race, joining Ty Dillon in the garage area.
I had Bowman, I had Blaney. Or no, I had Bowman in my garage, so I moved Bowman up, put Blaney out.
I do have Logano,
got back on the lead lap on that caution. He got the free pass.
I have Larson and Bush.
4 to go here. This is going to get really interesting. You don't have a pile of Fords stacked up. You have a mixed bag of everybody. Fords, Toyota, Chevys on the top. It's going to be interesting. 4 to go. Who makes the move and who goes with them, more importantly.
Elliott has damage. Yeah, he's out.
Look on the inside of that white and green number 16. Remember when A.J. Allmendinger raced his way to the lucky dog?
Because Blaney's still in, he's just not as competitive, so you'd get a few more points.
In the top 5.
It was aggressive move to do.
It wouldn't be that much more points, but any point helps.
I don't know that I would have been brave enough to do that. I figured I would have got watered up, but he's made the most of it for sure.
See Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming into the screen there. Can't count him out on one of these tracks. Very aggressive. Always there when the time's right.
He's won here in the summer race. Ross Chastain
makes a block on the bottom. Got out of that outside line. Gave up the bumper of that Chevrolet. Alex Bowman. That's what I was talking about with 3 to go. I think it's any man's game. Nobody's really paired up. Gonna see. That spot will be telling him which line to go with. Who has that energy that we were talking about.
2 laps to go in stage 2 right now.
Even like behind you. Top of the momentum. Go. 2 more.
Chastain spotter Brandon McReynolds calling the plays here.
Fucking set your lineup for baseball.
Right down to the bottom.
What?
Set your lineup for baseball, though.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you did for football.
Have a decision to make.
Well, I thought the lineup just stayed the same if you didn't set it.
Yeah, it would, but you have bye weeks and you have injuries.
I like that, Tony. I think I stay on the bumper.
Yeah.
22 is able to push hard and aggressive.
Well, here they come off turn 4 to the line.
Yeah. Matt was like, no, I don't want to set a lineup once a week.
1 to go, stage 2, and there
To be fair, I'd check it like every. Well, I would set it like on Wednesday for the Thursday game, and then like reset it if I had to, like on Saturday in case someone was injured or someone was questionable.
Is it locked in on like Sunday?
It locks in when as soon as that player plays. So if one of your guys plays on Thursday and you leave him on the bench, you can't put him in.
Go up the middle, maybe.
Are they gonna kill each other here at the stage end? Oh god.
Truex in the 19 through one shot, the backstretch. He hit.
Who's it gonna be?
Stay there and give me some points.
Come on, Ross. Bowman will give you stage points. Come on.
2, 3 wide, the 6th
And it's gonna be. I think that was Ross. Yeah.
By less than a foot.
Well, let me tell you, I told old Pitbull I'd go for it if he is there. He's there. Ross off the wall, off the chat, off the
Ross Chastain wins stage 2.
Don't you remember that part?
I do remember it. You just say it so much better than I do.
That's
Oh my
I
God.
say it better than him though.
No.
Whoa, by inches.
That's close.
Ross Chastain is your stage 2 winner.
I believe Kyle Chastain for the free. Okay, that's good. Kyle Busch will be back on the lead lap.
This small thing is the next big thing. When I make it go, wow. The all-new Dexcom G7 for all types of diabetes. It shows your glucose, predicts where it's headed, and tracks your success. Just like that. Not magic. Just feels that way. Dexcom. Powerful, simple diabetes management.
Or maybe in like baseball, I think defense doesn't matter at all. So you get like a shit defensive player.
Quickfill gasoline is made right here in America.
Oh yeah.
United Refining Company, who operates
Oh,
Quickfill,
yeah.
refines its gasoline from North
I'm a
American
draft
crude oil in Warren,
I
Pennsylvania.
still feel like he's kind of
When you buy United Refining Company gasoline at Quickfill,
Dude, he is insane.
you keep jobs and businesses in America. And you keep American
on the Red
families
Sox when he becomes a
strong.
free agent.
You don't need to send your money overseas when you buy gasoline. Buy American-made gasoline at Quickfill. Quickfill, driving America.
American-made gasoline with oil from other countries.
It would appear that
We just made it.
Yeah.
the butler did it. But this isn't a whodunit film. It's a Nissan sales event. Now that's a killer deal. Good thing this Rogue has a VC turbo engine, unlike RAV4.
Now get a low $299 per month lease on Rogue.
Catch these offers while you can.
Quitting tobacco is hard. Telling your family you have lung cancer is harder. Quitting tobacco is the best way to prevent lung cancer.
Call 1-866-NY-QUITS for free nicotine patches and more.
You're watching Fox 68, WSYT 68.1. Welcome back to Daytona. 131 laps complete. We're at the end of stage number 2. Ross Chastain leading his first ever laps in the 500. Ahead of pole sitter Alec
Fat
Bowman.
shit Dom.
July Daytona race.
Hi, Matt.
Oh, is that Matt? Back.
Yeah.
Ricky Stenhouse.
Matt, you should hang out with us after the race.
Well, let's have a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch. Clint?
Well, man, the stars are all out for the Daytona 500. The stars
You
are
can.
running from my man, Martin
We should hang out with
Truex Jr.
Matt after the
Number
race.
19 on the 19th in his 19th start of this
I don't
race.
know.
Martin Truex Jr. is my guy.
Dom's being a pussy. So go have to get him.
Where we're going with numbers,
You
Zane
got
Smith
blood on
won
your
the truck
hands.
race last year. He won the truck race Friday night. Austin Hill won the Xfinity Series race last year. He won the Xfinity Series race yesterday.
You don't have class until 1 tomorrow?
It's going to all line up.
I'm watching something better than sports, Matt. NASCAR is better than any sport.
He's been comfortable, hasn't had any issues.
Better than the NBA. Better than the NFL. Better than the MLB. Better than the NHL. Better than the MLS.
Yeah.
Better than the PBA. Bowling.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the outliers, the drivers are going to sneak up.
All-Star game. Oh yeah, we could watch the All-Star game with Matt.
Is driving a car whose number has won the Daytona 500 3 times. Hasn't led yet, hasn't run in the front.
Dom's a pussy.
But wait till the end. And that's your credit one.
Our boy Matt wants to hang out with us, and you're being a bitch.
Because he has class at 1, I have work at 6.
Who cares?
It's going to be hard this week. End of the second stage. Pit road will be open this time.
Dom's making excuses. He just doesn't like Matt.
So wait, he only has his first class out.
Joey Logano continuing to try and get that car to handle just
Yeah, you have just one class?
Has helped it some. Right now he's tight behind other cars, and when other cars are right behind him, he gets too free. Ross Chastain, that race car just a little bit too tight. Not bad, just a small adjustment for him. Josh. Christopher Bell in the 20 has been riding.
Or Matt, you can just have your mom drive you over here. You can watch the rest of the race with us. And then we can do something after.
Alex Bowman, the 48, struggled getting into his box straight.
I think Matt would rather kill himself than watch NASCAR, though.
Adjustment and air pressure adjustment on the last couple of stops. Didn't make much of adjustment, so no changes there. Got enough fuel and tires.
At a very close race off pit road, sponsored by Ram, Eric Almirola picked up 12 positions, beating Chris Buescher to the line.
Dom doesn't seem like he wants to do anything after this.
Connor Larson plus 8.
Dom's a bit bitch. You go to Denny's.
Just 8.
We can have more food.
I'm full.
Shut up!
Longest stage. Ready for the finish of the Daytona 500. Things have been kind of frantic so far.
I don't know why Dom's so mean.
COVID-19 and being overweight makes it more risky. I'm calling my doctor. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Authorized for emergency use, Paxlovid is an oral treatment for people 12 and up who have mild to moderate COVID-19 and have a high risk factor for it becoming severe.
My symptoms are mild now, but I'm not waiting. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Having even one risk factor, like being over 50, diabetes, or smoking, increases your chances of severe COVID. Taken within 5 days of symptoms,
Peace out. Enjoy the race.
reduce the risk of developing
Bye,
severe
Matt.
COVID-19 by 86%.
I'm sorry Dom's being a pussy.
Paxlovid may strengthen or weaken other medicines. Taking it with
Work
certain
in the
medicines may
morning.
cause life-threatening side effects or affect
So do
how
I,
Paxlovid
bitch.
works.
Oh,
So
no,
it's
I
critical
don't.
to tell your doctor about all medicines you take, including herbal supplements.
But I have
because
work
lab
in many
tests or changing
mornings,
the dose
and I
of your
do shit
medicines
late
may
at
be
night.
needed. Tell your
I'm not a
doctor if you have
bitch.
any serious illnesses,
You don't go in
allergies,
6
liver, or kidney disease,
I wake up at
are
7
pregnant
now.
or plan to become
Okay,
pregnant,
that's
are
what I'm
breastfeeding,
fine.
or use birth control.
Okay.
Paxlovid may
See, when
affect
I'm
how
not
your birth
tired, I
control
like
works.
when I am
Don't
tired,
take
I don't
Paxlovid if you're allergic to
10
nirmatrelvir,
hours.
ritonavir, or any of its ingredients. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, liver
cares?
problems, and issues with
Being
HIV
tired
medicines.
isn't the end of the
Other
world.
side effects include altered taste, diarrhea, high blood pressure, muscle aches, abdominal pain, nausea, and feeling unwell.
With my asthma, I knew it could be riskier.
Who gives a
If it's COVID,
fuck?
Paxlovid.
And
Ask
just,
your
hey, I don't
doctor
wanna
or
go out to the
pharmacist
heat.
if Paxlovid is right for you.
Go to Buffalo Wild Wings.
Bro, I don't want to go out to the heat.
110
I
down
don't
to
even like
Sandy
meat
Beach
outside.
in Florida.
You do, though.
I
Bumper to
kind
bumper and over
of. I think
210
Uncle Chubby's wings are honestly kind of bad.
You always do that. You always do that shit. Whenever you just don't want to do something, instead of saying, I don't want to do it, you'll be like, I don't like that.
I said I don't like it that much. If I were to go out, it wouldn't be there. And I didn't want to go out.
Fighting for everything.
Okay, dog.
Not giving away an inch. This is about 75 years of legends and their rocket ships. Each one built with one thing in mind. Get out front, stay out there. Because out there is where the future is. And if the first 75 years is any indication, you better brace yourself for the next 75.
It'll be electric.
Yeah.
75.
There ain't gonna be another 75 if you all go to electric. You're gonna lose literally your entire fan base. Now there will be some people who stick around just
hoping for that first ever Daytona 500. Has spent the most laps. Ryan Preece has turned the fastest lap so far at 196 miles per hour. First two stages, Jamie. What caught your attention?
Well, Kyle Busch speeding on pit road. We talked about this is a race that Kyle Busch hasn't been able to win yet. He made a mistake, but he's back on the lead lap now. Can he get back to the front?
All right, we look ahead. Stage 3, what are you looking for? More aggressiveness? It seems like some cautious, careful, other than the wreck that we hit at almost 300 miles in.
Yeah, Chris, they're going to have to get more aggressive to get those lanes to move. I think that the pit sequence of when the manufacturers pit played a huge role in how that cycled out. But as we get to the end of this, we haven't seen three-wide racing today. In order to make progress on the track, the guys are going to get more aggressive. I think we're going to see more wrecks. But who can take that push? We saw Tyler Reddick. His car didn't want to accept that.
And where do you want to be as it gets late? Outside, do you know yet?
I don't think that we know exactly where you're going to be. Ross Chastain chose to be on the bottom. He thought that was going to be the
Ross
better.
needs to
It
be
looked
on the
like Alex
outside.
Bowman was going to beat him to the start-finish line,
So he can ride
but it
the
was
wall.
mere inches that made that.
Yeah.
So it's going to be all
Hold
about
the wall,
who's behind you. I
Ross.
think more importantly as
He's
to
a
what
Hail
lane you're
Melon.
in.
We've already had 36 lead changes in this Daytona 500. Mike Joy, that's more than we had through the entire race all of last year.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, it's been a very competitive day here in Daytona. Now, competitive, Saturday Primetime Hoops is back with a massive game on Fox. 14th ranked Indiana collide with the
kill y'all.
Boilermakers as Purdue looks to avenge an early season loss to the Hoosiers. That big showdown begins Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on Fox.
Does March Madness start like March 1st or?
65 laps to go. There's Kevin Harvick.
I'm gonna do a
in
bracket
seventh.
this year.
In honor of his
I
final
usually
season,
do.
Busch Light's giving away
You know, I don't
$50,000
think
toward
SU's
a
gonna
lucky
make it.
fan's retirement and other huge prizes. Follow at Busch Beer.
I should
on
just do like
Twitter.
60 different
Tweet
brackets just to like
hashtag Busch
maximize my
401k
chances.
and hashtag
It's only ever been
sweepstakes
done perfectly
during
once.
every lap
Yep.
that ends in 4.
Guy got
for
$1
your
billion.
chance to
I don't know what you got.
32 cars on the lead lap right now. Kyle Busch got the free
Wasn't it just a
pass
few
at
years
the
ago,
end
too?
of stage 2.
It's like 5 years ago.
So there is Bubba Wallace, who did not pit. He stayed out. He is the leader. As we come to the choose, where each driver gets to select which lane he wishes to restart in. You'll see a big orange V right there, and Bubba takes the outside.
This is where that choose cone really gets interesting back here. They're listening to them spotters are seeing how many cars in which line. Forget about which Chevrolets or which Fords or which Toyotas are in which. At this point, it's which cars are in which line and how many.
A couple of drivers have come in to top off the tank to begin the green flag.
No, I
racing
remember
on
it did
stage
happen
3.
once.
Now, we did have penalties.
No one has ever had a perfect bracket for March.
Ross Chastain was too fast entering pit road on the
Maybe that was the
electronic
college
timing system.
football. Like,
Christopher Bell ran over
I guess no
equipment,
one's ever had it.
and Noah Gragson had an uncontrolled tire.
No, I swear
during that
somebody
round of
had
pit
it.
stop, so they will all be restarting out back. Now, Larry tells us Bubba Wallace changed 4 tires on the caution before, so those tires only had 6 or 7 green flag laps on them. Why stop?
It's not going to matter. It's not like any of the other tracks where tire wear is a big issue. It's a great move to getting track position, and I can promise you, this
Pace
is the
car is
point in the
sick.
race where we're going to start seeing business picking up.
I want that pace car.
Yep, but exactly what you guys said. That was a strategy play to stay out since they wanted to get that track position back. Remember, I mentioned before they had that rear toe link issue. They're going to keep riding around with it. It hasn't turned out to be a bigger problem. So the 23
An Ohio
is
man,
right
of
now.
course, correctly predicted the first 49 games, and then it was busted at the 50th.
After a speeding penalty. Here is the Geico restart zone.
I thought it happened.
The control car, which is Bubba Wallace, gets to choose where he hits the gas, and the starter will then wave the green flag.
Green flag.
25% longer.
There's always
each
some like
end
scrub,
last
like
year.
14 seed
We're
team
back to green for
beats some
stage
like
3.
super team who rates everyone.
Yeah.
You never know which one.
Bubba's got the lead.
He didn't pit.
I don't know.
If you want to stall, come back to the top.
I
So 2 back to the top. 1 back and have a shove on
Larson
top.
isn't out. He's
1
still
back.
up there.
Coming.
He doesn't win. I want both.
You hear Bubba spotted Freddie Kraft telling him, coming on the outside, how far they're coming back. And you can tell by his voice whether he wants you to pull up and move that line, you know, and block that line or stay where he was. Obviously, he chose to move up and be on that outside. We'll see if it works out for them.
Eric Almirola, one of 16 different leaders in this Daytona 500. 38 lead changes now. Ford has been out front for 69 laps. Chevrolet for 24. Toyota for 45. All right, thanks to Wendy's, we're going to take a ride with Noah Gregson in his number 42 Wendy's Chevrolet.
With the air braking, 2 inside, everybody's clear. Nobody wrecked, 2 inside.
Caution.
Debris in 2.
And that'll call it. Second caution for cause of this Daytona 500. And it comes at lap 140.
Oh, what the hell?
There is the debris.
Whose is that? Oh,
Fairly
that's Blaney's.
substantial chunk of it.
This might
Yeah, I can't believe he's
do
still
it
in
for
this
Ryan
race.
Blaney.
Had a lot of damage on that car. Apparently something rubbed on that tire, cut it, and it came off the rim and onto the racetrack. Blaney, of course, was involved in that big accident at lap 119, but was able to make repairs and continue. 61 laps to go. We'll take you Fox side by side.
From the writers of A Quiet Place.
We've crash landed on an uncharted planet.
65 million years ago,
There's something out there.
humans discovered Earth.
We need to be quiet and move.
Exclusively in movie theaters March 10th.
All right, everybody, it's 2 of any of these for just $6.
So, what about a Dave single and a 10-piece nug?
Yes, Tyler.
What about a classic chicken sandwich?
Yes.
2 Dave singles.
That works too.
How much would it cost?
$6. Anybody else? Everybody get it?
Mr. Willie, could you maybe draw something that could help us?
Are you serious? I drew this.
Is that supposed to be lettuce?
Oh my goodness.
When you want the best deal on the best food, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6 today.
A promise is a trust not to be broken. Whether spoken with an oath
Do you solemnly swear?
It's your first day. You know I got your back, right?
or sealed with a pinky. In 1922, a group of soldiers launched USAA with a promise to take care of their own. And after 100 years, we're still taking care of the military community and their families. That's our mission. Always.
This is the truck that helps keep families safe. And the truck that helps you get far from home. The truck that lets you move mountains and then climb them. This is the truck of the outdoors, the early adopters, and the rising generation. This is the one more truck owners are switching to. This is what it means to be a Ram.
I love puppies.
Well, I love that I switched to Verizon. My other network used to drive me crazy.
Yeah. And with Welcome Unlimited for just $25, I love that I got an awesome network and save money doing it.
I know, $25. But what I love is that it's guaranteed for 3 years.
Yeah. Well, what I love is I got to keep my phone more savings.
But I love...
Hey!
We're sitting on a sign here!
Switch and get Welcome Unlimited for just $25 a line, guaranteed for 3 years. The savings that last on the network you want. Verizon.
60 laps to go in Daytona next Sunday. The NASCAR Cup Series roars into Southern California for the final race on the 2-mile oval in Fontana before that track gets reconfigured. Will Kyle Larson repeat? Will we have a new West Coast King? You'll find out when the pre-race begins 2:30 Eastern, green flag at 3:30 here on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Tony Stewart will join us in Fontana and come back for Atlanta after Danica Patrick joins Clint and me in the booth for Las Vegas and Phoenix.
I'll take 2 weeks off and go do a little racing myself over in Gainesville, run the Baby Gator Nationals, and then come back for the national event, the Gator Nationals, that'll also be on Fox.
You got more day jobs than anybody I know. And I know you love them all.
No,
But none of them have a
right
time
now.
card. None of them have a time card. That's what I love about Tony Stewart. He works his tail off. He's never really
It is Sunday. It's
clocked
his
in
busiest
anything.
day.
So we want to show you something here that Fox has been working on with the folks at Driver's Eye, and I don't even know how close I have to get before you can see it, but that is the entire camera and transmission system. The lens on that is less than 1/8 of an inch in diameter. That's our Driver's Eye, and it sits in the padding just to the side of the temple of the driver, between him and the shell, the outer part of the helmet. And that's it. That's all there is to it. There's a tiny cable to tether it and transmit the signal. That's it.
It actually sits on the padding,
On
and
the
that's
padding,
the
not
coolest
in,
thing
yes.
about it is it doesn't, affect the helmet whatsoever. It's out on the outside of it, so all the safety features aren't compromised. Pretty cool feature for all of our guys out there and you guys at home.
It's awesome technology.
That could be the coolest thing ever since we've started
borrow
broadcasting
that.
NASCAR on Fox. Sure. And high marks and thanks to Andy Jeffers of Fox Sports, who coordinates our in-cars, and Peter Larson, who
That's
brought
crazy. I don't know how small it was.
tiltable
Yeah,
panel
how
onboard cameras to
average-sized it was.
NASCAR and
Yeah,
his group at
perfectly.
PSI.
It's
They
actually
work
pretty
closely
big.
with
Perfectly
the
sized
teams
camera.
Yeah.
It's
to
convenient.
give you
It's
these
efficient.
wonderful
It's lightweight.
views
Yeah.
from the driver's eye.
Why would you need anything bigger?
Let's go to pit road and Jamie.
No idea.
You should get one of those.
Technology.
Oh, I think I do.
You don't need that big camera. It's too big.
Yeah, honestly, you're right.
Off after that last round of pit stops, and on the restart,
Oh, I have
he
another
started
camera that I
stacking
bought,
up,
too.
and he got
I
into
wish I
42,
didn't.
dropped down on
It
the
was
apron, and
well, it was an
see
auction.
right
So
there.
it
Oh
was like
yeah, I was
80
wondering, what'd you
bucks.
get? Like, what
Brought
did
it
you
on the pit road.
win?
You see the left
When
front damage. Good
did it when you were
news is
drunk and you made
just
auctions?
cosmetic. Everything
Well,
underneath
yeah,
looks
so
good for the 48.
I won like another camera, which I didn't end up paying for. A fucking $450
Thanks, Jamie.
computer.
33 cars on the lead lap, including Riley Herbst, who got the free pass.
I didn't know that you could like cancel, or that you couldn't cancel your bids.
Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief, we listened in on this.
They just didn't pay out. They
If we can yellow as
Yeah.
clear as possible, we can try to stretch it all the way to the end. So just say the cards. Yeah, anyone who did not pit obviously would not be able to make it under any circumstances. Depending on how yellows go, there's a
Very
chance that
dumb.
most of the cards that just pitted with us could.
Very dumb of
Hey,
me.
hey, hey.
Are you like not allowed to bid
Business is
anymore?
picking up, Larry.
No, I am. I just.
How can you
Gotta be
save
more
that
careful
fuel
about
for
it.
him? You got to stay in that pack, and we go back to that fuel savings mode. When you're back in the pack, the reason Cliff Daniels tells him that, puts that in the back of his mind, if you can save me any fuel, which you can back there, I'm telling you, you're down to half throttle at times to stay off the car in front of you, saving a lot of fuel.
Hard part is you almost are having to commit to that strategy. This is the point of the race where you either got to be making your plans to move your way forward, or if this is a scenario where Cliff and Kyle make that decision to go for fuel mileage, then you have to be committed to staying in the back of the pack where you can run that part throttle and not keep pumping the gas.
And this is something where our sport has evolved so much. Because of the data, the live SMT data, these teams can see what that driver's doing inside that cockpit live. So they know exactly what he's doing to that throttle pedal and exactly how much fuel he is saving them.
Austin Cindric in sixth for this restart. We remind you that Kyle Larson was leading this race in 2017 and ran out of gas on the final lap.
He's going to save just a little bit more. 2.5 miles more, he better. He can do it.
Fords up front, Almirola and Buescher. Look at this sellout crowd. Not an infield standing room only ticket to be had today. A complete sellout. For this Daytona 500, we are
It's like actually a sellout. Now when they say it's a sellout, but there's 4,000 empty seats. Like it's
and moved up a couple of rows in the process.
Oh, there's empty seats!
Almirola now for this restart.
It's like they're just getting up for food.
You're clear. He's clear.
They left early. Beat the traffic. Bro, it's the Daytona 500.
Do you think people actually did that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what? The end of the race is by far the best part. Or even like the final like 10, 15 laps. That's what
Remember
everyone's...
Pocono? Everybody left early. Like a lot of people left early.
It's so stupid. It's never like it's a blowout and you know the result at the end. You never know what's behind him.
Yeah, well, like in the final 10 laps you kind of can, but a lot of times.
Of the races I've watched...
Like this one you're not.
Of the races I've watched, a lot of shit goes on in the last 10 laps. It's more aggressive.
Yeah.
Trying to win. So you leaving is just stupid. Yeah, it's the Daytona 500. Now, yes, I'm sure you'll be stuck there for another 3 hours, but you know.
I didn't think it was going to
This is probably going to get more viewers than the NBA All-Star
game. It didn't. Man, what a half a lap there by Austin Cindric. He was completely sideways. Here comes Keselowski. This is exactly how it happens.
I was surprised they had Bubba stuck in the middle there. Christopher Bell lifted, let him get back in line.
Wow.
Yeah, Priest is just stacked up behind the 2 car there, and then as soon as we get to that spot we were talking about on the entry and the exit of the corner, got tight, and then it grabbed the right front and sheared him loose.
Well, I agree. Christopher Bell was a good soldier there to let his Toyota stablemate Bubba Wallace have a spot in the inside line. Thanks to Toyota, we're going to stay right here. Instead of going to a Toyota commercial, we're going to have commercial-free racing from Daytona as we go Toyota all out.
Thank you, Toyota.
184, 54, 23 out the back. Half in front of Kevin. Half in front. Still half. 2 by 2.
Also, sellouts should be like based on butts and seats, not like tickets sold.
Especially when like it's like there's still resale tickets available. Like I get it. I'm okay with calling it a sellout if someone doesn't show up. Like, there's no way you know that. I guess it's scanned.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just go based on tickets scanned.
Yeah, but when it's like you sold the tickets to season ticket holders, but they didn't show up and they didn't resell them.
Yeah. Well, it kind of is, because it gives you a false sense of like how many people are there. I mean, they still sell it though. You sold it, you sold it.
Still half out the back, 2 in front of Kevin.
Hopefully some good Mets come down to Syracuse this year.
What?
17,
I'm hoping some good Mets come down to Syracuse this year.
half in front, 3 by 2.
Well, then that means they're hurt, so maybe I guess I hope they don't. If they are hurt, I hope they show up in Syracuse.
Yeah, don't send them to like AA.
I mean, if they're home, that's
For
just
20
Binghamton.
years in NASCAR competition, the Toyota Racing family continues to grow their racing legacy.
It's
Here's a
usually
closer
fucking
look.
St. Lucie.
Celebrating their 20th season in NASCAR competition, Toyota has earned 585 wins across NASCAR's top 3 series. From the introduction of the Tundra to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series in 2004 to 3 championships in the Cup Series, Toyota looks to add to their growing racing pedigree in 2023. Let's go places.
51 laps to go. Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski.
Does it smell like weed down here?
Racing on point.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of Fords stacked up on both the inside and outside. outside lanes right now.
Don't know how that would have happened.
The first Toyota is Hamlin in 7th. The first Chevrolet, the 7 of Corey LaJoy in 10th. Otherwise, it's a Blue Oval Brigade.
Syndic is all over the place.
Priest giving the 2 of Cindric all he can handle. Trying to send him forward.
Me neither.
Challenge
I don't
that
like
low line.
That car is very, very light on its feet with the back. I'm telling you, hold on to it, Austin.
He's awesome.
He spells Eric with an A.
Wagging its tail all over the place, Tony.
No, more like his parents spelled his name with an A.
In front of Austin Cindric as well, the 10 in front of the 4. The rest of the 4 is straight.
Yeah, you could, but why are you going to go through all that work?
Because he spelled Eric with an A.
That's not that bad.
That's pretty fucking lame.
It's not as bad as like the people named like Haley who spell it with like a E-I-G-H. Like,
Cindric was going to go with him. Did not.
I met someone that her name was Harley, but spelled with 2 E's.
You can move the guys you think will be hardest
instead
to
of an EY.
That's who you're going after.
Yeah, and it's, I know the manufacturers work really hard in pre-race meetings talking about taking care of each other, racing at the end, but you got to do what you have to do. I mean, you have to do and put yourself in scenarios that you think are ultimately at the end of the day going to benefit you.
We ever saw the bitch's name was like coffee table.
your dad was a teacher?
He was a sub. He never got a full-time teaching job.
Her last name was Coffee Table.
No, the last name was Table, and then her first name was somehow pronounced kind of like coffee. So he's like, her name was Coffee Table.
Oh my god.
Then there was this person on my street. She was a teacher. She said there was someone named Shafid. She called shithead.
Shafid.
You're Shafid.
Shafid. Oh my god.
Gregson was 5th here last summer. That voice was Earl Barbin, longtime spotter for Jimmy Johnson, as Jimmy was at Team Henry, winning championships here in NASCAR. Well, that outside lane, they have fought their way up almost right to the front of the pack. They're there.
A bit of a gap you can see there between Denny
What?
Hamlin and Corey LaJoy that gives that outside line.
Yeah, 2016, 2019, and 2020.
Blowing by on the outside.
That RFK duo, Busher and Keselowski working together. You're not going to see that 6-car get off his bumper until it's time. It's going to be hard to handle, but they're going to have to try to do these blocks together. Choose which line they're going to move up in front of or down in front of. Harder to do with 2 cars.
Shafid.
Right there in front of the 11, stack them
Yeah,
up. And he made that turn by LaJoy. It's like I said, that's hard to do when you got 2 cars working.
Remember Kevin Harvick? They're on the outside, 3 wide. He was right up there with.
Yo, why is the chat so dead? Where y'all at?
And it's his final season, so Busch Light's giving away 50 grand to
Andy, where you at? Jaden, you should join me in Dom's Fantasy Baseball.
He'd be our 4th guy.
He'd be our 4th guy.
We have our retarded friend.
We have our retarded friend Jeter.
Yes, after Derek Jeter.
Yes, after Derek Jeter.
Right there in front of Kevin. It's easy to do, but you got to realize we still have a pit stop. Still things are going to shake this race up. Don't get greedy here.
DC's Wachita.
Did you start calling him that because Mike Slime called him that?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know that's where it came from.
Yeah, would you do fantasy baseball with me, Dom, and our friend Jeter?
And hopefully more people.
Yeah, and hopefully more people.
And I'm hard pressed to find.
Or do you not care about baseball?
He's more than 60% throttle, so definitely save
Something you can beat us in.
What?
Something that he can beat us in, so maybe he'll enjoy it.
Fucking beats us in NASCAR.
Dare we try going Fox side by side one more time? We dare.
Maybe don't.
45 to go.
Have you ever beaten them in a season in fantasy?
No.
Will
This is the
remain
year. This is my
radioactive
year.
for years to come. Well, thank goodness it's time for the good news of the week.
And boy, do we need it.
So in 2020 we did it for. We didn't do it for the whole season. We did it like we started like after I think like race 10. And he won, and then 2021 he won, and then last year he won.
Sorry, Barb, just to confirm, this is the feel-good news of the week?
He doesn't watch baseball. I don't watch baseball, but I could try it anyway.
Yay, snapshot.
There's one more chance to catch all the action at the famous 2-mile oval at Auto Club Speedway. We're talking 5 wide, full throttle, next-gen cars, ripping up laps inside some gorgeous mountains type of action. And the access to drivers and stars? Oh, it's got plenty of that action. So get ready. You don't want to miss all the, well, you know what we were going to say. Get your tickets now at AutoClubSpeedway.com.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes. Meet with one of our experts who will do your taxes for you. So you can do anything else. Intuit TurboTax, 100% expert guaranteed.
Much has changed over our 75 years, but the one thing that never does, that feeling you get when the race begins again.
Ray Magliozzi here. eBay Motors has the right parts at the right prices. Hey, Dave.
Yep. Wait.
How are those new wipers?
They're small.
For parts that fit your vehicle, look for the green check. Let's ride.
It's ABBA night! 2 new masked celebrities join the competition.
You were born to sing ABBA.
An all-new Masked Singer, Wednesday on Fox.
I can't believe that show's still a thing.
To all the Chevy Silverado owners out there, the adventurers and the doers, to everyone who works hard and plays hard.
Free entertainment.
Whether it's your first Silverado or your
This is correct.
Thank you for making Chevy Silverado
I got my
the
boy.
#1 best-selling
My
retail
homie didn't do
full-size
shit.
pickup.
It's not top.
Oh yeah, wasn't Lucci talking about like buying fucking Andrew Tate's thing?
1 laps to go.
Doing
Aerial
hustles
coverage
and
provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR.
Was he talking about that at the Super Bowl last week?
More driven. Chris Buescher out front with an assist from his teammate Brad Keselowski with 41 laps to go. They are among the 16 leaders of this race. We've had 45 lead changes. And in the 64-year history of this race, only 6 times have there been more lead changes than we've had already today.
See that I call it links in the chain, guys. The outside, it's like a chain out there, and the links in the chain are tight. The inside, they're crammed up, and then they get slack in the chain. All of that, you know, accordion effect slows the overall performance of each line down. That
Yeah, it'll be like the
line
final
has
10
a
laps are
line
going to take like
put
an hour.
together better. That's why they're in front.
Well, look who's sitting in 6th place, Harrison Burton for the Wood Brothers, who have won this race 5 times with their fabled number 21. Jamie?
Yes, and the 22-year-old driver Harrison Burton, I talked to him about his first Daytona 500 last year, flipped over upside down. He said he's so much better prepared for today's race. He said it's all about situational awareness, knowing where to put my car at every given moment, even when you're single file or under caution. You're thinking about those scenarios, and it's paying off right now. He's been running top 10, doing a nice job in 6th right now, baby.
Maybe Eric Almirola won his dual race the other night, and you would think just keep the car exactly like that. But crew chief Drew Blickersdorfer told me they made significant changes to the balance of that car. They wanted more security for the race today. They felt like when it got down to the end, they needed just a little bit of that. Keep an eye on him as this race plays out, because of those changes may give him the ability to make a little bit more aggressive move when he needs to. And speaking of aggressive, crew chief Drew Blickersdorfer also said that this is the most aggressive he has ever seen Eric Almirola as a driver. A ton of confidence in that 10 car.
He has come within a mile of winning the Daytona 500. Got turned by Austin Dillon on the last lap. Daniel Suarez in purple on the left. Or maybe in purple in the seat after this.
Well, he just doesn't have the pace to hold up Denny Hamlin like that, and Denny knows He has got to get around. They can't just keep letting that inside line fall further back.
Yeah, you heard me talk about that chain as I describe it, but Suarez is a big part of that problem too. It just didn't seem like that car has the speed that they needed. I think Denny thought they were holding him up, and he took care of that.
Denny Hamlin always has a fast Toyota here. Only 4 drivers have led more laps in Daytona 500s than Denny Hamlin, and they are all in the Hall of Fame, all 4 of them. Petty, Earnhardt, Baker, Yarborough.
Why wasn't Earnhardt here today?
What?
Why was Earnhardt Sr. here today? All the other goats.
Yeah. Got Richard Petty and Jimmy Johnson here.
Racing or
Still.
Roush Fenway, and now Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing led the Daytona 500. Was 9 years ago. But if this pair stays together at the front, Buescher and Keselowski, they could be hard to handle.
They are, and like Clint was saying, look at the outside line and the link there. There's getting some gaps in there, and that's kind of around the area that Kyle Larson's in. Maybe running that part throttle is kind of breaking that outside lineup. I don't think they're trying to do it intentionally, but he's trying to not sit there and have to. Anytime you accelerate with the throttle pedal, it's asking for more fuel than when you're just wide open.
Well, the other problem that they have on that inside line is when you got 7 Fords in a row in line, they're not going to give up on one another.
No.
Josh Kyle Busch got a free pass to get back on the lead lap.
Now with
Finds
KG.
himself right now in 17th. What's going on with the 8?
Well, it's all about keeping an eye on the fuel for the 8 car of Kyle Busch. The last time they topped off the fuel, hoping that the next and hopefully final stop for them, they can have a shorter one, go through 1 can of fuel. They get back out and get better track position for the final run, guys.
36 laps to go. And 1 pit stop between here and the checkered flag.
Tight passing in lappers as they come off forward. Tires are starting to wear out.
Kyrie, and Harden.
Yeah, now it's just fucking Kyrie.
No, he's on
Before
too.
pit stops,
Oh, yeah,
take you
stupid.
back side by side.
Fucking
One more time.
Bridges,
Chris
fucking
Buescher
Claxton,
leading the Daytona 500.
Ben Simmons, Joe Harris, Kevin Mills.
Cam Johnson.
And after 22
Cam
seasons,
Thomas.
this will be Kevin Harvick's last.
You can learn a lot about a man by watching him work. Watch his drive for greatness. Watch him break down, and then after 22 years of watching Kevin Harvick work, we know you can always count on the closer.
Kevin Harvick is not done yet.
I like it. It's mine. The prices blow my mind. I feel so rich. I feel like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Timo, Timo, I'm shopping like a billionaire. I get it straight from the makers. I'm shopping like a billionaire. Download the Timo app and shop like a billionaire.
Gillette presents the Gillette Labs with exfoliating bar.
What?
The bar in the handle removes unseen dirt and debris that gets in the way of the blades for effortless shaving in one efficient stroke. All with a lifetime warranty. And if you want to keep the beard, use King C Gillette, a lineup of products designed to cleanse, soften, trim, and style for your best beard. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Almost heaven, West Virginia. I've been on that dating app, but girls are actually 400 miles away.
I have dated a lot of guys in the city. It hasn't worked out for me.
She's too pretty to be in a place like this.
To the place.
Why I'm struggling so much with this.
This is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be.
Bitch. Alright, I feel like I haven't seen any today.
Get crafts, sporting goods, restaurants, and the future of NASCAR all from your neighborhood. DoorDash.
Future of NASCAR? Electric?
Better not. I told NASCAR I'll kill myself. I tweeted at NASCAR and made a video saying, if you go electric or hybrid, I will kill myself.
And here are
I mean, hybrid probably.
the Daytona
Honestly,
Speed Weeks
yeah,
races last year.
Like it's still a guess.
All three of those champions trying for the Daytona.
So what is the difference between actually normal and a hybrid? Because
typically, I don't know, it might be different for like NASCAR. A hybrid, it's electric from like, at least the Prius, it's like electric from like 0 to 40. And then once you go above, or maybe not 40, but whatever it is, the gas engine kicks in.
That's not that bad.
And then the gas will like charge the electric engine, so you don't have to plug it in. But then there are hybrids you have to plug in. So.
Came to RFK Racing from Team
But like the Prius, if it wasn't such a fucking ugly ass car.
So you think they could still do like 4 races without having to like recharge with the hybrid?
I really don't know how it works for like high performance cars.
Eric's been extremely happy
But
with
I know it would probably still have the sound.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be like.
Oh yeah, because IMSA's hybrid in there. The cars still sound beautiful.
He's had that track position,
So yeah,
done a good job.
I think hybrid would be fun, but no,
Gotta get
electric
the
would
lead
be
of
fun.
this thing. We all know it. Harrison Bird behind him.
If they ever
in tow.
quiet down the cars,
These
too,
guys
what I
are
said, I'll
looking
kill
good right
myself.
now.
And I said, I'm not suicidal. I don't want to die. I'm enjoying life. But I'm willing to die to prove a point.
Nobody kind of noticing his front row motorsports forward, kind of when he worked his way to the front in the closing laps of the Daytona 500 that he
Hybrid's a
won
nice
2 years ago.
I don't get the need to be full electric.
You got the 11 at
Like not even like for
and the
NASCAR,
99
so
at
like
Daniel Suarez. We saw
less.
Hamlin go by Suarez on the inside
Because you
line,
still get like
get shuffled
fucking
out,
45,
and
50
then he
miles a gallon.
was able to work his way back
Which
up
I'm
and get
convinced
back
is still
up
better
through
for the
Suarez,
environment
get back
than
on
a
that outside
fucking
line.
giant lithium battery.
Suarez pulls Kyle
Yeah.
Larson along the bottom.
IMSA's, or F1 is
Much
hybrid.
of the 3 today. He is a past Daytona 500
You know, just because
champion.
they're doing it now, I
Had to
don't.
take a pit. He had to pit or it's going to be out of gas. We knew that was going to be the start of it.
Josh.
Yeah, it's like if F1 was still using like normal gas engines, it'd be like, come on NASCAR, go electric.
And now he's going to top off and get tires on
Whatever
that
they're
right
not
side.
doing.
Now, his last stop was 11 laps before any.
No, there is a Formula E.
Because he chose to stop
Which
early
is
and
just
get track
lame.
position for the backup front.
Like
It's going to
electric
get interesting,
Formula
guys.
1.
This is going to split the field.
No one really watches
really
it,
right
but-
in half. All these guys front runners, the reason they're moving to the bottom, they're looking to pit, and that window's coming quick. Won't be long.
So 9 drivers will likely pit together because they have 38 laps on this load of fuel. And that will leave about 7 drivers
smell like
who
weed here
can
now.
go another 6, 7, 8 laps further.
Yeah, it'll probably be, maybe tops another 10 after that. It'll depend on how they come out, what kind of lap times they're running, and we'll bring those guys in. But nonetheless, all your front runners here, 17, 6, 4, 10, 11, all of them pitted at last time on lap 133.
And this will be the money stop. Hit your marks. Make no mistakes. Watch your speed. Don't do anything fancy. Just do everything right.
I told Clint, I said, don't be surprised if this is where the last caution of the race could happen. Guys, knowing that they have to hit their marks and knowing that they got to get everything they can, that it
Kyle.
always forces somebody to do a mistake.
You haven't led any laps today, but you only need to lead one.
Kyle Busch fights
Only
his way
one
back
lap
up
you
into
gotta
the
lead.
top 10.
No, it's getting dark.
See that line that was dominant on the outsides now moved to the bottom. Like you say, getting closer to the pit stops, you can't just stay on the outside. You're going to have to get yourself down to where you can
Take
be in
one
position
puff.
to get to pit road.
I definitely
Take
think that
one
was the
hit.
play. They, jockeyed for position,
For-
got
for
down to the
Kyle
bottom of
Busch
the
and the
inside where they
3-2
can
car.
come as a group.
Oh,
But
dude,
man, it
that
takes
was
me back to the start of this race. What we learned, when all those cars came together, they weren't very efficient. This might be an opportunity for some of these other cars.
Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski. They need to pit together. They need
All right,
to
what would
come
you
off
do?
pit road together
Take a
and
line
just
of
do it
Coke
faster than
or
anybody
smoke a
else.
cigarette?
To maintain
Line of
that
Coke.
twosome at the lead, and they're
Me
going to
too.
be tough to deal with. That, however, is a
Like, yeah,
tall
they're-
order. That you have
Like,
half a dozen
a line of
cars
Coke
on pit road.
might be worth it for you than one cigarette, but at least it doesn't smell like
You
shit.
pit with
It'll
too
be
big
more
a
And
car.
it's like, yeah, you're at least going to enjoy that experience.
When the time's right, I don't care how
I
fast two cars are, that
I
would be
will
enough.
consider trying cocaine. Like,
What's the
I would
magic
never
number
buy
of cars
cocaine,
in a draft?
but if I'm at a party and some guys like come to the
Clint
bathroom,
and I were
I'm
talking
like,
about
all
it. I
right.
think Clint actually
And if it was someone like
you should
trust,
explain it. I think you're spot on.
I kind of
I
do want
think
that.
5 to 8 cars is more efficient performance-wise,
Not enough to go on
speed-wise.
But it's not something I would make a
it or
habit
not.
out of.
When they try to move them around, especially on pit road, I mean, we learned it. We saw it with the Toyotas. That's why you saw Rodney Childers and a few others make those
That's why, like,
adjustments.
I kind of want like someone else in the group to do it.
Yeah.
And then I'd be like, all right, so how was it?
Move around and stall and everything else coming out of their pit wall. They did the pit.
I mean, someone besides
a lot
Lucci,
more efficiently.
It's just like a freight train. The longer the freight train, the more you hear the couplers clap.
Bro, Lucci's just retarded already, so.
There's those hands.
Yeah, Landon was like, who's stupid enough to give that tweet
This is a little bit earlier than
It's
I
double
expected them to come.
Yeah, I don't know who was tweaking harder, Lucci or the guy who gave it to him.
Let's see if the 17 and 6 teams
What the fuck is the
are
lap?
on their game. Here they come. Regan.
Mike McCall gave to Eric Almirola when he was coming off turn 2 to pit this time. The directive from crew chief Drew Blickensderfer was to get all the way to the left. Expect gas only. Josh.
Brad Keselowski now into his pit. You see him getting topped off. Hoping this is the time he finally can get that Daytona 500. Jamie.
And his teammate Chris
Smells like
Buescher
waiting
with
there.
32 laps in this race already. They don't
That's-
need
I'll
anything.
give a
His
shit
car
about
is
that.
good. It's
Yeah, but
only for the
yeah,
17.
it's not like gotten on me about it in a while.
Cars came
You
to
pay
pit
rent.
road.
Yeah.
At least 5 of them will leave in a draft
Just be like,
together.
I pay
I don't know
rent.
if that was by design or not, but 22 and 14, they were stuck on the outside. They couldn't come with their Fords.
But who else is a lap down?
Nope, Logano is still stuck way out there. And here come the Toyotas.
I'm gonna watch a Twitter
Hamlin
Civil
and
War.
Truex. Regan.
I mean, Kyle Busch was a lap down not that long ago.
Basically, the directive
to
has been to him to just keep
25
the
to go.
cars behind him
He's
attached
up to
a
fourth
little
right
bit
now,
better.
but
His
that's
race
because
car's
of
good,
thing.
but
He
he's
was up to,
struggling
like,
to get the
10th.
pushes he needs. Jamie.
One of the best pit crews on pit road last year was the 18. Well, that's now gone
This is
to
one
the
of the parts
19.
like I
They're
don't
pitting
like
the car,
about
not
NASCAR.
much to do there.
Like,
Fuel only.
now I
for
really
Truex
don't
Jr.
know who's in a better position.
It's only a
But
pair
I
of
think that's what
cars
makes
coming
it
off pit
more
road.
fun for me. Is
And
like,
they're gonna have to
I don't
make
want to be
their
able to
way.
predict what's going to happen. Like, I like the unexpected aspect to it. The fact where it's like,
But it's just like, I look my favorite drivers in second, but like, is he really in second? Is he
yeah, that does kind of suck. Just like during the actual part of like the, like it's nice once the pit like kind of cycles through, and then
Harvick, Gibbs, Briscoe, and Bell.
Because like he didn't hit, so he's not really in second because he's not.
yeah.
Nobody taking on tires. A timed stop for fuel. And then the go sign. Jamie.
But I do like the fact that like, especially at these Daytona and Talladega races, since they're all in like a pack like that, like really anyone can win. You know, anyone who's on the lead lap.
Those 5 cars come off pit road together, they'll have a chance to drive
Because
back
the
up.
positions change more at these races than they do in normal. Like you've seen how normal races are, where it's just more spread out and
Big
kind
pack of cars off
like a
turn
laid
4
back.
and more peel off. This is a larger group.
Truex,
9 cars.
That's hostile.
Regan.
Daniel Suarez in the 99 had been working
guess
his
if
way
they all
back towards
pit
the
within
front
3
after an
laps of each
unscheduled
other.
stop earlier today under yellow. Right now the car is just a little bit tight. Exit needs some help
I
from
like
pushers.
it.
Josh.
Was considering pushing it on the
She's
fuel,
loud.
change of plans, decided to come in and get topped off, Jamie.
Bill Drakeson in the 42, the Las
It was just a
Vegas
brighter
driver.
purple though.
Pretty happy with his car. Second Daytona 500 for him, going for Rookie of the Year.
Jimmy
He's
Johnson.
going to come around the next time, Mike.
Excuse me, Jimmy Johnson in that group overcoming a speeding penalty back at lap 1.
Man, it is so nice to hear them say Jimmy Johnson's name again.
Only Harrison Burton out there among the cars that stopped at lap 130.
Like even though it's only part time, it's just
Some of those that
it
stopped
feels
last
more
stop at
normal.
lap
It feels
140.
right.
Coming to pit road.
Yeah, that's
along
always
with Burton.
cool. Like
Regan.
retires.
The directive to Logano is to stop on his sign. They need exactly 3.5 seconds of fuel.
Like I just want Carl Edwards to come back. Like
yeah, what the fuck, Carl?
Josh.
it's the weirdest thing that ever happened.
Lose to the
Really.
center, they came in to get topped off. Jamie.
Harrison Burton, they called for
Maybe
5
he has,
seconds
like,
of
some
fuel. I'm
health
not sure he was
issues
even
that,
in his
like,
box for 5
public
seconds,
about.
but a quick stop.
Yeah,
there.
no, he was one of the most healthy
42,
people.
They got their fuel.
And
I mean, you never know. Some healthy
Yeah.
person that shouldn't
Ricky
happen.
Stenhouse
Yeah,
will
that's
be coming
true.
back. Too fast exiting for the
Ricky
47.
Stenhouse.
He had like a hernia.
Yeah, maybe.
Which can get removed. It'll be fine.
So now everyone has made what should be the final pit stop of the race with 20 laps to go.
Larson, that 5 car, you heard Cliff Daniels talking about it. They did not have to take as much fuel as the rest of them, got out quicker. I think the advantage right here goes to the 5 car.
Oh, I can't reach it.
That group right there, they're going to have to get up here and block. There's the original leaders, Keselowski, Buscher,
Right ahead of them. The 4 cars on the left stopped later so they could take less
This
fuel.
has been
and they're out
you
in
might not have
front of
enjoyed
the
it, but I've
cars that
enjoyed
were
this
leading
race.
before green flag pit stops.
Yes, sir.
Like, I know it has been a lot of just green flag, but I feel like it's actually been good stuff that's happening, though.
I don't like a shit ton of caution. It's like
Make quick time of them when they catch them.
Yeah. Oh, there we go! Oh, God. Truex is involved. Oh, my God. Oh, Ryan Preece. That sucks. He was doing... He missed her 69. McDowell.
18 laps to go. McDowell,
Truex.
Ryan Preece,
Fuck you, Truex.
Martin Truex among those involved.
Ha! Fuck you, Arvik.
Damage to the right front.
I'm finally here.
And Preece.
Oh my God! Look at his tire. Jesus.
And it's gone.
Oh my God.
Who the hell is Burton?
Harrison Burton.
Oh, young guy.
Yeah, remember the guy who flipped last year in the Daytona 500?
Yeah,
That was him.
today. 3 for cause plus the 2 stage breaks.
And they didn't show it on TV live because they were being dumb.
They didn't show it?
Yeah, remember they showed the replay? Like, we didn't actually see the flip live.
Thought that 19 would be his lucky number. It's February 19th. It's his 19th Daytona 500. The crash happens with 19 laps to go.
Ooh.
Happens here when they get to turn.
Fucking bitch.
Nicked them all. So you can see the pipes and the 2 car. He was lifting hard, stacks them up behind them. McDowell gets in the back of Preece, turns him around, the rest is history. But I take it back to Gregson. You see that lap car?
Ty
that they
Gibbs
were
got a
going
little bit of
around.
damage.
Always movement like that creates them stacking up.
And Ryan Preece is driven to the garage. The Berlin, Connecticut driver.
You know who Ty Gibbs
had a
is,
great
right?
500 going. And you'll see the accordion-like contact here in that upper lane. Just all piles together.
You see that fireball come out of the pipes, that means they lift. That raw fuel's in the pipes all the way out of the gas, and it just so on and so forth, stacked them all the way up through the field. Finally, one of them got spit out.
We're going to ride with the Bass Pro Shops cam on board Martin Truex.
Boom.
And Martin had no idea what was happening there. That happened so quick, there was no way he could react to that.
Well, Johnny, one of them's out. Still got one left. Austin Dillon's still in this thing.
Denny Hamlin's view.
Look how fast that happens. Whoa. They all tried. No way you're going to avoid that.
And Kevin Harvick in his final Daytona 500.
Ooh.
Chase Briscoe. Let's check out the Mahindra cam. Driver's eye for
American?
Chase Briscoe.
I think he is. I think he was born in America. Yeah, he's a free agent, or he's going to be a free agent. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, he's opting out after this year.
Bro, I don't blame him, honestly. They offered him a 5-year, $105 million. That is so fucking insulting.
Well, those
like,
last 4
why
replays, 3 of those were your cars.
Is it a mutual option or is it just him?
Yeah, thanks for
I think it's just a player option.
So yeah, why the fuck did he take a pay cut?
Yeah.
He could just take the $30 million for the next 4 years, 5
literally.
years.
Had a bad day there, buddy.
But it would lower the amount of years that he would have to play.
No, and that's
Or is it deferred?
unfortunately we knew that this green flag sequence of pit stops could do this. I mean, everybody that's come out ahead of these packs that are coming, they have to do what they have to do to protect. Unfortunately, it just gets that jam up like that, and it's beyond an accordion. It's a slam fest at that point.
So end of the day for these guys, beyond devastation, this is the biggest
After
one,
this
the biggest
year,
race of the
he
year.
has a player
But
option. But it's only like, this thing only says he only gets the option for next year. So if he says stay, he stays to the rest of the
Cindric,
5
Almirola,
years.
those guys in the back, they were trying to catch
Oh,
those
this was
guys.
a 13-year deal.
I think rules would
Nah,
have
he
been
was a
reversed.
10-year deal.
Unfortunately, caution came
Harper
out.
is 13.
And Harrison Burton is the race leader.
At the
Jamie.
time, I was like, damn, that's a lot of money for
And it's
Machado. But
interesting,
with some
Mike,
of the
because he
other
wanted to pit
contracts
with
that
the
come
force,
out,
but he was up on top
this
of
is
the
actually one
track.
of the
He
better
couldn't
ones.
get down, so they
Because
came in
assuming
and
he
pitted,
stayed,
just took fuel, but Brian
probably-
Wilson, his crew chief,
he's
just
done when he's
told
36.
him on the
You get his
radio,
whole
at this
prime.
point, we are 1
He
to
probably
2
doesn't
laps
really
short.
regress
I
much
need you
until
to
after
save
that.
everything you got.
Like Harper, he'll probably be fine. Like you're still signed through 39.
Yeah, that could be that
Bogart
3
still
years.
40.
It's after that 36
Only
year
Bane's
usually when it's like,
second cup race.
all right, now this is the bad part of the contract. We have the Chris
Master at
Davis.
minimizing mechanical drag
Well,
and
he just
massage
like
that
fell
car.
off a cliff.
Yeah,
And
that
that was
I don't know what that
probably
was
the
about.
fastest car in Daytona that day.
That was ridiculous.
And Trevor Bayne drove it like
Dude
he
was an
stole
MVP
it.
candidate. Like
For the
40
Wood Brothers'
homers and 30
99th
RBIs.
win in their NASCAR history, which dates to 1949.
This is
16 laps
the
to go.
75-year anniversary of NASCAR season.
I've never seen a player fall off quite
So,
like that.
I watched my first race yesterday.
You're on the team, kid. It's orientation day.
Hey, new guy. Let's get you up to speed.
Still finished his career with 300 homers.
Wait, who? Oh, yeah.
He had 53 homers one year.
Nigel Salazar plays for the Red Sox now. Nigel Salazar. I wrote of the show.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so he got drafted with the Nationals, played with them for a few years, then went to the Pirates for parts of 4 seasons, and then got traded to the Reds for 6 months, or 3 months. Like the deadline. And then
Let's go places.
he went to the Cardinals for a year, and then he's now with the Red Sox on a 5-year deal.
I'm pussy. I just picked the Mets.
I like it. As long as it's not the Yankees. I'm fine.
Oh yeah, no, I get like the sense of randomness, but then after a while I was like, man, I kind of wish I was playing for the Mets.
Yeah.
The bumper.
So now I just pick the Mets.
At least you can skip the car wash. For parts that fit your vehicle, look for the green check. Let's ride.
Even though after like 2 years, it's a totally unrecognizable lineup.
Pets are a big expense.
Yeah, and like the Nigel Salazar,
Try switching your
like
car
it was
insurance
like
to Progressive.
Khalil
You
Lee
can save
was
hundreds.
in the leadoff hitter.
Thanks, TV Dad. We'll think about it, okay?
Look what I found.
I wish TV Dad was always in charge.
Listen to your TV Dad. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average.
Even when things seem quieter, the urge to protect means staying on the lookout to help keep others from harm. At Pfizer, we're driven by this impulse. We've reached hundreds of millions of lives with our COVID-19 response.
Shut up.
And we keep
Why are there
innovating.
still ads about COVID?
Whatever comes next, we will respond fiercely, like family.
Well, here are the drivers. Great ones, Hall of Famers, who have not scored the Daytona 500. Two-time
Rental
champ
bought
Ned
lawn
Jarrett,
mowing
champions
simulator
Rusty
on
Wallace and
PC.
Tony Stewart,
Why?
Mark Martin, 29 starts. And today, Martin Truex is out of the race, and Kyle Busch is currently in 4th place.
Let's go, Kyle.
The Harley J. Earl Trophy, named for the longtime General Motors chief stylist. That's the Firebird 1 atop the trophy that Bill France has promoted to presented to every Daytona 500 winner. Let's get out of the desk at Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray.
Thank you, Mike. It's the race the driver's got to have on his resume, and you do have that. Right now, Jamie McMurray, who's in the best position to win?
Well, we talked about Kyle Busch earlier in the race, had the pit road speeding penalty, got a lap down, he got the lap back. He is in 4th place right now. The second Chevy in line, I think he's in a really good position.
And Fords have been difficult, and they've worked well together.
Well, they have, and we've seen Brad and his teammate Chris Buescher be able to work together. But Chris, what's coming up right now, we're going to have this restart.
The importance of the restart.
Yeah, the restart's going to be more important than ever. And last year, we did not have the choose rule at this type track, at Daytona and Talladega. We have that this year. We have 2 Fords in the first 2 positions, 7 Chevys lined up behind that, and then you have to go all the way back to Brad Keselowski in 10th. This is going to be the most important restart, if it's the last one of the entire race.
And what do you base the decision on?
Well, it's going to be about being with a teammate or being with your manufacturer. And we talked about that's going to come into play until the very end. And it's the Daytona 500. I don't care if it's my teammate the last couple laps. I'm going for the win.
Denny Hamlin said, who can you trust at this point? Whatever driver is in that spot, he hopes he can trust him to get the help. 13 last lap passes, Mike, have decided the Daytona 500 in history. We've gone to 11 overtimes before it's been decided. Looking forward to the finish here.
Thanks, Chris. I am surprised that Chris Buescher in the 17 and Brad Keselowski, after spending all that long run drafting together as teammates at the front of the field, chose different lanes for this restart. They'll have to find each other. Regan.
Mike, you see the 22 of Joey Logano selected the bottom there to go alongside of his somewhat teammate in the 21 car, Harrison Burton. The discussion was pretty short and simple. Our best chance to win is to go to the bottom. Now we're getting to the end. The pay window is open. We're seeing these guys do whatever is best for them, no matter what.
Bubba's number 23.
Thanks, Regan. By the way, Trevor Bayne's win for the Wood Brothers was their 98th. Ryan Blaney also scored one. This is Kim Burton, and she's a nervous wreck if you're a longtime fan when her husband Jeff was racing, and now her son Harrison leads the Daytona 500.
You would swear she is in the passenger seat of that car every single lap with him.
Reminds me of 1996 when Dale Jarrett won the Daytona 500 and his mom Martha sat in a van in the infield. She wanted to see that her son's car go by, but just once a lap.
You saw when they showed his mom, right?
We lost Martha
so that's Jeff Burton. He used to drive. That's his wife. And so me and my mom were at a race, and she was like, "Wait, who's in the 31 car?" And I was like, "Jeff Burton." She was like, because she hated his wife. Because she always would, like, every time he would be in the lead, she would just super dramatically just start crying. And she does it with Harrison too.
13 Chevys and 6 Toyotas. Here we go.
Oh no, Harrison was going to try to get down. Is Logano going to let
Fucking
him?
wreck him.
Logano got a pretty good start with him. They were door to door, and he does not get down in front of his Ford teammate, Logano.
No.
Push him in half.
Kyle.
I don't necessarily think that was by design. I think he was trying to get a jump on Logano and get down in front of him. Did not accomplish that.
In a Wood Brothers owned car prepared at the Team Penske shops. So you could pretty much call that a 4-car Penske group, but not operating as teammates right here. Too close to the finish. Your friends are where you find them.
It's like Joey Logano said, he's friends with him in the bus lot. Once he gets that helmet on, not a friend anymore.
Man, Kyle was wanting to go to that outside. He was
looking
for Austin Dillon to make a move. They're stacking up on the bottom.
Shit.
Byron missed the block on the outside with Burton.
And he's going to get shuffled.
He sure is.
Oh, that sucks.
Liam Byron there like a hot dog.
Yeah, he flew the draft.
And here we go. AJ Allmendinger.
Wow.
From a lap
AJ
down to the
Allmendinger.
lead.
Joey Logano almost got turned. And
He's like been known as like a road course racer, like one of the better road course racers.
It's time, 12 to go.
And he's like been kind of like in and out on that. Like he got suspended one time for failing a drug test. Oh shit!
Oh,
no, Kyle. Kyle, you good?
Kyle Busch in the wall, not intentionally, just ran out of room there.
Kyle, you
That
good?
was a hard shot by Kyle Busch.
And who's coming back to the front? Keselowski and Chris Buescher.
Yeah, I was at the AJ Allmendinger's first win. I was at Walking to Glen
Don't look
for
now,
that.
some guy that's won 7 championships sneaking into this mix as well.
Smoke flying off the door of the 6 car off the Suarez. That's exactly what Keselowski wanted. His teammate Buscher on his bumper rolls reversed.
Yeah, it's a Daytona 500. I mean,
and fourth on the inside, not Smoke Johnson, that's Jimmy Johnson. 7-time champ, 2-time Daytona 500 winner in the 84, part-time schedule, back in NASCAR, and right there in the mix as they come to 10 to go.
So is he still eligible to be voted into the Hall of Fame with his part-time?
AJ? Or Jimmy?
Jimmy.
Yeah,
Somebody's
definitely.
gonna have to go through those RFK cars to win this race. Very,
it's just
very strong.
3 years after you retire,
And
I think.
he's an outlier.
Yeah.
You see Allmendinger, you can expect the unexpected from him. Chevy's on the inside. Allmendinger, Larson, Suarez.
Hey, all race long we've been talking about the strength in numbers, those Fords. Now look, now they're the odd man out. Only 2 of them up front. Chevy stacked up behind them. That's why you never know who's going to win this race.
But they're 2 teammates, and they've drafted together all day, and right behind them. Remember, Kyle Busch told Tom Rinaldi this morning,
It really
boy,
doesn't.
it's not if I win the Daytona 500, it's when.
Well, I mean, the Austin Dillon and Kyle Busch, because they're teammates.
And a pair of teammates.
They might, like, work together to get up front, but then once they're there, it's every man for himself. Which you do see a lot. Like, you help them get to the point where you're up front,
4 Chevys,
and then you race it out.
A Ford, a Chevy, a Ford, and the first Toyota is Bell in 10th.
In line, 8 pushing the 17. He's right on, came off of Chris, clear by 1.
So hard to win this race. Everything has to go right. We've been talking about that all day long. 3 of the last 6 racers. The winner at the, the leader at the white flag didn't win the race. Unbelievable. 4 out of 7 leaders of the white flag finished outside the top 10. You never know how this thing's going to shake out.
I think this race could be in the hands of Austin Dillon in the 3. He has a Daytona 500 win. He recruited Kyle Busch to Richard Childress Racing. I think he's Busch's wingman to try to get these 2 Chevys past the 2 Fords for Busch to win the 500.
I don't disagree at all. That, I mean, you ultimately, at the end of the day, in a perfect scenario, want your teammate with you. So this is a perfect scenario for both Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon. They want to work together to get on Pop that next big Daytona 500 victory.
Pop's liking what he sees.
Ty Gibbs getting lapped.
Richard Childress, Austin Dillon's granddad, who started this team back in 1969. Brought his Camaro here to run the Grand American race.
Back in my day, we used to fuck some cows.
To do it, they'll have to get past, there he is. They'll have to get past 2 of the Fords that have been among the fastest cars here all week. Brad Keselowski, Chris Buescher.
He's longed to have a driver back behind his stable, to have the likes of Dale Earnhardt, and he's found him in Kyle Busch.
Buescher put the bumper to Keselowski to try to create a little distance. And the Chevys close it right up. They're coming to 6 laps to go.
And you better be careful how he does that. You get that gap open, you leave those 3 Chevys behind there, they will mow you down.
Single file, man, top 8 cars here.
You have to wait. You have to be patient, Tony. You go too soon, it gives everybody behind you a chance to pounce on you.
29 cars in the lead lap. 9 cars in this lead pack. Then a gap back to Kyle Larson and Daniel Suarez.
How do you work on this if you're Kyle Busch? You've got 2 cars to pass. How do you use those 2 teammates, those 2 allies behind you? Do you back them up?
I think you have to. I think you have to get separated from those first 2 cars. It's going to take a lap to rebuild and regenerate that power and that momentum, but I think that's what where your biggest shot is. Those 2 up front have had great speed.
Brad Keselowski has an ace in his corner. TJ Majors is a veteran of super speedway racing on the spotter stand and calling the moves and where the energy is coming from.
This is that moment Brad Keselowski made this move, joining RFK at his name as an ownership. driver owner in this thing, if he can pull this off, this is what this vision, the dream's all about. See, Stenhouse, you know he's going to go. He's not going to want to wait around.
Keselowski's best Daytona 500, third. 4 to go.
When do you make your move, Tony?
I've been trying to figure that out for 3 laps now, bud. I'll be honest.
I don't think Buescher makes the move.
No, I don't.
He's racing with his boss.
I wasn't talking about him.
Right.
No. We're talking about
that 8 ball, and here he comes.
Here comes Kyle.
Oh.
Come on, Kyle. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Come on.
Chevy's going to go to the outside, but look at these Fords stack up behind where they go. Logano does not go with the Ford, stays on the outside with the momentum.
Let's fucking go.
Did not see that coming. Neither did Brad Keselowski.
And Keselowski goes from being the leader to 6th, just like that.
3 to go.
With Dylan behind him.
But we saw how easy that was to do. There is still time for that same maneuver to happen again.
Once, twice, maybe 3 times.
Exactly.
I'm the fuck on.
Okay, this is a question, Tony. He said 3 of the last 6, the winner only led the last lap.
Kyle Busch is leading the Daytona 500 with 3 to go.
Dillon, when do you make that move? I've always said this. I think you have to lead at the white flag, because if that caution comes out, you're done.
Oh, there goes Suarez. Caution is out. Jesus Christ. Suarez, what's up?
So what do they do now?
Overtime.
Sure does.
Jesus.
And that is not what Pop wanted to see right there.
So what I think is going to happen is, you know, the choose rule, right? I've told you about that.
The
choose cone.
is really going to get interesting.
So Austin Dillon,
You're going to stack up 2 teammates.
he could start second and be on the front row, or he could choose to start third and be behind Kyle Busch, maybe push him. So they could like work together.
Brad Burnett, crew chief, and Richard Childress, team owner.
Sucks for Kyle.
And to see their 2 cars come to the flag for a 1-2.
Or like a lot of tracks, like starting on another lane might be better. So like you could choose to like give up the position to start in the lane that you'd rather be in.
He wants to get going.
We're heaving that thing out right now.
Well, good call. That car's still running. He can still finish this race, so the Steps record gets up there, gives him a boot.
That's right.
And maybe he can get back in this race. All right, Kyle Busch was leading at the caution flag.
Back in 1998, that would be the win, boys.
Yeah, it would. It would.
You're right. We're plenty good on fuel, so.
Overtime, Jaden.
Wow. Back in 1998, there was a crash off turn number 4. Dale Earnhardt came to the caution flag, not the checkered flag, but the caution flag to win the Daytona 500, because back then we did not have overtime.
I think it's better having overtime. Even if Kyle might lose it, I still think it's better.
Yeah, for sure. 20 years it took Earnhardt, who won everything else there was to win at Daytona, to join this world's longest receiving line.
You don't remember that, do you, Larry?
Yes, I do. And I told him, hey, don't celebrate. We have to get back around the checkered flag. I think that lap 199 under caution with the track clear was about as fast as before the caution came out.
I want you to take a look at this car. You don't see any Goodyear letters on the left side. The right side's got concrete dust all over it. That boy wants to win this race. He told us he was going to win it. He just might.
Well, and remember that the concrete on the right side came from Harrison Burton, shoving him to the outside wall. Nothing to do with Harrison's fault, just an incident that got him all moved up like that. You hardly see a car win this race anymore that's clean.
It's Kyle Busch's 18th Daytona 500. This would put him in some awfully good company.
It sure would. And I think it speaks volume about taking this opportunity. You hear people, did he take a step backwards, leaving the 18 car at Joe Gibbs Racing? I've said from day one, that Randall Burnett, that guy was poised.
People say Kyle Busch might have taken a step backwards,
exactly
like a downgrade by leaving Joe
He's
Gibbs
the driver
Racing,
for them. I'm telling you,
I feel like it's
the
better.
likes on the racetrack as a Dale Earnhardt does. I think it's going to be a big year for them.
He is the most polarizing driver in the sport, as Dale Earnhardt was. Kyle Busch may not be the best of all time, but I've said it before and again, he's the best of his time.
Yeah, and you know, like we talked about, a lot of people would say this was a step back going back to Richard Childress Racing and that it would take time to build back up to where they ultimately want to be. I don't see it either. I think we saw it when we were at LA at the Coliseum. We're seeing it today. This
Kyle
is a guy
Busch is
that
like Dale
always
Earnhardt.
has the bit in his teeth. And
I don't like
to make a move
comparing people
this,
to
He's not
Dale
going to go
Earnhardt.
backwards to go forward. He's just going to pick up and go forward.
It's one of the things that people do that piss me off.
Teammate Austin Dillon.
Compare Kyle Busch to Dale Earnhardt.
Compare anyone to Dale Earnhardt. Even like, yeah, like somebody could be better than Dale Earnhardt, but just comparing, like Dale Earnhardt is one of a kind. His personality, his driving style, like no one's ever going to compare
That's
to
not
that.
a good feeling, Mike. I'm just telling you, it's not. But that's exactly what you have to do. You have to try to do everything you can do to make that block. It's when we talk about that rear view mirror and everything in the back glass. It's just so important when it comes down to crunch time.
So we now have NASCAR overtime, which is a 2-lap shootout. If the leader takes the white flag under green, the next flag will end the race. We saw it happen last night when caution came out on the back straightaway. And if that happens, NASCAR
If
will
leader
use
takes
all
the white
available
flag,
video evidence to
the next flag
determine
ends up
positions.
a caution
At
down the race on the last
moment
lap.
the button is pushed,
I think it's kind of lame.
that activates the caution lights. So they will come
Unless
to
if
the
it's like
choose, and
the
I'll
right.
There's so much chatter right now.
Unless it's like
Which
right before
lane
the
do you
finish
want?
line.
Who do you want to be behind, and who do you want to be beside?
Well, I think you know where you want to be. The problem is you have to wait and see what they're going to do. Put the cards on the table. It's time.
These lows are sticking around.
I think it's cooler than the
lap
Camaro.
cars. And here's the choose.
I don't know why. Something about the Camaro.
Split up.
Didn't expect that.
I like the sound.
3 and 24 down bottom. You're going to have the 22, then 47 lined up behind us. Taking a green lap 202.
Why wouldn't those teammates go nose to tail?
Because Austin Dillon's going to let him in. That's the plan right along.
Yeah,
You're going
didn't
to
do
see Kyle Busch move up.
That's not a
But
good
we've
idea.
seen this before.
And that's making me nervous
That
now.
William Byron in a 24 car, if he pushes that 3
say
too
the
hard,
plan
doesn't
is to
let that
let him
8
in.
in, that's a problem. How about 22? We saw this with Brad Keselowski. If that 22 pushes him out too far,
But even then, it's
they get
Austin's
too
still
far,
gonna try
now
to go for
everybody
it.
goes by him. This is a tricky
I don't
restart.
blame him, honestly.
So
Like,
instead of actually thinking that he's going to let his
everybody has to
teammate
go for
in,
it.
is this an opportunity where they just keep the whole front row occupied and settle it between themselves on the last lap?
I like what you're trying to sell. No chance. That 8 car's only chance of winning this race is to get in front of those 2 Chevrolets. He's got 2 Fords behind him. No way they're going to let him win this thing.
Right, I can't buy that because unlike the start of the race where everybody was content to Noah's Ark this thing and run 2x2x2, this track is 3 lanes wide, maybe 4 in the straightaways.
But hey, that's a race car driver. That's a champion race car driver that said that. I like what you're thinking. If how's the 3 car going to win this thing if he's pushing the 8?
Look at this. Why'd you buy a seat? Nobody's sitting in them. They're all on their feet.
That's all right. They're rested the majority of the day. But this is what I'm ultimately worried about. If they try to hold that inside lineup to let
see the
get
traffic.
around on the outside, do they slow the
At
inside
least there's
lanes
more
down
fucking
so much
roads
that
in
they can't
Daytona
build that
than
momentum back
Daytona.
before that outside
Like,
road
yeah, there's more
just
people,
goes
but you
right
know,
on
this is
by.
not
In
one
my
road.
opinion, we
Yeah,
know
it
what
was
the front
annoying.
row is going to try to do. The next row, the second row, they can dictate what they may have to do.
Now, if they just don't all pile up from 6th on,
All right,
this is gonna
2
be
laps to
one
go
hell of a finish.
in the Daytona 500.
Overtime, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Pace car is in. 2 laps to settle the 65th
Green flag.
Daytona 500. Kyle Busch takes off. Austin Dillon lets him into the inside.
Oh boy.
Logano comes up
Oh
to
shit.
on the outside.
Shit.
It's going to take them a while to get connected here.
Come on.
Your top is clear. Your top is clear.
Come on.
Stop, 1 back, 2 by 2.
Everybody on the outside pushing 7 rows back. Links in the chain.
If you're Logano, you're not
No.
exactly in good company either. 2 Chevrolets.
No.
behind you.
Fuck!
Getting stacked up on the inside. Not at all. Here comes Stenhouse. Big shot.
Oh, there goes Austin Dillon! Okay, we'll maybe show it. Oh my god!
So is that another overtime?
Yep.
That will decimate roughly half the remaining
Jesus
field.
Christ.
We always say it, cautions breed cautions.
Yep. Rich Childress is just like, what the hell?
That is not at all what you wanted to see, RC.
Not sure how that started, except that Austin Dillon got turned.
They all got stacked up. He got into the back of Kyle Busch, had him sideways, jacked up. They had to lift, accordions.
So how did the
Why didn't they just do the Doc
back
Hudson
there to take the lead away from the Childress cars?
It all
watch Cars?
starts when you do the crossover. Jimmy Johnson.
He's in the grass and he just like
heavy damage for
turns
him.
super aggressively and restrains
Doing
himself.
everything he needed to do to be a part of this finish. But
Something
it
that
all
like
starts
can't
with the
happen in
crossover.
real life. You're just gonna
We've seen
flip.
this before. When he makes that move and crosses over, it takes time to build that energy
Or do
back
the
up and it
Mater
stacks
move,
them up.
drive
That all
backwards.
carried back
And then
around
make
the
a
back
J
straightaway to
turn.
what you see right here.
Jimmy with damage, yeah, that sucks.
Christopher Bell drops
Danny
in,
Hamlin
and
has
Dillon
damage now.
may have got a shot from William Barr, maybe not. Not sure from that angle, but up he went and
Yeah,
down
they
he
should have
came.
did
Dillon
it.
got in the back of
They could've
Busch
done the Doc
and had
Hudson.
to check up. When he did, it stacked William and everybody up behind him. They turned him. Rest is history.
Total
It's
carnage.
just a product of it. It's go time. Green, white, checkered. You knew that was about to happen.
But aside from that, great move by Ricky Stenhouse.
5 minutes.
Another 25 minutes. Don't be a negative pussy.
Don't be a negative Nancy.
No, you're not a negative
Right
Nancy,
along
you're a
with Noah
negative
Gregson.
pussy.
There's Gregson off to the left.
You're the worst person in the
We'll
world.
ride with him next.
You're a.
I'm gonna tell the teacher.
Nothing you can do. Run for the ride.
And the driver's eye view from Ross Chastain.
Travis Pastrana's in 12th. I'm surprised you don't know who that is. I thought you would. Like, I told you he does like the crazy bike shit.
Yeah.
He's like an extreme sports guy. He drove in Xfinity in 2013. Ha, Cinda got involved. Good.
Well, that's what 190 miles an hour looks like when it goes all the wrong way.
This whole thing takes me back to this choose cone rule. That difference in a choose cone rule coming to these plate tracks like Daytona, Talladega, that's why Stenhouse is in the lead and those other cars are wrecked. And I'm telling you the truth, Stenhouse was down and out. Those two cars got stacked up on that bottom line. Out of nowhere, he was in a situation where he got to spit Logano out. That lonely Ford had the help of a Chevy and Larson behind him. I'll be darned, we're leading this thing.
Let's set the field for you. Among the cars that got through there
Is it still
unscathed,
week?
JTG Doherty's driver, Ricky Stenhouse, for Tad and Jody Geschechter, and NBA legend Brad Doherty. He's leading the Daytona 500. He's won at Daytona, the summer race here. Kyle Larson, who started this race outside pole for Team Hendrick, is second in a Chevrolet. Christopher Bell, who's had quite an up-and-down day for Joe Gibbs, in his Toyota is third. Joey Logano for Team Penske is fourth. There's Jimmy Johnson climbed out of his car. He's okay. Car's done for the day. Logano is fourth. He's the first Ford in the race. And there, Kyle Busch. You saw get shuffled back a little by some of the moves in traffic. But he's in it to win it, and so is A.J. Allmendinger for Team Calling. Hamlin, Bowman, Wallace, Almirola, rest of the top 10.
This is setting up. As soon as he clears that 8 of Kyle Busch, he's going to make a move. There he goes. He knows the help's coming. Look at that inside line stack up. It just was a perfect case scenario for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And he was there for the taking.
If you're Ricky, you absolutely take that shot and take that chance. The thing that he doesn't know is that the 5 is right to him at the back. If he's pushing him when he makes that move, he's gone.
take a chance of turning Logano in front of you because he was on the bumper of him. That was dicey, very close.
That's gotta hurt so
Multiple hits.
Or like hurt probably tomorrow when it hurts.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me. Like when we rear-ended, not nearly as hard or as fast as this, and it like the next day it still hurt.
Jeez, really?
Not like too bad, but still only rear-ended like 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Getting hit at
well, yeah. Also, it's
70.
His hands off the wheel in case one of those front tires snapped against the wall and just jerked that wheel.
Yeah.
Caused a wrist injury.
Oh yeah, it does.
The biggest thing you want to get, most of all, you want to get your thumbs out of the spoke so that the spoke doesn't catch your thumb on the way by.
That's the problem with this car.
Austin says, I'm not letting go anything. I'm driving.
Just the fact that it doesn't like take in that energy.
Now,
with that
just
that
outside
hit.
the top 10, Keselowski
yeah, like
and Buscher,
before the next gen, like,
drafting pair of
the car would take more
they still have a
damage,
shot at this.
and it would just be like less of a hit.
who's in between them?
Like it would still be a big hit, but it would be like less of that going the driver.
We joked at the top of the day, and I told the folks up when Sully and I were up in the Sunoco suite. I said, watch these two guys. I said, watch Connor Daly in the 50 and Travis Pastrana in the 67. Do they have a chance to win the Daytona 500? Probably not. But a chance at a top 10 finish if their day goes well and they stay out of trouble? Absolutely.
You give Travis Pastrana a top 10 finish at the Daytona 500, I'm going to give you the best interview you've ever heard in your life.
I think if he finished on the lead lap and it was 36th, you'd have had the best interview. If he finishes in the top 10, and you're going to think he won this game's gold again.
It's Daytona.
Jeez.
We've seen crazier things happen. It can, and it just might.
He is 12th right now. Ricky Stenhouse from Olive Branch, Mississippi, leads the Daytona 500 as we get ready for overtime.
I've got 3 Daytona 500s, including the 2 closest finishes in history. Stay with us on Fox.
Player of the Year candidates Zach Eady and third-ranked Purdue. Wow! Take on Trace Jackson Davis in Indiana. Fox Primetime Boost, Saturday at 7:30 Eastern.
What a privilege it is for you to have me here this evening, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I'm going to get them all tonight.
16 recruits started. 4 of you remain.
There are only 2 episodes left.
We're in fact, let's go.
Now, so we bounce the ball. Special Forces World's Toughest Test, only Wednesday on Fox. Let's take a journey through this great nation. I want to see what they saw. I want to see what changed them. This land of the free.
They're fixing to get filthy, stinking rich, boys.
This home of the brave.
I always wanted to be that person to help somebody out when they needed it.
Big stars.
Grab a glass and join us.
Has anybody else been fired recently?
Big ideas. America is born. Welcome home. Okay, here we go. Welcome to Fox Nation.
$100 for
America is streaming.
Why?
I don't.
PS5?
Yeah. Shut the fuck up! It's not the same!
Yeah. Real football?
USFL. So and the XFL, there's 2 fucking backwards leagues?
Yeah, so the XFL ends, and then immediately
Overtime at the Daytona 500. We're live at trackside. Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers. We'll get back to the guys in the booth in just a moment.
I guess I'd watch.
The late aggressiveness has brought out crashes and some cautions. We saw
They have independent baseball leagues,
go
but
from
they're not
6th to the
broadcast.
lead in a matter of moments.
more like a
here. How far
showcase.
back can you be right now, Jamie, and still have a chance to win this?
Yeah, well, I mean, Ricky was able to go from 3rd row outside. He lined up on the 6th car all the way to the lead before they got to the backstretch, Chris. I think think if you're in those first 4 rows, listen, the level of aggression, we talked about it was going to get higher and higher. Right now, when you get connected to somebody, you're not letting off. You're going to, it doesn't matter, teammate, no teammate. I think all those rules are out the window. I think you can go from 4 rows back.
What matters, where does experience figure in at this moment?
Well, and listen, at this point, it's all about a little bit of circumstantial. I mean, Kyle Busch has the experience. He had his teammate behind him, but they weren't able to stay locked together. Not necessarily because he did something wrong. It's just circumstantial. We talk about a little bit of luck. You're going to have a little bit of luck right now to win the 500.
We're close to the action and trying to bring you a little bit closer back up to Mike, Tony, and Clay.
Going to need fuel if you're going to win the 500.
Yeah, 7 drivers of those that stopped earlier and had just enough fuel to finish. They've come in to top off, which means they think we may have more than one overtime. We're going to keep going as long as this takes.
I'm going to tell you they were getting close on fuel.
All right, Regan.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s crew chief Mike Kelly. Mike, you guys have kept that car clean all day long. Your driver got it to the front. What do you tell him coming to this restart here?
Just tell him to go do his job. Ricky's done a good job for us all day, and we'll see what happens here at the end.
Michael. Thanks, Mike. Josh?
Well, Kyle Busch's crew chief Randall Burnett here. How do you guys handle this next restart?
Well, I couldn't quite hear you there, but Kyle's been doing a great job tonight. Just 3-2 Chevy. And,
yeah, just says stuff.
Just didn't have it go our way on that.
Yeah, that's what they
restart,
do
so we
when
have
they
to make
can't
up for
hear.
it on this time, and just see what happens here. Thanks and good luck, guys.
Thanks, Josh. There's Kyle, and the number of contenders gets smaller with every caution flag. Overtime, 2 laps, green, white checker, 52 lead changes so far in today's Daytona 500. Only twice in 64 years have there been more. We're not done yet.
Yeah, this has got potential to have another.
Okay, let's go.
Shut the fuck up! Be patient!
Guys that are all split up.
Baseball takes long.
Guys that are with different manufacturers.
But it's not like fucking.
Who knows
I guess, yeah,
what is going to happen now?
We've been down here for 500 miles telling you guys you're going to need to manufacturer help. You're going to need your teammate help. None of them have that now. That choose cone rule, I'm telling you, it's coming to effect in a big way, and it's going to again on this restart. You're going to have to find somebody. You're going to have to give them behind you and not let them around. Blocks are going to come, and that's probably going to mean another caution.
All right, what's going to happen? Who do you like?
Well, I can tell you what's going to happen.
When he's in
Nobody's
16th with his
ease
car,
into somebody's back bumper.
What?
Anything that's going to be a
when he's up
push
to
is gonna be
16th, he's on the
wide
lead
open.
lap.
And if the driver
Fuck.
can hang on to it,
I took
then
him
hopefully
out.
it produces.
You
But
did?
I can't even
No.
predict who's
No, I
going
put
to
him
finish
in.
on
Yeah.
top of this
I'm
one.
back.
Well, my guy's
You
out.
took
I was
him out.
19 on 19 on 19, whatever. I'm
Put him
going
in
with
for
the
Elliott.
5 car. I think Kyle
But
Larson's
Alex
going to win
Bowman's
this
still
race.
doing better
Well,
than him.
Steppenwolf had a song, The Pusher Man. It meant something completely different. But when I hear that, I see Brad Keselowski.
I don't disagree, and Brad is historically the last couple years been one of the hardest pushers in the field, so he's definitely not gonna ease up on this.
I think they've had the fastest cars, so that you're not out around there. That car is.
All right, let's take a look back and review in this 65th Daytona 500. Stage 1, not a single caution in stage 1, even with Bubba Wallace getting tipped up there into the outside wall with a little bit of damage. Kyle Busch getting a speeding penalty. A car did spin in stage 1, but it got to pit road without incident. There's the first multi-car pileup. And Tyler Reddick in the 45 getting turned around, knocked out of the race, and taking several others with him. Then this one, Ryan Preece getting turned by Michael McDowell in an accordion-like fashion.
I fucking love it every time.
Except the Trump voice isn't that good.
In the midst of finishing it. And then Daniel Suarez spinning to the inside as we were coming to 2 laps to go.
Oh, he's not getting some
With the
bitches
2
on that.
Richard Childress cars of Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon out front. And finally this, Ricky Stenhouse drops to the inside, makes a great move there, but Austin Dillon gets turned into another car, and then he and William Byron go careening up the racetrack into the wall. Mayhem ensues.
You know what the top team running order has all in common? They were all a part of every one of those highlight reels right there. The 5 car was around sideways. He spun out in one of them. The 20, Christopher Bell, he was in one of those wrecks. He's up there. That's what you got to do. You heard Denny. All of us talk about it. Surviving this race, getting to this opportunity. That's what it's all about.
fifth and
Oh,
sixth.
I just
both
hit a
up and
clip.
down at one point. I mean, we've had a
We're gonna
little
go.
bit of everything, and it's a
What?
mixture of
We're
guys to
gonna
live in
go?
the top
Oh.
10.
All right, here's the choose.
Okay, one to go here.
Oh boy.
Stenhouse the leader,
It's
Larson
one lap.
second. They're both in Chevys.
One lap until we go.
But that's what
Bell
makes fun.
in the Toyota down, Logano in the Ford up.
Kyle barely made that. Kyle Busch, that is.
Allmendinger down, Busch up. Hamlin the inside, Bowman the outside.
A lot of energy taking that bottom, especially back in the pack. That's where that energy's built from.
Ready to decide it, Larry?
Yeah,
No one
what's
loves
interesting
Logano.
with all of those Fords pitting, Joey Logano is the lone
Honestly, there's
Ford
good
right
reasons
now
to.
inside the top
Sucks.
10. And it's kind of a mix. There's like 4 or
What?
5 Chevrolets, there's 3 or 4 Toyotas, and that one Ford right now.
Like if I was your parents, I would have put you up
This
for
will be
an
the
option.
longest Daytona 500 in history because of the extra caution laps and the overtime.
It's like, well, he sucks, but it's better than having none, I guess.
Yeah.
This is a mano, no holds barred right here. Every man for himself. Nobody has anybody that they can trust.
Well, it's the start of a long season, but come on. Either win the Daytona 500 or bring me back the steering wheel.
I don't care about the rest of the season. This is one of those scenarios. You take the boxing gloves off. This is a bare-knuckle street fight the rest of the way out. Or, if you're Dana White, this is a slap fest on the way out.
Man, I was hoping you'd get that in.
Yeah, boy.
Now, we have 8 drivers that stopped 6 laps earlier on fuel than the rest of them, and they are the first 8. However, we don't know if they got those cars completely full or if they did a timed stop just
I guarantee
to
we're
get
gonna have
them to
another
the
wreck on
end
this
of, say,
restart.
1 overtime.
I think they all were time stops. I mean, nobody wants to give up any time on pit road,
Well,
especially on a green
210
like
laps
that.
is the
So
most
it'll be
all-time.
interesting to see who has the fuel to
Oh,
make
yeah,
it the rest of
I
the way.
guess.
We
Yeah.
saw some guys during this caution top off. We know they can make it. We'll just have to wait and see.
Y'all did a shit ton of
Larson,
pace
the front
laps.
row Chevrolet. Bell in Toyota. Logano in Ford
Finally.
row 2. Chevy's in row
Here we
3.
go.
Allmendinger in Busch. Here we go.
2 more laps. Come on, Kyle.
Come on, other Kyle.
I don't like this bottom line already. Look how far off AJ Allmendinger is off of Bell. That's not good for those guys. Bowman on the outside getting a big push by Bubba. That's where all this energy's going to come from.
Oh, come on, Kyle.
The move's going to be made on the front, but it's going to
Come
be
on,
because
get that
of what they
draft.
see in the rearview mirror. Here comes the
right here.
Get that draft.
These guys are in trouble on the bottom. Here comes Bubba. Here comes a little bit of help, but they're going to need more than this. Just those 2.
Bowman drops to the inside.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. has the lead.
On the inside.
Now that energy's all broke up now. Now we're going to see
White flag.
Where's he going to go? They're both going to get
White flag is in the air. One more time around.
So caution engine.
Yep.
Oh shit.
Jesus Christ. Come on, Kyle.
Larson's
Come on. Oh shit, there we go. Big crash. Ooh. Caution. Caution is out. Who won? Was it Stenhouse or Logano? Did Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just win the Daytona 500?
They wrecked my king.
Come to the checker first, baby.
Wait. Ricky's...
Bell in the mix. Those 3 cars out in front of the crash.
Or are they looking at replay?
They'll have to cross the line, but one of them will win the Daytona.
Bell, don't go to pit road.
What is Bell doing here?
Yeah, you can't.
And checker.
Chevy, Ford, Stenhouse, Logano. Here is how this will be decided. It is not the flag. It is not the
Stenhouse.
It is NASCAR's decision as to where those 2 cars were when the button was pushed to activate the caution, and Ricky Stenhouse has won the Daytona 500.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr. won the Daytona 500.
Let me tell you.
That is unexpected.
That boy has been aggressive.
That
He's
is
been close.
insane.
He's been knocking on the door on a track like this, and it's finally his turn. Daytona
That is insane.
That does not surprise me, Tony.
No,
Not one bit.
he's fantastic
Jesus.
on the super speedways like this.
Nobody
He's
had
very
that.
aggressive
Nobody
with
had
his
Ricky
aggressive
Stenhouse
I did.
Jr. Yeah, Dom did.
I knew it. Front.
Yeah, Dom knew it, but nobody else did.
Is going to do everything he can to get there.
Wow. You might not have Danica Patrick as your girlfriend anymore, but you have a Daytona 500 win, and I would argue that that's better. But Danica Patrick's pretty nice too.
Husband and wife team, Schechter, along with NBA legend Brad Doherty, on that single-car team. Stenhouse's best previous finish in the 500 was 7th. He becomes the 42nd driver to win the Great American Race, and here it is.
I think the win comes from the 5. When the 5 moved up to try to go around
was a
him,
hard
lost
wreck.
that momentum. That gets the 5 in trouble. Here comes the energy. Bell filled that void, gives him a big shot. 5 gets turned around. Look, right there, he's in front of him and wins this Great American Race. Had the 5 stayed in front of him, and the 5's going to be the one when I think back of this race,
how it
he's
is.
going to be coulda, woulda, shoulda. Oh, so close.
Stenhouse won here in July 2017.
That's Travis, or the 67
The 10 car back in the
where'd he
of the
finish?
67 car.
Who?
And you got to
Travis,
do it. I
whatever.
mean, you know Travis doesn't have a lot of experience in these cars, but it's the
14th.
last lap. You have to go for it.
I ain't gonna do it burnout. I ain't got no fuel.
Hey, bud, you don't need any more.
How about that? How about that? That's how close it was. You saw Busher, you saw a lot of other guys coming.
It's okay, I'll do one for you.
Amazing.
Changes the tournament there. Wins in his 12th try for the Daytona 500. On the short tracks, on the dirt, sometime they called him Ricky Spin Twice. Not today. Today, they call him winner.
Doesn't matter what happens the rest of his life, he is a Daytona 500 champion.
With a big ring. And I mean a big ring. This is going to be a good celebration.
Who would have thought in this day of the 4-car mega teams that this little single-car team would come here and win the 500, Jamie Little?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., it has been a long time coming. The one difference, Mike Kelly, your crew chief, is back. You won 2 championships together, and now you won the Daytona 500. Was it just magic together that made the difference here?
Yeah, I think this whole offseason, Mike just preached how much we all believed in each other. They
It's
left
his
me
third
a note
career
in the car
win.
that said they believe in me and to go get the job done tonight. I made a few
First
mistakes.
Daytona
We
500
were able to
win.
battle back.
Future Hall of Famer.
This Kroger Continental team worked really, really hard this offseason. Great pit
Daytona win
stops,
this year?
Hendrick engines, glad
Nah.
Chevy won. We, man. This
But
is
it's remembered
unbelievable.
forever, like,
This is
the fact that you won the
my
Daytona
last
500.
win back in 2017. We worked really hard. We had a couple shots last year to get a win, and
Remember
fell
as much
short.
for that as, like,
It was a
getting a
tough
ring?
season, but man, we
I
got
mean,
Daytona 500.
It's
You
not
went back for this style
as
of
mu-
racing,
but, like,
and we went into overtime.
you're
so you
remembered
had to do
for
it a
it.
couple
Like,
of times
it is
to
a
earn
big
it.
deal.
What were those moments like, and what were you watching, and what made the difference initially at the end?
Yeah, you know, when the 8 went to the bottom.
They're still showing the 22 winner on. Oh yeah, they are showing the 22 as the winner on my screen. That's wrong.
And we didn't, so I knew I was going to take the top. I was hoping the 22
Yeah, it says
was going to
Logano's
follow.
the leader.
And he did. He was able to push us out. I went to the bottom. The 8 and the 22, you know, got a huge run. The 5, you know, split me in the middle.
199
but,
race winless
another
streak.
fellow dirt racer.
Wow.
Bell,
Back to
gave me a good
Daytona
shot
in the
down-
summer,
down
the
little
summer
short
race
chute
in
into one.
2017.
Man, we were out front when the caution came out. We were out of fuel, so the fuel light was going crazy. But
Is that a
man,
Daytona
I hope you had
400?
fun. That was a heck of a race.
Congratulations, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins the Daytona 500.
That is crazy.
I'm so happy I called it.
Logano comes up short in his bid for his
All right,
Daytona
watch
500
time
show.
prediction.
He had a clear shot out front. You could see where you needed to be. What are the emotions right now?
Feels like a 2015 Daytona 500 finish all over again. Yeah, it was sucks that the caution came out, but it was a good race overall. 25 hours? 29. I got 25.
Was going to hurt a lane. It looked like
What's the purse winnings for first place? I don't even think they released that anymore. But all right, y'all, I'm gonna end this stream. Fun times. I'll be live next week for the Auto Club race at 15 minutes before it starts. But yeah, all right, y'all.